Hi, my name is Michael Waits. Thank you for joining us for this very special edition of Insurance for the New Possible. We are broadcasting live from the Chubb Insurance booth at the Singapore Fintech Festival, the largest fintech festival in the world and a knowledge platform for the global fintech community. We could not be more excited to be here. Before we speak with our next guest, just a few quick programming notes. At 12 noon, we will speak with Walter de Oda, a founder of Chocolate Finance and Sing Life, about how embedded finance makes your money work harder. At 1 p.m., we will speak with Sunita Kannan, the global lead of AI product strategy at Microsoft, about the new era of AI, from siloed functions to integrated systems. At 2 p.m., we will speak with Sanita Singh, regional head and managing director of Southeast Asia, India, and Greater China for Stripe, about the key to building a phygital experience. At 3 p.m., we will speak with Andy Tan, the Chief Commercial Officer at Atome, about transitioning through credit, Atome's approach to responsible borrowing. At 4 p.m., we will speak with Ian Ovenden, Head of Middle Market and Small Commercial at Chubb Asia Pacific, about envisioning the future, bridging the gaps in commercial insurance. Tomorrow, we'll be back for another full slate of really great conversations. Don't forget to follow Insurance for the New Possible on your favorite podcast platform and on YouTube to stay up to date on all of our amazing and informative content. Now let's welcome Gabriel Lazaro, Executive Vice President and Head of Digital Business for Chubb Overseas General Insurance, with whom we will discuss Chubb's recent FinTech report and Beyond Embedded Insurance, the crucial role of phygital experiences. We are live. Gabriel, thank you so much in coming to do this. Can you feel the energy at Singapore FinTech Festival? Can you feel it? I can feel it. I love it. What do you think?
Absolutely, Michael. First of all, thank you.
It's my pleasure.
I'm Martin to have this fantastic podcast series during these 3 days. Unbelievable energy.
You can feel it though.
That's right. There are 60,000 people around.
It's unbelievable.
The best fintechs of the world. A lot of innovators, talented people. So now, and thank you also, Judy Tam, for setting up this fantastic
this
booth
is incredible.
Here with a lot of energy, tough falls, partners, future partners, and having wonderful conversation during these 3 days. So we are really excited to kick off these 3 days with you, Michael, and the rest of the team.
Let's jump into this. What are some of the benefits and challenges of embedding insurance into digital customer journeys?
So let's start for the first principle, right? So, and you can see during the last 8 years how embedded insurance has become a real thing, right?
Really?
As we always say, right? Every company is becoming a technology company.
For sure.
Every technology company is becoming a fintech. We are in the Fintech Festival.
Right.
And then embedded insurance is the extra mile, is the next extra mile, right?
Yeah.
Just from our own experience, right, at Chubb, we had more than 200 digital innovators and partners around the world.
Wow.
In US, Latin America, Europe, and Asia Pacific. Thanks to those partners they had been unbelievable how they have think about innovating around the insurance experience, not only in the selling, also on the claims experience. We have an addressable market of more than 400 million people that see the value proposition globally. And that's real, right? We have insured more than 25 million people end-to-end digitally. And just in Asia, for example, with ride-hailing, we are insuring more than 500 million people that has been protected thanks to our insurance, right? So I think that's the beginning. We are just in the top of the iceberg. This is just first base. Talking about
baseball?
Talking about baseball, right?
Baseball analogies?
So we only see opportunities, really, opportunities and a great future for embedded insurance and what Chubb is doing in particular around this space globally.
Can we do this? You talked about these 400 million people and then 100 to 150 million people here, right? And we spent a lot of time in the last 5 years talking about digital transformation, right? But what is the importance of omni-channel distribution? And let's talk a little bit about what role phygital plays, right? Because I think there's this convergence now of we're doing all this great stuff online, but then how do we port it over to offline as well? And why does that matter?
Yeah, that's right. Let me start for providing a little bit of context, right? We did a survey to financial services globally.
Right.
And we understand that zooming in Asia, right? 60% of the customers, they are willing to purchase an insurance.
Right.
And 40% of them, they are willing to do it online, digitally. So there are 60% that also they would like to do it offline, right? So after we kind of crack the code, we are humble, but we have already shared the numbers and the fantastic trajectory that we are with our partners. There is a huge opportunity to expand the end-to-end digital and complement in a blended experience between digital and physical. That's what we call phygital, right?
Right.
And think about the customer journey.
Tell me.
There are certain parts, and don't think about insurance, things beyond insurance, right? That in certain moments, right, you like to talk to someone, maybe talking about insurance when you are looking for a much more complex product, or you are in a claims experience that someone you need to help you.
Yeah.
So that's an opportunity looking forward.
Right.
As well, if you see our retail experience, for example, many of the purchases are in a store, right?
Right. Yep.
Even e-commerce is huge, and
I went shopping
Asia,
2 days ago. I did it online, and then I did some stuff offline. That's the perfect example of this, right?
That's right. And yes, Southeast Asia is $250 billion already in e-commerce,
It's
right?
massive.
$1 trillion in the next 5 years, but
Right.
still we like to go offline, and sometimes having the experience going to a store, see the good, talk with someone, right? We that's happening. So, and there are humans, the one who really help us, right?
Right.
And the idea is how can technology help those humans to be better in what they do, provide
Right.
better experience,
Yeah.
right? So we have technology and capabilities thanks to Chap Studio in order to enable those people, right, that sell insurance to be much more better in what they do.
Can I give you a little anecdote if you don't mind? You know, I arrived in Singapore a few days ago. I needed to buy a few things, but I needed to make sure that those things actually worked. And if they didn't, I wanted to have some assurance, which in my mind leads to insurance, that they were going to be okay. And when I bought them, the guy actually said to me, there's this kind of warranty on it. And I really thought, because I want to talk a little bit about contextual.
That's right.
A little bit. I thought if I could just embed the insurance into that purchase right there, it would just make my life feel so much better. I would feel protected. Does that make sense?
That makes totally sense. And that's how we are approaching insurance, right? Is talking with partners and understand those moments
Right.
in which insurance makes sense.
But that's the key though, right? Where
That's
it does
right.
make sense. Can we talk a little bit about some of the benefits of offering embedded insurance specifically for banks and for fintechs, right? So outside of the specific insurance industry, but still inside fintech. Where does it work for banks and in fintechs?
That's a great question. Thank you, Michael. And again, we did a survey. With more than, I think, 300 executives worldwide on the fintech space, right?
Okay.
And it was a very interesting insights that survey provided, and it was released a few weeks ago. So I encourage everyone go to chap.com and look for this fintech report so they can download it and read more.
We'll put
It's
a link
open.
we'll put a link in the show notes so people can
So
look
it's
at
open
it.
to the public, so that's for everyone benefit. And I will underline 3 benefits that the
Please.
survey. So the first one is obvious, but I think with the macroeconomics and the circumstances, but is revenue.
Yeah.
So 50% of the people that it was interviewed said that at least 10% of the income for their fintechs will come from insurance.
Really?
That's right. So 9 out of 10 people said that insurance on the fintech sector said that insurance has passed from a nice to have to a must have. So that's the first one, right? So
Right.
it looks like it's really helping companies on the bottom line. And now that we know the macroeconomics and the circumstances, especially in the fintech side, so with the rates of interest, so I think insurance can play a role.
Yeah.
But that's one. For me, what is most important are the second 2 factors. 60% of those fintech executives said that insurance reinforces the value proposition. And if you think about it, right? So if you are providing credit, you are providing loans, you are providing, the kind of financial services, insurance is an extra mile that provides this enriched value proposition to the users, especially if we are doing that contextually in the way we mentioned, right? With great user experience from the selling, from the claims, a product that is relevant in the moment of truth. That's really something that executives believe that can make the difference. And the third one, Michael, is that, and that means nowadays even more important, is that insurance provides trust to those institutions, and especially a company like CHAP.
Right.
As you know, we are in 54 countries. We are one of the best insurance, so I mean, not the best. I want you to be humble, right? We are the global largest P&C insurance, 54 countries, right? $50 billion more or less of revenue. So we are a reliable company, and that being part of the ecosystems of services really provide trust to the end user.
Can you talk to me a little bit more about this? Because this is actually really important to me too. Where does the rubber hit the road when it comes to providing this trust feeling? How does that happen?
So you mean from the end user perspective,
Yeah, from the end user
partner?
From the end user perspective, but also from the partner perspective, right? Because you spend a lot of time talking about the partner experience as well. So I'm curious about how it feeds into the partner and then feeds into their customers, yeah?
So at the end, if you have a company like CHAP backing up the experience, you know that we're more than 100 years company.
Yep.
You know, so that when if something goes wrong to that person or to the businesses, right, we are going to be there, and we are in the moment of need. I think that's a key message in terms of trust, right? And also it's about the experience that we have with all the partners that we have internationally to our partners, right? We are not when we talk with an innovator or a platform, we have done that before. We know how to create great digital programs, insurance digital programs with our partners that are really successful in a way that is profitable growth and they fulfill the need. The last comment about trust is about NPS. So we really test in the claims moment of truth, and we aim for the highest, and we have financial services in sometimes up to 92% NPS, so that's unbelievable.
That's a high net promoter score.
That's right.
Right. Can we talk a little bit about company culture, if you don't mind? We talk about this a lot offline, but I think it's really important to point out. There are some companies that start with no, and then there are certain companies that start with we'll figure it out. Can you talk about that a little bit? Because that I think is really cool.
Oh, no, thank you, Michael. So I think about CHAP, I think we have a very entrepreneurial attitude.
It feels like it.
So we are humble. We really care about our partners and our customers. That's our main focus. Every day is day one.
Every day is day one. I like it.
Every day is day one. We are hungry in terms of innovating and creating something new. We look forward, not backward, right? So yeah, it's I think that's part of our culture, right? We like to partner with the ecosystem and build something great together, right? That's our approach.
Can I ask you this as well? Do you think there's an analogy between excelling at sport and excelling at business? Just the dedication and just the care that it takes to actually be good at one thing helps you be good at something else.
That touched me personally.
Okay, go ahead. I'm really curious.
No, listen, I have a theory about it, right? So I've been an athlete all my life, so I believe that if you're an athlete, I think it's not just doing the sport, it's how you approach life, how you approach your craft, your discipline, your routines, how you mentally prepare to what's coming, right? So how you eat, how you sleep, how you sometimes things are not working, and then you need to come back, right? Sports help you to the setbacks, and then you come back like so. I think that's, for me, it's a way of life, and I think in the future, right, executives will become much more like an athletes.
I think so for sure, though.
You see, I think that 80% of the CEOs, they are regular sports, right? And I think just that, again, the type of the iceberg. I think there's going to be a movement about around that in the future. But yeah, I think that sports is a great proxy for life.
I think so too.
It's a good mental and physical routines that to help you to also for professionalism, my own perspective.
But I completely agree, and I want to point this out explicitly, and I'll tell you why. Because I think if you go to bed on a Friday night because you want to wake up on Saturday morning and go running, then you can't do silly things on Friday night. And all of the I mean this, really seriously, all the prep you do into Friday means when you wake up Saturday, you're ready to strap on your shoes and go. And I don't think there's any difference between what you do Friday night and what you do, I'm going to just say metaphorically, on Sunday night when you're preparing for work.
That's right. Especially if you work,
same thing.
Especially if you work like myself and others in a global role.
Yeah, exactly.
I have 24 hours.
Right. There is no break in between.
There is no break, so you need to be very, very focused, very disciplined, right? Yeah, it's a great ride.
but if you said focus and discipline talking about work, or focus and discipline talking about being athletic,
about life,
it's the same thing.
It's about
the
life.
Same thing.
It's about life.
Okay,
right?
One last thing before I let you go. What does the future look like for embedded financial products and phygital experiences.
We are so excited, and we are here in the Fintech Festival, and again, and today we just to share with you, and I think you are going to have Sid. I encourage everyone to
cannot wait to have Sid on the
listen.
show.
But we are, Chubb in particular, right? We just launched. We always try to innovate and listen our partners and our customers and try to do better. So we just launched our Chubb Studio partner portal. So they will find, I think, around 10, 15 value proposition for retailers, fintech, telcos. It's unbelievable work that has been before. And not only that, there is I think per region, I think it's 40, 50 products that people can access directly on the portal. We have a sandbox with APIs, SDKs, landing pages. We have also the quoting, the selling, the claims. I think, honestly, no one in the insurance sectors have done that, so we are super excited, super pumped of this milestone, and kudos to the team, right? That's the first thing. We see the future amazing in terms of opportunities, right? I think that every company is going to try to, again, increase the trust that they offer to the market.
Absolutely.
Increase the value proposition. Everything is going to be enabled by platforms and ecosystems. Now is our day-to-day job. And insurance, right, is going to play a significant role around the world, right? Different realities in Asia Pacific, Latin America, Europe, Japan, or US, right? But at the end, that means it's just how can we help people, businesses, families, right? In the moment of need. How can we create those products and those experiences that really reduce the protection gap? And if something goes wrong, we can step in and a frictionless manner and help them to carry on in that moment. That's our vision. We are super excited about breaking out this glass ceilings and make something meaningful for millions of people around the world.
That is an awesome way to end. It's perfect. Enjoy the rest of the Singapore FinTech Festival. Keep the energy level high, and thank you again for doing this.
Thank you, Michael. It has been a pleasure.
Awesome.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. We're out. Was that okay?
It was
Conversation at 12th founder of Chocolate Finance and Single Life about how embedded finance makes your money work harder. At 1 p.m., we will speak with Sunita Kannan, the global lead of AI product strategy at Microsoft, about the new era of AI, from siloed functions to integrated systems. At 2 p.m., we will speak with Sanita Singh, regional head and managing director of Southeast Asia, India, and Greater China for Stripe, about the key to building a phygital experience. At 3 p.m., we will speak with Andy Tan, the Chief Commercial Officer at Atome, about transitioning through credit, Atome's approach to responsible borrowing. At 4 p.m., we will speak with Ian Ovenden, Head of Middle Market and Small Commercial at Chubb Asia Pacific, about envisioning the future, bridging the gaps in commercial insurance. Tomorrow, we'll be back for another full slate of really great conversations. Don't forget to follow Insurance for the New Possible on your favorite podcast platform and on YouTube to stay up to date on all of our amazing and informative content. See you back here soon for our next conversation. Hi, this is Michael Waits, and welcome back to Insurance for the New Possible, a Chubb conversation. We are joined by Marcos Gunn, Senior Vice President, Chubb Group, and Regional President for Latin America, and Eduardo de la Maggiora, founder and the CEO of Betterfly. How are you guys doing today?
Doing very well.
Doing good.
It's an exciting day. Anyway, before we get to the main part of our conversation, let's start with a bit of your backgrounds. And Eduardo, let's start with you.
Let's try to make a long story short. So, given that we're talking about insurance today, 25 years ago, my dad suffered a stroke.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I was in the back seat of the car when the accident happened, and at that moment, right, my life changed. Not only because I lost the person I love the most, but he did not have life insurance, and my family struggled economically for a long time. Yeah. Again, I thought I was going to say a long story short, but that led, for me going into engineering, then working in Wall Street, and 15 years later, my mom was diagnosed with leukemia. This time around, she did have insurance, which paid for her cancer treatment and saved her life. And I would say those are the seeds that planted, the founding of Betterfly years later, and what we're going to talk about today.
I love it.
Wow.
I love it.
my background and why I'm in insurance, very different to Eduardo. I was born to an insurance family.
Oh, wow.
My grandfather was an insurer and then a broker. He founded a broker in Argentina, of whom my uncle and then my dad joined. So literally, I think it's in my blood. And as I kind of I obviously grew up, went to college, and I wasn't too convinced that was going to be something for me.
Right. This is like a scene out of every movie.
Exactly. So everything you see this, you hear that, but it is, and so I was there. I was 50-50. So a little bit what I did is I asked my dad, hey, before I go in there and you guys kind of lock the door and throw the keys out, I decided to go for an intern in one of the better insurance companies in Buenos Aires. And I realized that there was a great opportunity, and a little bit what I saw there, when you're 22, it's okay. Is this an industry that thrives? Is it an industry where I can contribute? Am I going to be able to have a good life off it? And how about growth? A lot of it is I was always quite anxious to be able to grow as a professional, no?
Right.
And I saw that in the Argentinian insurance industry, I saw that opportunity. So here we are, almost 30 years later, way past what my expectation was in terms of my career.
And this is the reason why I always ask for introductions at the beginning, right? Because you can't separate who you are from what you do, I think, at the end of the day.
Yeah.
And whether it's an experience when you were super young or your family just being in the insurance business, it almost feels predetermined.
Yeah.
Anyway, when you look at the markets that you're addressing, what was the billion-dollar problem you were trying to solve that you saw, and how did you get to it, actually?
Sure. So the story of Betterfly starts 5 years ago, and the first thing that we set out to do very clear is, why am I building this company? Why do we exist? And our purpose is a very simple one. It's helping people live their best lives. As simple as that. And people ask us, or we ask ourselves, okay, what does it mean to live your best life?
Right.
We believe it has to do with three components. Number one, it's the daily habits, the small things you do every single day on a consistent basis, right? That's the number one. Number two, it's the people you spend the most time with, right? Your community. And number three, it's the impact you're creating in other people's lives, social impact, environmental impact. Then you combine those three, and we said, you know what, we're going to create a company that, helps people live their best lives under these three pillars. How are we going to do that?
Right.
We're going to create the leading benefits platform to change the world.
What's the intersection, though, between the benefits that people get and living their best life?
Yeah. So we said, what's the best way to help people live their best lives? And we realized there was, to your question, $1 billion opportunity to reach hundreds and eventually billions of people through the employee benefits they receive, right? And when we looked at the benefits space, okay, and particularly Latin America originally, right, we said, okay, let's go to employee benefits. Let's go to large corporations. 99.9% have some sort of life and health insurance and benefits. When we go to the SMEs, 3%, 2%, 1%.
They couldn't afford to do it on their own.
They couldn't afford to have them on their own. Technology, software, distribution models, right? Legacy distribution models. And we said, let's reach those underserved consumers, those underserved SMEs with a disruptive, different proposition and help them live their best life.
So what percentage of the economy is actually driven by SMEs? It may be different from country to country, but in Latin America as a whole.
So in Latin America, it's a really good question. Today, globally, we have 400 million SMEs. They account for roughly 50 to 60% of global GDP. In Latin America, it's close to 60%.
So and it's a little bit higher than the global average.
It's a little higher than the global average. It accounts for in Latin America, it's 95 to 96% of all businesses. In the US, in more developed markets, it's 88, 90%.
Right.
But it's the majority of people and businesses that exist today. And if you look any industry in the world, any industry from financial services, you do not have a 3% penetration anywhere, right? And we said, okay, let's reach them in a very different way. Let's see how we can do this. And well, we'll talk about this later in the podcast. But we said let's make this disruption with a very good and experienced partner in the insurance space.
So that's what I want to know is, from your perspective, how do you work together with a fast-growing entity?
It's a great challenge, and it's a lot of fun. It has to be fun.
But what has to change in your mindset, if anything, to be able to do that effectively, right?
Well, I think I'll take a step back. I think at Chubb, even though we're a traditional company, we are very execution oriented. We love thinking how to do things different, how we're always in action, always moving forward. So yeah, partnering with Eduardo and Butterfly's team was a great challenge and I would say a breath of fresh air. And it was from day one. Now we met. I'm not going to forget. Eduardo suddenly calls me one day and says, "Hey, I'm going to be in Miami. Let's meet up." And I said, "Yeah, I heard about you. With this, come in." And I would say from the first minute, we just connected. Same values, same principles, same way of wanting to impact the world. Right. And so there was a lot of commonality in that respect. And obviously, I think we both saw that with this. Together, we were going to be much stronger. No?
And sorry to interrupt, that's a super important point because culturally, right, we have a company that's 230 plus years, old, if you want to call it that way, and another one that's 4 or 5 at the moment. But for us, being culturally aligned, right, with our insurance partner was, at the top of the list, and later learned the same way. And that click was instant, and I think is the secret sauce behind what we do.
What are those cultural equivalencies? Right, where do things fit in? Because it's really important, like you said. 200 years old, 4 years old. It's like great grandpa and a baby.
Yeah,
go ahead.
Yeah. Look, number one, I think there's purpose. No, and a little bit. I know a little bit. I'll go talking about the why I'm here and why I'm in the insurance industry is because I do believe that the industry really has such an important social purpose. It's an industry which is there when the customers most need us. In a moment of crisis, in a moment of an accident.
Right. Most vulnerable, yeah.
So it is, and when I think about it, and the way that we engineer things now in Chubb, and the way we look at it going forward, and how all the digital disruption is a fact. It's not if it's going to happen.
It's not a maybe.
It is where we are today,
right?
And with that purpose in mind, and that really looking to be very transparent with our insureds, our customers, being able to delight them with service. And when you add a partner like Butterfly, that adds a real different value proposition in terms of purpose, through the foundations. And then you look at the wellness and you tie everything together. It really resound within the partnership.
So you've both said impact a few times. I want to talk to you about being a certified B Corporation.
Yeah.
Not just why it was so important to you, but why it's so important to the future of the way companies are going to get run at scale.
Yeah, so super good point. So when we founded the company 5 years ago, and we decided not only to be certified B Corp, but also incorporate ourselves as a PBC, a public benefit corporation.
What's the difference?
So the difference, certified B Corp is basically you get a certification for complying for certain ESG, requirements, and it's a certification. Incorporating yourself legally as a PVC, you have that ingrained in your legal structure, in your fiduciary duty. So at Butterfly, we have a fiduciary duty to have a social and environmental return, same level of the financial return. And look, 5 years ago when I made the decision, I come from finance, JP Morgan, right? And I was like, don't do that, because no one's going to put a dime in the company. It's going to, and to your question, our decision to put purpose and social and environmental impact at everything we do is the secret behind our success and our growth. Because what happens when you are doing something for other reasons, right, than just the financial ones, you attract a different type of talent of company. You wake up in the morning energized, right, in a different way, with purpose, and you have significantly more resilience that you would have without, that purpose.
Yeah, absolutely. Because we're not just doing this for the money. So when the money goes away, what do we do? We're doing this for the purpose. The purpose is still there.
Is the reason. The money still has to be there and the financial returns, but it has to be an outcome, not the driver, right?
Right.
And that, as you can tell, right, the passion that I talk about Butterfly, the insurance industry and everything we do is aligned because of that, right? And that makes the financial returns and the growth even, and it's a virtuous circle.
It's an ecosystem.
It's an ecosystem where, I think we talk about COVID and the digital disruption. What happened with COVID when we had 8 billion people faced with the fragility of life? We all went to our center and said, life is fragile, and this can change. Why am I here today? What is the reason, and I have to be doing something that is beyond my personal gain to have a fulfilling life.
Go ahead.
And I'll go, and I just want to remark what I just mentioned. No, it's in that ecosystem with purpose. No, so where one has clients that have purpose,
right,
there's an alignment. When you have suppliers, when you have with our own employees, or including the leadership, and we generate a culture around it. Just things, you take things to a different level, and you take it in a much more impactful way, but also in a faster way and in a better way. And I'm always want to say that it is you got to do something that you love.
Yeah.
And if you do it, you're going to do it much better. If you do it with the people with whom you share those common values,
right,
and you generate again, you really expand that ecosystem as you go through your career. And in this case, obviously, I'm talking about the partnership of Betterfly with Chubb. That's resonating. That is generating something which, for me, is very, very different to what we're seeing, especially in the Latin American insurance industry.
Yeah, and let me maybe add something really short to that, but it's something that I've learned throughout the years. To your question of,
go for it.
When you have a strong purpose, right? Your partners, even your competitors, want you to win and to thrive, right? And that. You have this tailwind, this invisible tailwind, okay, that is making you grow faster because, everyone wants, we're here in an InsurTech conference, right? We were in Miami. I've met with insurers that are not our partners, and they're like, look, hats off for choosing Chubb. We want you guys to thrive and to win because you know what your ultimate goal is. And that is an invisible force that is extremely powerful. And
so I think there's a secular change taking place in the way corporations are being built, right? And the way they're reacting. And we talked about this yesterday a little bit too. We can go to late stage capitalism, what the impact of this is. But the real question is, do you think that there is a secular change taking place so that you end up being, and this partnership ends up being kind of a benchmark, right? Or a role model for people to look at and think, that's a PBC, this is an incumbent, but they're working together for this purpose. Do you think people will look at that and think we need to do that too?
100%. And I hope they do. Last month we actually announced in the New York Stock Exchange, right, the financial center of the world, that we became the first company globally, not only to give charitable donations to foundations, but our own equity, shareholders' equity, we started to distribute it to foundations. Why did we do that in such a public and visible way? Because we want other companies to copy what we're doing, right? And we want to, look at us. And one of the reasons I want Betterfly, to win, to become not only, Latin America's largest InsurTech company, but Latin America's largest company, period.
Per se.
Is because if we prove that, we can prove that putting purpose at the center, right, can create a huge company and create a big disruption. And that's the mission, right, that has me, waking up every night, every morning, and, having me enjoying the journey. Right. But I do believe, to your question, there's a huge secular change happening.
It is.
And I hope, and I think everyone's taking note of this. And we're going to talk about employee benefits, and when you deliver and we partner up and we go with a solution that also helps companies make that change, it's something very unique and very different.
See, and look, I agree with everything that Eduardo says, and specifically on that change. Joining forces, as Eduardo said, Chubb, 230 years plus company, working with a 5-year-old company, which comes with all the dynamism, the energy, the innovation, the creativity. But again, it's insurance keeps on being a business of risk, of balance sheet, okay, and yes, talent, culture, technology. But when we can really join forces, I think that's something that it's the big message which still hasn't come out that clearly, possibly.
What's that?
The joining forces of, let's say, an incumbent, if you want to call it that, with the new digital, fully digital enabled companies. And as we hear, we're in the InsurTech Connect, okay? And if we start seeing the environment and who's here and who's connecting with who, we're seeing that it's really let's say, no, the traditional world coming on board with the future of the world. And it's not one or the other. It's both together.
Right.
How do we get to those customers who already purchases insurance, have a better journey, a better service at the moment of truth? For those who don't buy insurance, how do we get them with a value proposition that they can, number one, afford? And we can give them at the end of that level of protection and additional services, which in the past they couldn't buy. And that's the magic. No, how do we really? No, we go for the 97% of the cake that doesn't purchase insurance, and we're just not only competing against our incumbent competitors in the industry. We want to really drive insurance penetration up.
So if financial inclusion is really important in the region, right? How about financial literacy? And how do you address that?
100%. It's both, right? So
you can't be included unless you understand.
Exactly. And there's two ways about that. And that's, I would say, one of the top 3 reasons we went B2B instead of going direct to consumer, right? We said, okay, let's go through the employers, right? And, through them, which will make, the share of mind, if you will, when you're working at a company and you receive an app or, financial literacy is much different than if I go through Google, right? Or you're competing with Instagram or TikTok. Sure. So financial literacy is important, right? One of the things we have in our platform at Betterfly is that we reward good habits, right? With charitable donations, no cost life insurance and personal rewards. And one of those good habits is, reading a 30-second video, about, how to save, how to invest, why financial protection. And we gamify, right? These things How
do you gamify it?
So we have I could be talking a couple of hours around that, but we basically rewards positive behaviors, right? And we, again, walking, exercising, saving, investing, reading, about how to save, invest, and way through. And we give you these better coins, which you can use to, plant a tree, feed a child, provide clean water. We reward you with a coverage, a no-cost coverage, and we reward you with points which you can redeem for an Amazon gift card.
What's the uptake there? The
uptake is crazy. I mean, we have over 80% engagement in companies and
that are using those rewards.
Using those rewards in the app and the financial literacy, the integrations. We have 840 touch points per year for each user.
Per person.
If you take social media out of the equation, we're probably the most engaging app out there.
So that's on your own app?
On our own app.
Got it.
So 20 people in average, because we have heavy users, but the average user gets into the app 20 times per month.
And that's a big opportunity.
Can you talk a little bit more? We talked about this at the beginning, about the abstraction of services away from existing companies.
Yeah.
Because they can't provide it to themselves at scale. But if you take it out and then provide it to them on a month-by-month or on a SaaS basis, they can then start to afford it in a way that's better. How does that work, and how do they help?
So our approach is, I would say, is pretty unique in that regard. And in the last year or so, the insurance community has started to appreciate what we did differently. Because initially we said 2 or 3 things that were out of the box, right? And all my friends today, publicly traded insurtech companies, I had these discussions. I don't want to name names. I told them, look, guys, there's no way, to make a disruption if you're going to compete in underwriting and product and distribution, everything together. The way to disrupt this industry is to partner up with incumbents. I got to close doors on all of them. It was like, no, we have to disrupt everything. So what we did differently, then we went to the insurtech incumbents. And most of them, or all of them, which were not carriers, they were doing? They were distributing digitally. Right. So they would put services, group them up.
Right.
Where we went different, we said, no, we have to go a step further. And what we have to do is unbundle, the risk from a carrier partner app and bundle it up back again with new risk rewards frameworks, that are literally embedded in our software. So every time you walk, you get a coverage. You go on your bike ride, you come back, you integrate Strava. Are you interested in a bike coverage? And literally, unbundling the coverage, bundling back, and distributing a software platform to fit individual needs.
Go ahead.
Yeah, and
I want to address this in a second.
With this, what we see in Betterfly's value proposition is that through that engagement, we're going to be able to offer those customers, the right level of the right products at the right moment at the right time. And that's at the end of the day, the way that we look at the engagement side, which means retention. No, we don't want customers that are just going to buy a product not to use and then leave a few months later or a year later. At the end of the day, for us, now especially in Chubb, is how do we build a relationship? All right, and let's be frank. Usually, when no one wakes up in the morning saying, "Great, I'm gonna renew my auto policy today," and I got to pay for it, and then probably and hopefully nothing happens for a year, and off you go again, waking up and saying, "Oh, I got to renew my auto policy again," and I didn't use it, but I have got to. So for us, at the end of the day, it is looking at it as Chubb is okay. How do I build a relationship which is different to the process? All right, and how do we think about that with that tangibility of the product? So when you add the protection, and the service that we can provide from a protection perspective, and embed it, together with Betterfly in this case, around that value proposition to the customer, I think that's where there's a lot of magic to it.
And we said, let's make distribution, as Marco says, super easy, and let's not tie up our customers. So when we went out with the product, we said, let's subscription, just like Netflix, like Spotify. If you don't use Betterfly after a month, you don't want it, cancel it. No cancellation fees, no onboarding fees.
But what are they subscribing to, though?
To all-in-one benefits, so insurance, rewards, and well-being.
And are they incentivized to do this from their companies? Yeah?
Exactly, through their companies. And companies pay anywhere from...
pay for it, yeah.
Exactly. And it's a very affordable, $4-5. That's how it starts in Latin America. In the US, it's probably going to start a little bit higher. But in Latin America, it's $4-5. No questions, no medical questions. So again, like Netflix or Spotify, we have a life insurance coverage that not only grows with good habits, but doesn't ask medical questions. And listen
so how do you do that, though?
Listen to this. I'm bundling it up. When we launched this 3 years ago, many insurance, and this is not the case of Chubb, but many insurance were telling, there's no way you're not going to ask if you smoke or not. Exactly. Right? But look at the results 3 years later. Right. We have half the loss ratios, or 2x better loss ratios, not asking medical questions, and bundling insurance in software products. Because guess what? Companies are buying this not only for insurance, they're buying it because they want to give, meal vouchers. They want to give wellness solutions to their employees. But guess what? They're getting insurance at the same time. And
at the core is the wellness part.
Exactly.
Okay, and if we're talking about the life insurance, someone who's going to be taking care of themselves, eating healthy, doing exercise, obviously that's the type of customer that one wants to have, no? Right. And if that customer also is engaged on the purpose side, you kind of tick the 3 boxes.
Exactly. And at the end of the day, that's that. As Marco says, we want to help those employees live their best lives. Insurance is a piece of it, right? But not a dormant piece. So as I mentioned earlier, we're turning a product that, reimagining insurance from a product that, is sold to a product that is bought, right? Right. And very, very aggressively bought, if I may say.
Very aggressively bought. Yeah, exactly. How do you integrate, though, with all these other companies? You mentioned Strava in passing. Like, everybody would know what that is, right? But there are plenty of people who don't know what Strava is. So how do you integrate with all of those things? So it's almost like the if this, then that thing, right? There are all these services embedded on the backside, but if you connect them, yeah?
Yeah. So we said one of these big bets that we made, 3-4 years back, we saw, the amount of, digital services that, Strava, which is a fitness app, or, meditations app. 2,000, 3,000 apps per month. We said, you know what? We're not going to compete in building a meditation or a fitness app. What we're going to do...
you rebuild Calm.
Exactly. Let's build an infrastructure that, can seamlessly integrate to whatever you're using. If you use Strava, which is for bikers, if you use Nike Run, which is for runners, if you meditate with Headspace or with Calm, we'll integrate with that. And we want you to use that. But guess what? That's going to have embedded the social impact, the insurance piece, and also the rewards piece, right, in a very unique way. So it's integrations, and we have a very, I would say, end-to-end API and also integration system.
Go ahead.
And let's say, and obviously from a risk perspective, the way we integrate with Betterfly, and the way we work on that analytics to be able to offer the different products makes it incredibly powerful. So there's a value in the integration, there's a value in the data, and at the end of the day, it comes to that differentiated value proposition that we can put together.
Yeah, I mean, if I back up and look at this, I was making some notes earlier, right? I called it a FinSureTech, right? Because it's kind of a fintech as well, and I want to talk about this opportunity as well. But there's also a health tech aspect to this and an HR tech aspect to this, right?
Yeah.
I want to get back to the fintech thing in a second, but just at a higher level, how do you as a fast-growing company basically run 3 kind of separate companies in one? 'Cause that's really what it is, right?
Yeah. So
it's three separate tracks that are connected. I understand.
It's connected, and it's understanding. So I would say, as I mentioned, we launched the company 3 years ago. We went through an explosive period of growth, right, in the last 2 years.
Right.
And at the end of the day, what we're doing is that we're integrating the worlds of insurance, okay, reward and well-being, right? And I mentioned insurance and non-financial services because that's where we decided to go very, very deep. And even though we integrate with savings and investment apps,
you have to be able to.
Those are integrations.
Right.
It's not our own tech stack, and where we go very, very deep. So if we go to a company and they pay the $5 subscription, they will have a savings and investment app. They will have insurance. But the insurance piece is the one we go very, very, very deep in terms of team, in terms of technology, in terms of underwriting, in terms of everything behind that, because we believe that's the opportunity to make a very, very big change. And it's the product that actually people don't use, right? And so it's a product, and it's underpenetrated. Again, the 97%. So that's the difference why we are called a fintech, an insurtech, a wealth tech, right? At the end of the day, we're a technology tool to help and empower people to live their best lives with a very strong insurance component that, is distributed in a very different way.
Tell me if I'm wrong, but it feels more like you're building a platform company.
I know, it's a platform company without a doubt. Without a doubt. And
that's why it can't be categorized.
It can't. We're a platform company, and we have applications, that can be extrapolated from the same tech stack. So I mentioned, our core segment, the SMEs, employees of SMEs, but we also, grab certain parts of that platform, and we go, to sponsors together with Chubb to their end clients, right? And we have the customer benefit solutions that, would replace the traditional assistance, right? And again, we don't have to reinvent another platform. It's the same. We just take different modules, we pack them up, we go together to our clients, and instead of selling this to the HR manager, we sit down with the CEO of the bank assurance client or whoever is the end. Now in Chile, we're launching universities. Universities are going crazy, and it's another channel that, again, as a platform company, it allows us to.
And I would say from a Chubb perspective, it's if the Bearfly is a platform company, what does that mean for us?
Right.
Okay. So, and again, I kind of mentioned it earlier on, and when we kicked off the ITC, it was all right. What does this mean for our corporate customers? And you go from the large multinationals all the way to the SMEs. What does it mean for the end customers, the consumers? And at the end of the day, the capability that we need to build is around how do we integrate with a platform like Betterfly? What's the value added there?
Every time you integrate more, and every time they add more services, it also gives Chubb access to all of the other things that you didn't have access to before as well.
Exactly.
We know how much behavioral data, social media, the full 360, and the partnership allows us to.
Again, it allows also to start developing products which are very new to the insurance industry.
Right.
So a couple of weeks ago, we learned, and we'll talk about the usage-based insurance, but a couple of weeks ago, we learned that our users really wanted an AirPod, insurance product that I would have never thought of that.
What does that mean to insure their AirPods?
Yeah, exactly. They're losing them a lot, right? And why not, right? And again, we went to our bikers and we asked them about a bike coverage that would you be willing to pay this, that? And the way we approach products and, software development and of course insurance products is not, in a lab deciding on market research. It's actually testing it with our users and
you learn
those feedback.
You hear, you got users that are within the app, as Eduardo was saying, over 800 times a year, and you can see what they're doing, what they're interested in, what do they spend their better coins, spend in a good way, because basically what they're doing is
can you change the way you deliver benefits to them if they're interacting with the app 800 times a year? So much more about them, and remember, none of it is posing, so it's not like what they do on Instagram, it's not like what they do on TikTok. It's for sure. Like, this is what they really think.
It's their daily habits. Yeah. It's what they want to do, what they love to do.
So then can you build really personalized products there, both in the insurance space, but also in the fintech space if you need to?
Really personalized. I mean, we have the possibilities to, because again, not even the social media platforms with the, TikTok, and we've heard it, like with all the information they have.
But they have different information.
It's completely different information. And when you put purpose at the center, listen to this. People are willing to give you more information because they know our ultimate goal and why we're doing this, right? Yeah. And when you charge a subscription, and you're not monetizing on advertisement here or there, right. The user knows, you're aligned to what they want to do, right? Sure. And the results speak by themselves. I mean, people.
But I can interact with two companies, whatever they are, company A and company B, and I'd be happy to give company B all of my data because I trust what they're going to do with it and the reason why they're asking for it. Whereas company A might say, No way.
I don't know what's happening there exactly. And we have a pretty clear motto of, data science with a social conscious, which at the end of the day, we want to use this to hopefully provide, like if you go to universities, of course, your life insurance is going to be significantly cheaper but I need to know that because your risk is different than someone who's 60 years old.
Right,
and it allows us, I would say, and we're having this podcast, and I think this is the first time we talk about. We're entering a period in where velocity and is going to be, and the ability to ship products, and the infrastructure we've built in the last 4 or 5 years is going to be similar to nothing we've seen in our lifetime.
So what drives that velocity?
That philosophy is AI.
The velocity.
The velocity is AI mainly.
So
okay,
that's what I wanted to ask you.
AI without a doubt, right? And companies like us that have this data mode, right? That you have now we're we have the ability to do things that we did not do before. But there's an additional component in this partnership and what we're doing with Chubb.
Go ahead.
Is that in the insurance space, you can have all the software, all the technology. If you're not partnering, with the incumbent, with the one that has, you cannot move at the speed of light like you would by yourself. And let me put an example on, the product we just launched together. Dynamic insurance, which was a very disruptive product 3-4 years ago, no cost life insurance with good habit. It took us roughly 2 years to build. Okay, 2 years to build. 2 months ago, we sat down with Marcos, okay, here in Chubb, Miami, and I told him, look, we're going to do this because of the insights of clients, blah, 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 and we're going to launch it by, in the next month and a half, 2 months. And
today,
which is today. And he was like, I saw his face. He was like, yes, but then he went to the team and told, okay, stop this guy.
Got to call his family.
And listen to this.
No.
We launched.
I said yes, but I was like, I just said yes.
I just said yes.
That happened.
And look, today, we launched and we got to this, 2 months. It took probably a more complex product than the one it took us 2 years. And that's a mix, about our software, our teams, but also the partnership we had.
But I was going to say, how does it change the way you think now about the speed with which you can deliver a new product? Because you've just had to do it.
It's all about, but that's the real transformation. That's the real, let's say, challenge and fun. All right. So as soon as we said, okay, 2 months, okay, who's going to be the team? We're not going to work in terms that we're going to make a referral. No, we got to work in agile. We're going to go in parallel underwriters, claims, legal, compliance. We have it. You just cannot build a value of an insurance product if you don't have everywhere and everything aligned.
All of those pieces. Yeah.
So it wasn't just like, let's get the underwriters to work together. No. Everyone had to be.
And this was not digital distribution. This is a product. It's a usage-based insurance product, which we can talk about, in another podcast. But it's, we said, look,
UBI for what?
Yeah, just a high level. We said, what? Let's if we want to reach these underserved SMEs, right? What they crave is supplemental health insurance, right? Which again, in Latin America and most in the world is only accessible to big corporations because they have good prices, right? Let's get there with a different value proposition, because these SMEs, we've learned, they think that the big ones have the privileges, but if they get group health insurance or supplemental health, the price is going to be too high. The incentives are not going to be aligned. So we said, what?
No, there's no real for the incumbents getting to those SMEs for that kind of product is just almost financially inviable.
Inviable, right? So we said, how do we get to them? Let's create a product, okay, that aligns incentives of the insurance company and the players, right? A better flight with the end. And let's do a no claims, no pay product. You're only going to pay if you use the coverage, right? As disruptive.
And how about the claim? How does the claim work?
The claim, we said, let's bring back insurance to its original origins, right? And let's say, okay, you know what? The claims that we have in once there's claims, right? We're going to divide it among all the policyholders 1 month after, and then we're going to charge, a fee based on the actual claims, okay? If you throw big numbers into this, probably the underwriting, the premium is going to be more or less the same. But you start grouping SMEs of 50 people, 100 people, 500 employees, 300 employees, and you make a more transparent model, right? And again, with all the complexities, this took us 45 days, and I want to take the opportunity not only to congratulate the Chubb Latin America team, because hats off. When I got out of the meeting, I was like, okay, I told them 2 months. Let's see if they're capable of delivering, because this is
something I hear now.
No. Because it was really, and that for me, this is going to, again, it's a mix of our partnership, but it's also AI and technology. And in the next 12 to 24 months, we're going to see, not only in the insurance space, but everywhere around, right? An acceleration that I shared a stat this morning. From 1980 to 2020, there were 500 million digital products released. COVID hit.
Right.
And the same 500 million from 20 to 2023. In the next 7 months, we're going to have 1 billion digital products released, which is the same number that the last 43 years. So if that figure doesn't say a lot of what's going to happen.
That talks about the speed. That talks about the commitment to be able to operate in a different way.
Exactly. And here, because it's a perfect mix. Why? Because we have the agility and the speed of a startup, but we're working together with one of the largest insurance companies in the world, and we're unstoppable with that. And that I think is the combo that, you know, whoever's going to disrupt this sector needs to have.
And that is the perfect way to end. Marcos Gunn, Senior Vice President, Chubb Group and Regional President for Latin America, and Eduardo Della Maggiora, the founder and CEO at Betterfly. Thank you for doing that.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mike.
Awesome.
Pleasure.
Hi, my name is Michael Waits. Thank you for joining us for this very special edition of Insurance for the New Possible. We are broadcasting live from the Chubb Insurance booth at the Singapore Fintech Festival, the largest fintech festival in the world and a knowledge platform for the global fintech community. We could not be more excited to be here. Before we speak with our next guest, just a few quick programming notes. At 1 p.m., we will speak with Sunita Kannan, the global lead of AI product strategy at Microsoft, about the new era of AI, from siloed functions to integrated systems. At 2 p.m., we will speak with Sanita Singh, regional head and managing director of Southeast Asia, India, and Greater China for Stripe, about the key to building a phygital experience. At 3 p.m., we will speak with Andy Tan, the chief commercial officer at Atome, about transitioning through credit, Atome's approach to responsible borrowing. At 4 p.m., we will speak with Ian Ovenden, head of middle market and small commercial at Chubb Asia Pacific, about envisioning the future, bridging the gaps in commercial insurance. Tomorrow we'll be back for another full slate of really great conversations. Don't forget to follow Insurance for the New Possible on your favorite podcast platform and on YouTube to stay up to date on all of our amazing and informative content. Now let's welcome Walter de Oda, a founder of Chocolate Finance and Sing Life, with whom we will discuss how embedded finance makes your money work harder.
Walter, it is truly great to see you. You know, we were talking before we went live. It's amazing here.
It is, isn't it?
It feels like there are 60,000 people here, doesn't it?
I think there really are 60,000
I think there might be, right? That's what it feels like. I want to ask you a quick question beforehand, before we
Sure.
get going. Why chocolate?
Well, chocolate. Everybody loves chocolate.
Yeah,
Chocolate makes you happy.
it does.
And we want you to be happy about your money.
That's exactly what I thought. Go ahead.
That's all it is, right? So chocolate is designed to really give people a better return on their spare cash, give them access to it whenever they need to, and just make money work a little harder.
You know, I want to talk a little bit about customer engagement because I
Sure.
think it's really important. But I want to understand from your perspective what that really means. Like, what do you mean when you talk about customer engagement, and why is it so important for you?
Well, we're all human beings and individuals in our own way. We all like what we like. We all don't like what we don't like. And in customer engagement, it's always the key to try and figure out how do you get to the customer on the things that they like and the things that they need, and provide solutions that are specific to what they're looking for.
So can I ask you this, though? How do you personalize it, or can you personalize it? And is there, I have to ask this, right? Is there an artificial intelligence aspect to this? Do you think about that at all? Because I like white chocolate, and sometimes I like it with almonds, right? But you may not.
But I think it's much more fundamental than that.
Tell me.
I think human beings have got a fundamental need to make their finances work better.
Yeah.
We've all got money in a bank account. Most of us are not earning particularly good interest on it. And we're all looking at it and saying, I wish it could do a bit more. I wish I was optimizing it. And so we can kind of blend that underlying fundamental customer need around cash and cash enhancement with a fun, engaging proposition, which is simple, easy to execute, straightforward, and in your pocket and instant. Then I think you've got a really strong recipe for success.
Talk to me about the fun part.
The fun part?
Yeah.
Well, fun is everything,
Besides
right?
earning the money, but talk to me about the fun
Well,
part.
in the old days, your financial services were really
Stodgy.
boring, right? So
I did it for 20 years. It almost destroyed my soul, but go ahead.
Exactly. Most financial brands are something bank, and most of them are not really exciting brands.
Not
and
really.
Most bank names are just names that have been there for a million years. So how
Right.
do you kind of take the fundamentals of what financial services is designed to do, which is enhanced returns and better wealth management and all those things, and present it in a way which people say, hey, that's cool. Hey, I like to be part of that. Let me whip out this thing which I like talking about, and
Right.
it's just cool. And I'd rather be putting my money in a cool place that's actually doing a good job for me than just following the old norms.
One of the things you did when you were at Sing Life was you introduced this account, right, where people had their excess cash and they earned a fixed return. And you're kind of doing the same thing now. Why is that particular thing so important to you?
Well, when I was at Sing Life, we took a view that the best way to engage with a customer is in his cash. The holy grail for insurance companies is customer engagement. How do you talk to your customers more regularly? How do you get where they're at?
Right.
And the truth was that customers are at where their money's at. And if you can get closer to their money, you have a much better opportunity to engage for further financial services. So what we did was we said, why should it be that the domain for cash is only in the certain segments of the financial services ecosystem? Why is it that only banks can help you with your cash?
Right.
So we built a product at Singlife. We called it the Singlife account. It was an insurance contract. You could put money in any time, take money out any time. We gave you a crediting rate on top of that. We put a debit card on it so that you could spend it in instant access. And we can give you a better returns because an insurance company is not restricted by the same asset management structures that traditional cash management solutions are ascribed to.
Yeah.
But more importantly than that, that engagement with customers around their cash led to further conversations. How can we then embed further financial access into wealth stories or health stories or general insurance stories, all led by this engagement that customers have with their cash and cash accounts? Yeah.
So health stories and wealth stories. And can you talk to me, can you feed that back into this engagement thing? I just want to say this. I really appreciate this idea of engagement, and I'll tell you why. I think it was you who said to me quite a while ago that banks actually interact with their customers every single day. Whether you're going to an ATM, depositing money in the bank account, checking your account, buying things, seeing if you still have enough cash. But insurance companies traditionally have engaged with their customers once a quarter, once a half a year, once a year. Was that part of the idea too, is to just get them more interacting with that account so that then you can do that thing?
Totally. Most insurance companies engage with their customers in bad circumstances.
Well, when they're vulnerable.
Please pay your premium, or I'll talk to you when you have a claim, or
fair enough.
Is something to that extent. So if you can get to a happier way of engaging, rather than just send you a nice email on your birthday, if you can engage in a better way, you can talk to them more regularly and sell them more stuff.
So I never had a Singlife account because I didn't live in Singapore.
Sorry about that.
No, it's my fault. But I'm curious about this because I think about this engagement too. You see what I do. I think it's super important to be in conversations with people. I think it's the only way to keep them engaged, or the best way. Was there a way to then tell people, you've just deposited this, your balance is now this, like on an active basis, send them an SMS or a message and just say, and your interest for this month was this, you are this close to your next goal, you may be able to afford that house or that car or that boat that you wanted, kind of thing?
Totally. Everything is instant, right? So if you have if you had a Singlife account, or if you're lucky enough to have a chocolate account, then you get your money is all instant. So it's instantly reflected when it comes in, it instantly comes out when you need it.
Right.
It's a new way to think about cash management, which is using the existing regulatory regime to optimize the way people can enhance their cash returns.
I love it. So you use the word embedded kind of in passing, but I don't think we can't talk about it. I don't know if that sentence made sense. We have to talk about it. Talk to me about embedded finance and some contextual examples.
So in the chocolate example, our job is through financial advisors to give access to a cash-like account, which is generating better returns. That relationship with the financial advisor then gives you access to advice when you need it, so that you can expand out on your broader wealth opportunities.
Right.
But through the app, and because you get this constant engagement with the customer, there's an ability to bring those customers into embedded opportunities, whether they be in wealth management or insurance or whatever else, because they're coming to look after their cash. And that cash is useful in broader financial services. So the embeddedness of these other opportunities in the cash relationship is where you want to be.
Do you ever think about what we call like a phygital experience? Do you know what I mean? Like combining that physical experience with a digital experience as well, so that people can have face-to-face interactions as well as sort of that digitally transformative interaction as well?
Yeah, I think the world, post-COVID, the need for physical is diluted. I mean, banks are closing branches because nobody really goes into them very much anymore.
Right.
You can do pretty much anything you want to do on your banking app, or otherwise money is fungible and can move anywhere. So that digital, that physical aspect is not really a thing that's going to be meaningful to customers. That said, when somebody wants to actually physically talk to someone, there's a phone call, there's a video, there's a WhatsApp, there's a digital way to a physical engagement.
Which is fair, right? Which is fair. We were having a conversation earlier where 60% of people want to have a specific product, but only 40% of them want to have it digitally. And do you find that some of that stuff is different in Asia than it is in the Western world?
I don't think so. I think
That's
everybody
an interesting answer. Sorry, go ahead.
is fundamentally attuned to instant everything, right? Which means you don't want to go and physically talk or move out of home. Everything needs to be right here, right now, in front of you, on your app. You like something, you buy it, and you want it now. And the same thing applies to stuff you buy on Amazon and stuff you buy in the financial services industry.
Fair enough. Talk to me about exactly how embedded finance makes your money work harder.
Well, the first thing
Because I love the fact that you say this. Go ahead.
The first thing is to get your money in one place where it's actually working in a good way. And we use an asset management license as Chocolate to deliver. Your money goes into an account which is actually backed by fixed income securities to deliver you the higher returns that you want.
So you take that money into an account and then you have what, like a short-term money market fund?
It's a bit longer than that because consumer behavior is actually a bit longer term and stickier.
Okay.
Think about it. If you have two accounts, one's got low interest and one's got high interest, which money do you spend first? You spend the low interest one first, right?
Sure,
so the higher the interest is, the more sticky the money is. And the more sticky the money is, the more aggressively you can invest it for the customer's benefit. But because the money's there and visible and tangible and instant, you're checking on it all the time, which gives you the ability to embed other more wholesome, holistic propositions around that. So whether that will be insurance enhancements or further investing enhancements or rewards or spending, if you can get where the customer is and embed your product and services where they are, you're in a good place.
So I don't know if you know this, but I used to trade U.S. government bonds. So this may be a slightly esoteric, but like the settlement time for trading a government bond was T+2 or T+3. I can't remember. It was a while ago. How do you give people the ability to come into their cash, come out of their cash, and still manage those returns that are really important to you, but also really important to your clients as well from an embedded finance perspective?
Well, money in and money out instantly is the critical key to managing cash successfully.
Really is.
So there's some technological mechanisms behind that makes it all work. But it's basically just getting access to a set of underlying fixed income investment grade corporate debt, which is 2 to 3 years in duration, which makes for that enhanced return and ease of access.
Does it surprise people? Because I can easily understand this conversation, right? But if you go mass market and get people to do this embedded thing, have access to their cash, and talk about the difference between like corporate bonds and government bonds, is there an educational process that you have to go through too with your wealth management people, but also with their clients to tell them why you can offer 4% or 4.5% or whatever interest rate?
Absolutely. It's a different product. It's not a bank. There's no SDIC protection.
It's not a CD.
There's no bank regulation. This is an asset management solution. And that comes with all sorts of risks that an asset management solution has.
Right.
And those are investing in underlying bonds. We're not investing in crypto or anything crazy. No. This is investment grade, proper, fundamental, underlying stuff in small amounts. Nobody's going to put all their money into a Chocolate account, and I wouldn't recommend you to.
Right.
But it's some of your money to look for that slightly bit of enhancement with advice from a financial advisor if you need it, is a great proposition.
It's interesting to me, right, because there's a lot of talk about yield enhancement, particularly over the previous 5 years and almost 10 years, right, where interest rates were fundamentally at zero globally. But all this talk about enhancement created a whole much more risk as well. And what you're saying is in this situation, that's not actually the case. And that's kind of cool for me. I want to ask you this too. How would you categorize where we are in the sort of development of embedded finance as a thing? Is it early? Is it medium? Is it late stage? Where do you think we are?
I think it's medium stage. I think the technologies have afforded us the ability to plug anything into anything, right? So,
it's kind of cool.
And that's gotten better and better as time gone by. And it's not just the taking a platform and a service and putting them together.
Right.
It's actually sometimes putting an intermediary in between the platform and the service so that you can have multiple platforms and multiple services all integrated via one core embedding activity. So that's going to continue to evolve. You see where some of the valuations on startups is going, it's actually in that middle integration space.
Yeah. We spent a lot of time over the years actually talking about money, finance, insurance and stuff like that. What is it about this that makes you so passionate about it? Because I can feel it in the way you talk about it.
Man, I've got some cash and I'm pissed off that I don't get any decent returns on it, right? So enough. If I can solve a problem for myself, I'm sure there's lots of other people that have the same need. And all I'm trying to do is make money work harder.
Yeah, I want to ask you this too. What excites you about building things from scratch?
Oh, I love it. The problem-solving aspect, building houses out of Lego bricks, the making something out of nothing. That is probably the most satisfying job anybody can do. And the problem-solving aspect and solving for these solutions, it's like a drug, right? You kind of chase this idea of how can I make this better, smarter, faster, more accessible.
Do you feel like, and this is a hard concept for me to explain, but do you feel like sometimes you can see a future that you want and you're trying to build into that future. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So you can see it. So you know kind of, I want to get on this road, and maybe it's a winding road, but I know kind of where I'm going. Where the target doesn't change much, but maybe the path changes.
That's absolutely right, and that's the story for every successful startup. You know where you're going, but what happens is you don't know all the rocks in the road on the way to get there, and the trick is how do you navigate all that stuff to arbitrage or circumvent or redesign to get to that end goal.
And just refresh my memory, did you have a long corporate career before you started building stuff on your own?
I did. I was an actuary by training. I was with Swiss Re. I ran HSBC's insurance businesses for a number of years. I was the CEO here in Singapore. I was on the board of their asset management businesses. I was on the exco of the bank doing all that corporate-y stuff. But while I like all that and I was quite good at it, nothing beats the rush in building something that you can really own yourself.
Right. I mean, I wanted to make this point that conceiving something that nobody else has conceived yet and actually bring it to fruition is really exhilarating.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. And that's why I love doing it as well. Walter, I really want to thank you for sitting down and doing this. I really appreciate this. We've got to get you back on the show again.
No problem.
Awesome.
Always good to chat, Mike. Good to see you.
Thank you so much.
See ya. Cheers.
Conversation of global lead of AI product strategy at Microsoft about the new era of AI, from siloed functions to integrated systems. At 2 p.m., we will speak with Sanita Singh, Regional Head and Managing Director of Southeast Asia, India, and Greater China for Stripe, about the key to building a phygital experience. At 3 p.m., we will speak with Andy Tan, the Chief Commercial Officer at Atome, about transitioning through credit, Atome's approach to responsible borrowing. At 4 p.m., we will speak with Ian Ovenden, Head of Middle Market and Small Commercial at Chubb Asia Pacific, about envisioning the future, bridging the gaps in commercial insurance. Tomorrow we'll be back for another full slate of really great conversations. Don't forget to follow Insurance for the New Possible on your favorite podcast platform and on YouTube to stay up to date on all of our amazing and informative content. See you back here soon for our next conversation.
Well, if I think about a claims experience, I think I need to bear in mind the emotions that a client and a customer is going through, right? And what it comes to mind is anxiety. I don't know what's going to happen. There's this amount of steps I need to go through. I don't know which are they. So in order to tackle that, we need to bring in transparent communication. They need to be able to understand what's going on, get frequent claim status, and then through that, managing their anxiety. They're going through a tough process, right? Claims in general, they go through because they had an issue, they had a problem with their card, maybe even someone passed in their family. So definitely that's one of the pieces, transparent communication. And then after that, of course, and a very, very efficient settlement process. Well, I think resiliency, which basically I define as learning to see failure as an opportunity to grow. Trying to find and to drive business transformation within a large organization requires to see challenge not as an issue, but as a new opportunity to create solutions. I think without resiliency, Chubb had never dared to create insurance for the new possible.
It's time for insurance because it's so simple, just a click and make it together with the purchasers and get it straight through, and the whole ecosystem is so simple. The habits of how we put things first, put an end in the game, and seek understand to be understood, then to be understood, that create an impactful to our personal growth in terms of career. The books that I read is The 7 Habits of Highly Effective People by Stephen Conway.
I believe not to underestimate the value of dumb questions. Sometimes because they are really dumb, but it forces people to think differently and to question things that they also thought they knew the answer. So I believe that asking the right questions, and sometimes questions that seem dumb, can actually open up a lot of innovation opportunities. Definitely copywriting. So I still believe it's the highest paid skill in the world, because if you're a copywriter, you can sell to anyone, you can understand emotions and customers. So copywriting is by far the most impactful skill to have.
When you look about what has happened over the last 5 years, there's been a sea change in opinions, if not quite yet fully developed, as Sean was saying. So it's a really exciting time. And I think for most people who have been in insurance for a long time, this is possibly the best time we've seen in our careers, right? And it's actually a chance to get back to fundamentals, right? How can we actually use digital to re-engage with customers is, I think, a strong motivation factor for many people.
You are going to have a hybrid model. I think it depends upon the product and the context and people's comfort level with the product.
Yeah.
Right. And often when people are making a financial transaction, it's almost they want affirmation from somebody to saying, yes, you're right. You're making
this is the right choice.
This is the right choice for you.
Comes as part of embedded insurance, and what comes after embedded insurance is ecosystems and platforms, right? And these are the key drivers.
I love insurance. I mean, insurance is so cool, right? It's the oil, right, that makes the engine go for the economy, right? Where we have to be in all these ecosystems anyway, otherwise things don't work.
But I think you can also have very, very small ecosystems. So you could have, for example, a health and wellness group that might look at, say, mothers who are going through childbirth, and it might be a maternity community, and that in itself is an ecosystem that might need insurance at some point in time as well. So this world of ecosystems and how they're actually going to cooperate with each other is all starting to come into place, because the technology is there to enable this and make it easier for people to connect than it's ever been, whether it's personally or for business.
It's no longer just a simple transactional product, or you've now created this experience, right?
So if you can help people to avoid risks and manage risks better, you're into a winning customer proposition, which is better than paying the claim.
And we've seen it in a number of partners in a number of markets to do it successfully, where it takes off. It's not the product. The time and effort you spend on the customer experience in that app to get it right is what's critical.
But actually content delivered to customers to help them to educate those customers so that they can make an informed decision, I think is really, really important.
The awareness is not there. So we have to develop content to provide that awareness that, yes, there are these risks, but there's also a solution for it.
Looking at the right claims capabilities of partners is just as important, if not more important, than the pricing itself. Actually, what we found is that pricing is only a third degree consideration for a lot of our driver partners. They care about convenience and claims.
The progress of using AI to handle claims is speeding up, right? We like many other companies, we're looking at how do we automate claims settlement. I think data is something that we are working on, putting unstructured, structured data together. So I'll say that's a great progress, which will help.
One of the things that actually, together with Chubb, arrived on the hitting formula is not just the product itself, but the experience actually for our drivers in signing up is fantastic. It literally takes about 3 clicks.
Yeah.
3 clicks, they're subscribed. Done.
I hear a lot of stories. I go to hear customers, stories over customer centers. And it's those contextual moments that help us craft better experiences.
So I think a few of the examples that we do is actually, as I mentioned, we embed a lot of these ride-hailing insurance, personal accident insurance onto our mobility. We also, of course, has package insurance and then travel insurance. But I think the one that excites me the most, to be perfectly honest, going by my previous theme, is actually a form of embedded insurance that we provide to our drivers.
By having partnership with leading industry verticals, we're able to have seamless access to customers. We can use big data that help us craft better products and services and address the pain point of customers.
Financial literacy means actually understanding what insurance is and how important it is to their lives and their families' lives. And that, to me, is the heart of financial literacy.
The emergence of ecosystem platforms Grab is a great example, as well as the devices, smart devices, as Michael, you so rightly put, is really the convergence of a very opportune time for us to really step up on this access game or this challenge.
I guess my passion is really about people and consumers.
Great.
Yeah, I like being able to break down consumer behavior, understand how they think, and then find very small nuggets of insights as to how we should address, work with them. And what gets me really excited is when we discover, or I discover, what consumers themselves don't know that they want or that it works for.
So I think one of the biggest thing that we are trying to do now is to equip consumers with that know-how. So we go back to some basics, teach them beyond savings, what is really the first step after. And I think we have to come back to the whole part about protection and insurance.
And then the next question is, how do we react? How quickly do we react? I think very often that reaction time is determined by the tools that we work with and the knowledge that we already have, right? It's usually too short a time for us to acquire that, which is why I think an important part of this journey is being able to forward think, being able to anticipate.
Once we have this consolidation, what do we do becomes very important. And hence, actually, when we were working with the industry, we were very clear that open banking here is not just about sharing data for the sake of being open, but we wanted to address an issue where people, the mass market and the mass affluent, never had access to wealth management services and advisory services properly.
So helping people understand that you're not looking for a burst, you're looking at a steady way to grow your wealth, your income, and over time. How to take advantage of that.
Right.
So that's the first key concept. With technology right now, we have the choice, we have more options available to us. And if we're able to then break this product down into different points during which we have that conversation with that customer, and then hopefully that helps the customer gain a lot more interest and, more importantly, confidence to try and understand the products he or she's buying, be it investment or insurance. I think
it is the whole designing of the customer journey and observing them. I think Serene brought this up, right? Like when we observe them, how they behave when they took their first trade, what did they actually buy in their first trade? How much was it?
Right.
What kind of risk they were prepared to take, and all of that stuff.
Right.
And then from there on, we deduce their financial profile and then get them to reconfirm again.
And in products like insurance, and there are many more complex products out in the market, the only way to make it simple for the customer is if the answer is always consistent and the answer is always fast, quick.
But I think in terms of where the innovation will be, I would say we are still best in the financial services, where I think it turns very grey and we need to do a lot more collaborative. It's between industries that are very close to us.
I think the first thing is agree as partners. What are we going to do, right? Most partners don't agree and they try and experiment. So I think the first thing is to agree on a very clear objective. And secondly is to not try to go to too big bites of the data. Simple, practical data, things that you can do as well, because data availability is always going to be a problem. And the third thing is just get it done. Just do it. Just do something, whatever it takes. And the partnership will always get better and better. When I read, I get a lot of ideas. So sometimes a chapter can be 10 pages, but every half a page I take on my phone, because whenever I read, my mind just like, my mind reads and it zones out into an area where I get creative, I get unconstrained. So when my team gets a lot of text from me, they're like, Alan is reading.
The way that I think about it is if one issue can be solved, it could be an issue of the risk transfer. So right now, it's all done in a very traditional way, I would say. So people, I was at the reinsurance conference where people sit down over coffee, negotiating risk agreements, risk treaties for the 1 year in advance, which kind of limits that risk transfer and puts it in a very traditional way that the product innovation actually is a lot more difficult. So if I would kind of have a magical one, and I would say one issue that can be solved is that risk transfer issue. So when I think about the innovation in insurance and digitalization in insurance, I think a lot of the times we start with this thought of technology as being a real key driver for it. And the last 10 years that I've been in it, across Asia, across different projects, across different domains, it really dawned on me that the most common denominator there was not a technology, it was people.
I think one unaddressed problem, especially in developing countries, is that we don't focus on living benefits. So we need to provide more living benefits for the underinsured and uninsured. So I believe that insurance needs to be enjoyed and not endured. I'm not going to go far from home. In the Philippines, we have less than 2% insurance penetration. So I found inspiration from pretty much anywhere, from the streets, from the islands. So there needs to be a more inclusive coverage for all Filipinos.
And it's a very interesting time to be in because you see so much investment into new technologies, into building new customer experiences. So you're seeing companies moving away from the transactional into the experiential.
Each company was looking at them in isolation. There's now opportunity to join forces and collaborate more and more so.
Insurance companies have to really rethink their online presence. How is it they connect with their customers? And also, how is it they can offer their customers more choice, more autonomy to make very informed decisions on the types of products and the level of products that they require.
We've got the technology; it's sitting right there. It's almost putting those APIs out publicly to say, go consume this and do stuff with it. We talk about partnerships in one-to-one nature, but the triangle is the strongest shape, right? I can't help but think we could just add one more party, and from here we start to build these ecosystems.
Going forward, going to be several waves of change, and it's something that's coming fast and furious, and I think companies just need to make sure they strengthen their digital cores, get their fundamentals right to ride those waves when they come.
The other thing that gets forgotten is there's a lot of talk about the technology, the products, the pricing. The reality is there's a team of people that are behind that, and the partnership is really, once the deals are signed and the suits walk away from the table, right, what's left is a great bunch of people operationally plugging these two things together. And look, we've got great tools to make that easier and quicker, but it's the people that do it.
And I would go one step further to say that why stop there? Why not book me a Grab to take me home if my flight gets cancelled? And I think that would totally blow my mind as a customer.
And if you go into insurance, like you go into the companies, you say, okay, like how well prepared are you for this digital experience? Like, can I open and file a claim 2 a.m. a Sunday from my phone and get paid 30 minutes after that? So working with innovation and insurance, right? I think what Chubb, what's very good on the last 2 years and a half, and we're pushing for them, is understanding that there's uncertainty. And the first year of the business, we're going to monitor a lot. We're going to learn. We're going to improve our models, right? If we need to tweak the prices, we're going to do it, right?
So in our case, it's not so much about the technology per se. I think that is something that we're going to keep on building and upgrading and improving. It's much more about how do we build new underwriting models, how do we take new data points to construct products. But now it's these people, these guys who have done an amazing job with the banking that want to do the same for insurance. So it's like a phenomenal partner to be.
This is what we want to do. This is how we want to approach the product. Do you think it's a good idea or not, and why? And we discuss mostly the why, not necessarily the ideas.
And then once we start finding the first initial responses that get us excited, then we start thinking about scaling up and things like that. And it's a phenomenal learning and discovery process, right?
In short, I think technology, what makes the insurance, especially we say that the micro, the personal insurance, what's the impact it's making? It's how people interact with the counterparty, which is insurance company. Before it was all people and it's all paper.
Customer never tell me how they want to buy insurance, and
what they want to buy. They don't want insurance at all. If it is the moment that they talk to me, and most meaningful for me is when it has claims. And when something happened in their lives and they said, oh, I see, this is meaningful to me. In Vietnam, it is more about, okay, how do I deal with this? But insurance doesn't always come up as a natural choice of risk management.
Right.
And that is something that we want to change, and we want to increase. And I think that with education, with development of financial, it's changing.
You're right. Education is how we help people, Vietnamese people, to understand different categories of this, unpredictable things in life. And if the wrong side happen, what does that mean to you?
So being relevant and offering something that customer needs, but not by asking them, because when you ask them, what do you need? They never need anything from insurance. Right. So how do we analyze, how we look at the data that we have and bring something relevant and in need for that customer profile is what we are trying to achieve. So when Terry and I planning to launch some products together, first thing our team work together is design the customer journey. We identify at the point of, even before knowing about insurance, what do they need to know? What are the pain points?
Right.
When they purchase, after they purchase, when they have the claims, when they have an inquiries about the policy, what do we do? And all of that is a first thing. The insurance products, the process, and who is doing what come after. First, always customer journey.
Yes, Michael, I think especially in the micro insurance space, no question about it. It's got to be mobile device first, right? How do we embrace that? Because we can see a huge trend of other banking transactions is actually moving on that platform over the traditional internet banking platform. If you are more in a creative business, a lot of things is actually in cloud. Or if you're actually in a financial industry, right? A lot of your assets, and I think, right, it's for the entire insurance and bank insurance industry is our job to help them or educate them that what is the new class of risk.
Nowadays, people start solving problem by pain points, right? By thinking of pain points. But then the problem of insurance is that the pain point is in the future and it's not now. This one is that's my personal, but yeah, it's biasness or stereotype, right? I think these two things, it's always in humanity, and if you catch it, you can sell anything to them.
A problem which is probably close to my heart is around actually how can you understand how much insurance coverage you have and what you need. I think all of us probably have a variety of insurance policies, whether it's a life insurance policy, a general insurance policy, a health insurance policy, but actually trying to understand what coverage you do have across all your portfolio of policies, I think is really hard and has been really opaque for the industry to try and solve. So if the industry can make that much simpler, I think not only will it make sure that you as a customer are going to buy more insurance, but you're actually going to be kind of clear as to how you're covered and how you're not covered. So I think if the industry can solve that, then it'll be better for customers and be better for insurers as well. A book that I love, it's called Contagious by Jonah Berger. And the idea of why I love it is around how do you power ideas, product concepts, or new ways of thinking that can become contagious in the world. And I think that's actually something which insurance needs. How does it become more contagious to humans about why they need insurance products, why it's so important to them and their families, and why it protects them in terms of times of need. And I think the industry needs to do better at basically becoming more contagious and more exciting. And if it can do that, then I think it's going to be better for humanity.
Well, I wouldn't say it's unique, but I always believed that whether it is a product, a service, or a process that you're trying to innovate, the ultimate user, right? Is your customer, right? And I think we should hear from our customer, be it from a B2B perspective or a B2C perspective, right? Take Lego, for example, right? They have put up a platform where fans of Lego could go up and share ideas, right? And together they co-create something. And thereafter, the company will evaluate whether it's a feasible product to go out. And what you have is a happy company and a happy customer. Omnichannel should be the central, the core of a customer experience, right? And I'll give you a very clear example of myself, right? I mean, there was a telemarketer that called me, and because I was in the middle of something, I couldn't attend to the call. But I would really want to know a little bit more, right? It would be great if she, the person I'm speaking to, could send me an email link, or perhaps, after I understand, even I could purchase it myself, or have a callback button, right? It would be great for me and make me a customer, a very happy customer. And it would be great for the organization because he will have a loyalty.
No constraints. Magic wand. The use of the word policy. We're about the customer, and when I'm a customer and we interact with a customer and talk about a policy, that doesn't sound very good to me, right? It's not. It's just, it doesn't have a great connotation, the word policy. And then so much of the infrastructure for insurance is around policy, right? There's policy administration platforms. It's all about the customer, and we issue policies and so on. If we could find a way to do without the word policy, that would be awesome. I've received a lot of advice. I would say everything's an opportunity, whether it's a difficult question or a problem that you're facing, or even your career, right? Everything's an opportunity. Take it.
Let's face it, the Philippines today, 110 million people,
right?
2% insurance penetration. So even if there's 80% awareness, at 2% penetration, it shows you that there's so many barriers, right? So what I love about this job is trying to understand what are those barriers and how can we work together with partners like Chubb to address them.
What is happening right now is people, while owning and making e-commerce transactions, are using a lot of their hard-earned money to buy things and improve their lifestyles. And that's where insurance is now seeping in, becoming micro and trying to adopt to that needs and those lifestyles and protect them because they are very important. Right. So from comprehensive moving down to the relevance and the product that people are currently consuming.
We're now able to identify who the consumer is. We know what their behavior is. We know when they're paying their bills. And now it's about using that data to be able to serve them the right product, the right messaging at the right time.
There's always this two kind of schools of thought. Should insurance be invisible in journeys that we do, very embedded? Or should it be obvious and front and center, enhancing that journey? So how do we sit in terms of, do we adopt it by making its own proposition stand strong, or should we hide it so that it's just part of that journey?
Suddenly, we're also educating consumers where they normally wouldn't have been given that chance before. So I think it's a seamless part of the journey. It's not necessarily invisible because you're there at the moment that they need you the most. And I think that's the right model. That's why it's so exciting.
So I think the answer to your question, it goes hand in hand, the relevance, and it's our responsibility, I feel, to be at the right time, at the right place with the right product and a message. And if we don't do, we fail. And rightfully, we deserve to fail. And when we do it, it's a stellar success. And it's the continuous test and optimization that you have to do in order to crack it right.
When you think about what we are trying to solve and the fact that we're taking care of the most valuable asset of most families where we operate, the car, right? Most of them, they will never have enough money to buy an apartment or a house.
Right.
So the biggest asset that they have is the car. We're taking care of it. We're providing them access to it. What we think our mission is to help people mobilize, but not only mobility itself, it's also social mobility.
Yeah, exactly.
When you give a car to a person, that's the one thing that can change their life. It can make them more productive. It can make their life safer, easier. So whenever you're talking about all the fintechs that are emerging in our countries, they're providing cards, they're providing access to microlending, like $300, $400, $50.
Right.
In our case, we're betting on them, and we're saying $7,000 loan because we trust the asset, we trust you, and we know that we can help you have a better life.
It's a massive opportunity. It's we are very proud that we are starting this relationship with with Kavak and with Moises and the team. But what really, in my case, gets me really, really excited, it's all the data points that they have of the users and all the creative and innovative services and products that we could co-design and co-build together. That for me is like an accelerator of change in our industry, right?
But we need to create that framework. And then after that, when you make sure that you can do all that, then you think, oh, there is something more than this.
Right.
And we are the only one. I mean, not even the banks can do what we do. Because for a bank to repossess a car, it's a liability. Because then they have to sell it.
Again, I think the data strategy is something that it's not going to be built by Chubb or by Kavak. This has to be built together.
Right.
And those connections, those data flows and the data strategy has to be agreed with the shared vision of what is it that we want to do.
And where they look for us to sort of fill a gap is what's on the horizon that may come out in the next 24, 36 months that could either transform our business or completely disrupt our business. And how do we get that foresight early enough that then we can either partner with them, work with them, supply to them, be a customer to them, or eventually even acquire them.
And at the same time, I think is interesting, that model is that if you're sourcing a company that is solving a problem that, let's say, BNP Cardiff has, you're already kind of guaranteeing, right, a client to that company, which also in turn helps with valuation, with growth of the business. So at the end of the day, it's a self-feeding mechanism that if it's well executed, it can definitely add value. And the reality is, because you're talking a lot about disruption, right? And for me, disruption is not the answer to everything.
I agree.
So that's the point. So long as we still have an opportunity of doing things incrementally better, if they make a difference for the businesses and for the people, we can do it. Of course, if disruption comes and we can do something completely different that addresses the need in a much more efficient way, I'm all for it. But because people are so used to have much better customer experience in the digital platforms that are non-insurance or even non-banking, that they look at us and say, hey, but why my experience with you is not like that? And this is triggering all insurers to do digital transformation, to do better apps, to talk about customer experience, things that you wouldn't see before.
So in terms of financial inclusion, we've invested in companies that typically make insurance in micro bit-sized products that allow for it to be a lot more affordable and a lot more accessible online. Yep. And we've also we've invested behind companies that take away the product centricity behind it and really focus on the solution.
They're now a little bit more complex. They're really getting not only the drivers, but their families. So I'm very proud to say that in this way, we're helping a lot of people that otherwise would not have access to insurance. I think that's number one, and we should be continuing to do so. Mm-hmm. But I think number two is also about cross-selling, right? So I think distribution just one part of it, and really making sure that we modularize our products, that we make them affordable, they really better understand our risk. But then I think if you want to go even further in this, then we need to have a lot of innovations in data to really better understand data, to have different pricing models. So we have to invest right now. And the investment is not only on the micro products that we're seeing in the market right now, but is in transforming the whole organization and the mentality of our underwriters to be able to tackle that in the future.
Hi, my name is Michael Waits. Thank you for joining us for this very special edition of Insurance for the New Possible. We are broadcasting live from the Chubb Insurance booth at the Singapore Fintech Festival, the largest fintech festival in the world and a knowledge platform for the global fintech community. We could not be more excited to be here. Before we speak with our next guest, just a few quick programming notes. At 2 p.m., we will speak with Sanita Singh, Regional Head and Managing Director of Southeast Asia, India, and Greater China for Stripe, about the key to building a phygital experience. At 3 p.m., we will speak with Andy Tan, the Chief Commercial Officer at Atome, about transitioning through credit, Atome's approach to responsible borrowing. At 4 p.m., we will speak with Ian Ovenden, Head of Middle Market and Small Commercial at Chubb Asia Pacific, about envisioning the future, bridging the gaps in commercial insurance. Tomorrow we'll be back for another full slate of really great conversations. Don't forget to follow Insurance for the New Possible on your favorite podcast platform and on YouTube to stay up to date on all of our amazing and informative content. Now let's welcome Sunita Kannan, the global lead of AI product strategy at Microsoft, with whom we will discuss the new era of AI, from siloed functions to integrated systems. It is awesome to be back live at the Singapore Fintech Festival. Sunita, thank you so much for doing this with us. I could not appreciate it more. Have you been to the Singapore Fintech Festival before?
I have, yes. I was actually here last year as well.
Were you speaking here?
I did, yes.
Did you really? I've never been here before.
Yeah, it's a crazy place right now.
It's a little chaotic.
Yes.
Something like 60,000 people. I feel like there are 120,000 people here.
Yeah, it's a lot of people. Yes.
Yeah.
And it's getting more and more every year, actually.
Yeah. Like when it first started, when I first heard about it, I heard 20,000 people and I thought, wow, it's a lot.
Yeah.
But 60, yeah, not normal. Let's talk about artificial intelligence.
Fantastic. Let's do that.
Are you interested in this topic at all?
Oh, of course. Yeah. It's like the only thing I do,
It's the only thing I do.
Yeah.
That was a little bit of on-air sarcasm. Sorry about that. Can we talk about generative AI?
Yeah.
And this in the context of this kind of siloed usage versus comprehensive integration. And I think the reason why is because a lot of people think about generative AI just for this one thing.
Yeah.
And yet it's maybe inside of a bunch of different things that people are using. So maybe if you could start talking about that, that would be great.
I just want to take a step back first, right? Like when people think about generative AI, it's the cool new thing these days, right? And everyone's talking about it.
Yep.
But there's a lot that happened with traditional AI as well, right?
Tell me.
And when you think about people using emails on a day-to-day basis, right? So you're actually drafting an email message, and the email actually prompts you with how to finish the sentence. That's actually AI right there.
Right.
There are also other things, like when you're on a conference call, you can do like a speech to text. It actually transcribes what you're saying.
Right.
That's also AI, and many people don't actually think about it when they're actually using it. And then now with generative AI, it's just become such a big thing that everyone's only focusing on Gen AI.
Do you think that the release of OpenAI, what was it, at the end of 2022, probably right around now last year? So for someone like you, who studies this, talks about it, works inside of it every day, when OpenAI came out, you're just like, yeah, I've been there, done that kind of thing. But do you think that sort of getting it out into the public, I don't like to use the word democratization, but really giving access to it to people that wouldn't have had access to it before. You can look at IBM's Watson, which has been around, has been playing Go and playing chess and doing that for decades almost. But that was ancillary to most people.
Yeah.
Do you feel like OpenAI was like a watershed? And what do you think it changed?
I think a lot of people started becoming more aware that they're using AI. And that was the really interesting thing, right? If you go into something like a ChatGPT now, which is, the open free source version, a lot of people using it right now would be like, oh, cool, I'm using AI to tell me where to plan my next holiday.
Right.
And with that awareness, they're actually being able to use these applications. Whereas in the past, with that email example I gave, people were just like, oh yeah, I'm just drafting an email, it finishes for me, oh great. And it was never like AI is doing it. And now it's like, oh, AI is actually there in everything I do. And that excitement is there. And, like my niece, who is like 11 years old.
Tell me.
She's like, oh, I'm doing stuff with AI. And I'm like,
You've always been doing
great.
stuff. You've always been doing stuff with AI.
You've always been doing stuff with AI. But I love the awareness. I think this is amazing that people are so aware that they're using AI on such like really day-to-day kind of things.
What had to change? So these types of things are actually really interesting to me.
Yeah.
Because you talked about travel.
Yeah.
So if you've been on any travel platform in the last 20 years, you've been getting recommendations.
Yeah.
Those recommendations were probably based on some early form of artificial intelligence. You've done this,
Yeah.
other people have been doing that. You must be similar.
Yeah.
Right? But what had to change to then scale it to
Yeah.
where it can be part of now almost anything? Like, was it a technical change? Was it a throughput change? Was it a compute change? Sorry, what had to change?
I think it's more of the conversational aspect, right? So if you think about the GPT models, like the thing that happens behind the chat GPT,
Right.
if you just had it out there, no one would care about it, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
It's like, oh, you know, it's great. It's something really cool. It's called Transformers.
Right.
Now with chat GPT, it's like I'm actually conversing with something that makes me feel like there is another human being who's actually working alongside me, working with me.
Right.
That's made the difference. Like the conversational, very human-like aspect of the outputs has really changed the way that people are actually working with these machines.
How has it evolved, you think?
Yeah.
And how's it going to continue to evolve to become part of more and more of what people do every
Yeah.
single day?
And I think that is where our co-pilots, for instance, from Microsoft.
So tell me what that is first for people that may not know, and then we can
for
dig
sure.
deeper into it.
So, you know, like when I think about the conversational aspect, that's
Yep.
one way of communicating, that's one way of conversing. When I think about co-pilots, it's actually getting it embedded into every single application that we use. Like,
Right.
for example, in the world of Microsoft,
Yep.
we actually use it in, like, we actually embed it into, you know, Microsoft Word, into Microsoft Teams, into Microsoft PowerPoint. And now people are able to actually create an entire deck from scratch. Having never, you know, known how to like do like basic things, they just have to put in a very basic text prompt. It'll create an entire deck for you, like 20 slides right there in front of you. And so that's like the magic of, you know, co-pilots.
I want to give you a really personal example, if you don't mind.
Yeah, please do.
I had to give a presentation a week ago.
Yeah.
But I always like to be the guy who's most prepared because I honestly feel like in life, it's not the smartest or the tallest or the fastest person that wins.
No.
It's the person that's most prepared.
Yeah.
So about a month and a half ago, I started building in my mind what I thought that this presentation should be.
Yeah.
And then I gave that to ChatGPT.
Yeah.
And it came up with some very interesting topics for slides.
Yeah.
I then took each one of those slides
Yeah.
and said, give me more information for this.
Yeah.
And then I took that, I put it into PowerPoint because I'm
There you
terrible
go.
at design.
Yeah.
I feel like I'm good at thinking, but bad at like designing.
Yeah.
I literally put it into PowerPoint and said, what should it look like?
Yeah.
And I'm telling you, it's a killer presentation.
Yeah.
I'm 58 years old.
Yeah.
I shouldn't know how to do this, but it made it so easy. And I guess the follow-up for me on that is, what do you have to do to integrate it in a way that makes it easy enough for people to use that aren't experts in the thing in which they're using it, right? So email is fine because I type and it says, you always say great or super or thank you here.
Yeah.
That feels obvious to me.
Yeah.
But if I say, what should my presentation look like?
Yeah.
That's not obvious at all.
Yeah.
So what has to happen on the integration side to make that possible?
So think about it like actually impersonating your style, right? So for example, if I actually put down in words, this is one of my favorite demos to do with people.
Tell me.
Is to actually say, let me, actually create the persona of the ChatGPT beforehand, right? So if I, for example, I say you are, an AI assistant that helps people.
1 second. Can I just jump in for a second?
Yeah.
So you actually go into just like a blank chat.
Yeah.
And you say you are...
So in Azure OpenAI, for instance,
Right.
we actually have the ability to create a persona for the ChatGPT
Before you give it anything.
Before people start interacting with it. Correct.
Okay, sorry, go ahead.
So if I were owning this ChatGPT, I would
Right.
go into the backend and I would actually set the persona of the ChatGPT, and I would say, you are an AI assistant that helps people. Your audience is a Gen Z demographic. Be really rude, be really impatient, use slang. So now I set it so that if somebody from a business standpoint is interacting with that ChatGPT and says hi, the ChatGPT actually comes back and says, what do you want? I don't have all day.
Really?
Yo, something like that,
Really?
right? Actually has that really excellent way of interacting.
Right.
I change the persona and I say now, your audience is the baby boomer demographic. Be
Right.
really
Be
patient,
more
be really
serious.
kind, and all
Right.
these things. Come back and say, how are you doing, dear sir, dear madam, or whatever. And
Is
I'm
Gen
like,
Z really that bad?
yeah, and
Go
no
ahead.
comments
I'm
there.
kidding, I'm
but
kidding.
yeah, so it's what I said it to be, right? So it actually mimics the way I actually want it to perform.
Got it.
So likewise with the Copilot, right? If I go into PowerPoint and I say create a deck on sustainability or like insurance, like the main top of mind things for any insurance leader right now in this day and age, and in the world of artificial intelligence, those are my words, and it would actually fit it it would actually create a deck to fit to those words.
Right.
And that's what is so unique about this whole thing.
I'm just trying to think
Because
about
it's a language model, right? It's
Right.
based on languages that you use,
Yep.
words that you're actually
Yep.
using.
Look, I feel like I have a pretty distinctive personality, and in the way I interact, it's not rude, like maybe as you've
Yeah,
suggested
yeah,
for
yeah.
someone Generation Z, but I'm not Generation Z.
Yeah.
I'm literally right at the end of the baby boom. But it would be neat for me now to try that. I hadn't
Yeah.
done that before, actually,
Yeah.
in ChatGPT, saying, "Here's who I am.
Yeah.
Build this for that."
Correct.
And then what if I delete that and then say, "Here's who I am again"? It doesn't have to be me.
Yeah.
I can then build a separate persona,
Exactly.
and then build for that.
Exactly.
I need to leave right now and go do some of that.
It's a lot of excitement. I mean, like, just imagine it actually tailors responses to suit your personality or
Right.
to suit what you want to actually fit
Right.
that to. That's where things have changed with AI. Like, it's actually become so conversational. I actually tell people it's like having a peer or a colleague of yours, but now that peer or colleague of yours is a machine. So it's not there to do the job for you.
Right.
It's there to get you to think outside the box. It's there to get you to think more creatively.
So I want to talk about this in a philosophical way, if you don't mind, just because
course.
you brought this up.
Yeah.
I think if you've seen enough technology development cycles, but also enough just business cycles as well, every time you see a new technology come in, humans always wonder,
Yeah.
is this going to replace me? But also a lot of people like I am,
Yes.
right? But historically what we've seen is when electricity came along, people got really nervous just about electricity. Now it's everywhere. No one thinks about
Correct.
it. In a way, it's like embedded into everything that we do.
Correct.
When automated car lines came on,
Yeah.
people were just like, oh my God, there'll never be another car worker again.
Yeah.
That did not happen.
Yeah.
And I think AI is doing some similar things. But again, just to give you a personal example, I do podcasts.
Yeah.
I do this. They need thumbnails.
Yeah.
I'm not a graphical artist.
Yeah.
But I can use. We've actually built our own AI
Uh-huh.
to create prompts
Yep.
for Midjourney
Yep.
that I put in.
Yeah.
I use those,
Yeah.
put them into Photoshop,
Yeah.
and then use the AI there. I'm not
Nice.
kidding. I do all of this. It makes me so much more efficient, but
Yeah.
it's not replacing a designer.
Correct.
It's giving me the power to be one.
Correct.
Is that fair?
Correct. Yes, absolutely. And this is where I go back to, when I'm talking about Gen AI with someone in the room, and especially when I show something of our Copilot with
Right.
RBI, for instance, which is our reporting and dashboarding tool.
Okay.
Someone in the data analytics team over there goes,
Oh no.
oh my God. And I'm
Right.
like, it's not there to replace.
No.
Like, if you think about the GitHub Copilot, right? It's like every developer's dream to
Absolutely.
actually be able to work with someone and actually review code of someone else's, bounce ideas of one another. But now instead of with a human being, you're doing it with a machine.
Right.
And that's where
What's the difference?
the power is really big.
Can I give another analogy if you don't
Yeah.
mind? Because this is actually the way I think about it. Excuse me. We humans have motion.
Yeah.
And in the really old days, we would just walk from one place to another place.
Correct.
And then we decided we can use animals to do this, horses, cows, whatever it was, right, to move. And then we created much faster cars.
Yeah.
But in my mind, it never removed the driver.
Yeah.
We can talk about autonomous vehicles all we want,
Correct.
but that's fine. But my point is that if you were a horseback guy
Yeah.
who was giving people rides in your cart,
Yeah.
you just needed to learn how to drive
Yeah.
to become a taxi driver. Am I
that
wrong?
example is amazing because it takes me to my most favorite topic, which is responsible AI, right?
So
because
tell me.
You need a human in the loop to actually make sure that you're having that review, that
Yeah.
process.
Yeah.
I would love to have all these things created and just shipped off, right? But it's not meant for that. It's actually meant for me to then take that, review that, massage that further, and then ship it off to whatever I want to do with it. So you definitely, and especially with like life or death situations or
Absolutely.
like critical systems.
Yeah.
I love AI, but I wouldn't bet my life on anything, right? So,
Right.
for example, I would want a person to actually review something, especially a doctor or something. They need to be in the loop
Absolutely.
to actually look through that before
Absolutely.
they actually give me prescriptions or
Right.
whatever else. And that's the importance of people in this whole process. They are needed. They are needed.
So how do you do that for the regular population, though, right? Because internally at Microsoft, tons of super amazing people.
Yeah.
Right. Then you go into the general population. You have to teach them, first of all, that it's not scary.
Yeah.
It's actually really good for you.
Yeah.
And if you know how to use it,
Yeah.
it'll make your whole life better.
Correct.
Like way less hard. But you can't rely on it 100%.
Yeah.
But in the same way that you don't run down a stairway.
Yeah, exactly.
Sometimes you hold the railing.
Exactly.
No?
Exactly. And this is where our responsible AI practices are so important, right?
Right.
When we engage with a customer, we make sure we understand what systems they're actually implementing AI for and how critical is it. Are there any life or death situations in the mix in any of those in the processes? Right. And accordingly, we would recommend a guardrail or a governance or whatever else as part of that. But we also have built-in responsible AI features and tools actually integrated into all our technologies.
Right.
So it's not just supposed to just go berserk and have harmful things, dangerous things. For instance, right? I actually created a demo for an insurance customer.
For an insurance customer?
Yeah, for an insurance customer. And one of the things I actually put in that was, tell me, the fatality rates in 2017. It would come back and say, Sunita, you're using harmful language or self-harm related language because it's fatality rates.
Right,
so I had to go in the back end and be like, this is the industry that actually deals with this.
With
so
fatality
it's
rates,
fine,
right? So that's normal.
It's normal,
Right.
and let it pass through. So those guardrails are super important to have in place.
Are there other specific examples if you have of something like that in a different industry maybe,
Yeah.
where you're like, they talk like this,
Yeah.
so it's okay to say this, or they don't talk like this, so it's completely out of context?
The one thing which has no right or wrong, and it's supposed to be handled very delicately for obvious reasons, is the healthcare industry, right? So
Yeah.
with the healthcare industry, you just have to put a lot of good guardrails around it. With things like FSI and stuff, obviously the governance rules and the compliance rules, all of those need to be maintained.
Right.
But this one really stumped me because I didn't expect it, right? It would actually stop me and say, Sunita, no, don't proceed further. And I was
Right.
like, okay, thank you very much.
Again, I just want to go back to me just a little bit, right? Because I do tons of prep calls for my podcast. And one of the things I say to the guests is I want to do it in a conversational way because I want to introduce people to you in the context of what you do.
Yeah.
But there's a reason why. And the reason why is because I think humans still maintain a visceral connection with other humans.
Yeah.
And I think this gets back to your notion of humans in the loop.
Yes.
So no matter what technology does,
Yes.
right, and I'll go back to the car thing.
Yeah.
No matter what it does to make your life more efficient or more effective or just better, having a human there to experience it with you
Yes.
is never going to go away.
I absolutely agree. I know that AI is doing a lot of amazing things and I work in it as a field and I absolutely love it.
Yeah.
And the things that it opens doors for is
Right.
amazing. But you do need that, that human experience
never
as
going
well.
away.
Where it's needed, you do need to have humans in the loop. Again, I was talking more about from a review process.
I understand-
But
I
obviously
understand.
from a process perspective as well, wherever that's needed,
Yep.
wherever people feel more comfortable, which is why when escalations happen, for instance, you get a human involved for that.
Right, exactly. And I just wanted to broaden it out a little bit
Yeah.
because I do think that human connection is never going to go away.
Correct.
But everywhere, but if we
Yeah.
believe
Yeah.
that AI is going to be embedded into everything that we do, right? I mean, there may be AI inside this microphone as well,
Yeah.
but I don't want to talk to myself.
Yes.
I'd rather talk to you or
Yes.
somebody else sitting there. And
Yes.
that's kind of the point that I was
Yes.
trying to make. The last thing I'll ask you before I let you go, because
Yeah.
I could go on about this
Of course, me
forever.
too.
What excites you the most today?
Yeah.
The responsible part is very important.
Yes.
But just in the development process and the things that people are going to be using, what excites you the most today?
I love the fact, the thing that makes me really happy right now is the fact that awareness is there about AI and it's there to the level that, we wanted to proceed towards. It needs to continue, right?
Right.
So back when I used to talk about AI several years ago, people were just like, oh, that's that thing out there, that no one can ever touch. And now it's tangible. People are actually using it so often and with excitement. And that really, you can feel the excitement, right? You walk around here, for instance, today.
Sure.
Half the 90% of the stuff
90,
is
not even half.
AI,
Yeah,
right?
right.
Everywhere it's about AI.
Exactly.
And that feeling of actually that excitement where people are actually, oh my god, I'm doing something with AI, is so amazing. And people are also more attuned to responsible use of AI because they're aware of the dangers of AI. So I think that's also really, really good.
Yeah,
right
in
now.
a way, the fact that people are a little bit nervous about it
It's good.
is a good thing.
It's a very good thing.
You don't want them to just be blasé and just
It's
think
a
this is
very
not a
good
problem. You
thing.
want them to be like, okay, maybe we should be careful here.
Absolutely.
Again, it's like having a piece of glass on the floor or
Yeah,
a knife in your hand. It's like, this
exactly.
is useful, but could be dangerous.
Exactly.
But let's not make
Absolutely.
it dangerous.
I love that analogy.
Can I ask you one more thing?
Of course.
Because you mentioned this a little bit in passing. You've been doing this for how long now?
15 years now.
15 years, right? I won't even go back 15 years because I know the answer already. But if you go from like 7 years ago
Yeah.
to today,
Yeah.
when you're with your friends, or you said you have a niece, so your niece's parents'
Yeah.
friends, and said like, I do this AI stuff, where they're just like, yeah, whatever, and now they're like, tell me more.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Have the conversations changed?
Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, like people who never were interested in talking to me about what I used to do for a living.
Right.
Family included.
Right.
Now
Mom
are
and dad,
like,
hi.
Oh, yeah, exactly. Hi, Mom. Now we're like, oh my God, that's cool. I heard about this from
Right.
somebody else. And, all of these things start stringing together now in
Right.
their minds. And they're like, clicking that's AI, and that's AI. And then they ask me like, how far is this going to go? Like,
Right.
what are the dangers? What are the pitfalls? And I'm like, I love these questions because
Yeah.
I need people to ask me
Yep.
what the challenges are, where the pitfalls are, so that they can be addressed, right?
Absolutely.
Because they have to be addressed.
Absolutely. Look, we could go on forever.
I
I've taken
love
up
it.
way too much of your time. I really want to thank you for doing this
Thank
today.
you so much, Michael.
I hope you
Lovely
enjoyed
being
yourself.
here. Of course. So totally.
Sarita, Regional Head and Managing Director of Southeast Asia, India, and Greater China for Stripe, about the key to building a phygital experience. At 3 p.m., we will speak with Andy Tan, the Chief Commercial Officer at Atome, about transitioning through credit, Atome's approach to responsible borrowing. At 4 p.m., we will speak with Ian Ovenden, Head of Middle Market and Small Commercial at Chubb Asia Pacific, about envisioning the future, bridging the gaps in commercial insurance. Tomorrow we'll be back for another full slate of really great conversations. Don't forget to follow Insurance for the New Possible on your favorite podcast platform and on YouTube to stay up to date on all of our amazing and informative content. See you back here soon for our next conversation. Hi, this is Michael Waits, and welcome back to Insurance for the New Possible, a Chubb conversation. Today we have Gabriel Lazaro, the head of digital business for Chubb's international markets, and George Kesselman, the founder and president of InsurTech Asia Association. Before we jump into the main part of this conversation, let's get a quick self-introduction, and let's start with you, Gabriel.
Thank you, Michael. It's a pleasure to be here, and thank you, George, for being here as well. Yeah, so I was born and raised in Spain. I'm a social psychologist, believe it or not. But then I moved into the tech sector when I was young. And it's at the beginning of the internet era. Then moved into the mobile space, moved to Germany, part of the Rocket Internet family. And after that, I changed to insurance. And I joined Chubb 8 years ago as a head of digital for Latin America, based in the beautiful Miami.
Oh, wow.
And I was having this role and setting up the team from scratch, unbelievable journey. And I think 3 years ago, I was expanding my responsibilities as a head of digital businesses for the international markets, overseeing Latin America, Europe, and Asia Pacific. And I moved 2 years ago to the beautiful Singapore, so where we are right now. So yeah, that's kind of my goal and responsibilities to really drive distribution through partners and ecosystems digitally. And yeah, I think it has been a journey, and happy to share with you and George learnings and where we are and talking beyond digital partnerships as well.
Beautiful. George?
Thank you very much, and pleasure to be back on the podcast. I think I remember doing one episode I think it felt like it was 2 years back, but
could be 10 years ago.
Could be because the COVID years was a little bit all of a blur. But I run InsurTech Asia Association. I've been in Asia now for coming up to 16 years. Wow. Times really flies, and first half of it was working across insurance industry, life, general insurance across countries, and then the last half of that period have been in the InsurTech ecosystem, right from the very early days of the InsurTech when it first started to helping the ecosystem talking to all the different players and participants, and helping to facilitate the development of the ecosystem. During COVID, I had a very interesting stint with Zhongang Technology as well. So that kind of gave me a little bit of an interesting perspective into unicorn world. And right before that, I tried my hand at even my own early stage startup. So I think covered probably the full end of the spectrum, from the ecosystem to corporate to unicorns.
Well, that's great, because that means nobody's better positioned to have this conversation today than you are.
So.
Let's do this. There have been a substantial number of conversations, as we know, and discussions around insurance companies digitalizing, going through digital transformation, and creating partnerships, as you mentioned, right, with digital platform companies in the ride-sharing space and in the e-commerce space. And these have been quite successful, right? And Gabriel, I'd like to ask you to talk a bit about how Chubb has cracked the code for these digital partnerships and why they've been so successful, and then maybe give us a couple of examples in Asia, if you can.
Yeah, sure. Thank you, Michael. Yeah. So we have been very laser focused about our mission. We started 8 years ago, and the vision was clear. Every company is going to become a financial company, a fintech at the end, supported by technology. And after that, insurance is an extra mile. So that was... I remember when we were starting to define our strategy, and we were thinking, geez, I would like to partner with companies like Amazon, right?
Right.
Or I would like to partner with companies like Uber.
Right.
So what do we need to develop to be successful? Chubb is an underwriting company. We do insurance products for living, and we have presence in 54 countries and territories.
Wow.
And so that was, and we develop strong partnerships and sustainable businesses with our partners on the offline world, right? So if you combine the market that was moving into that direction, together with what we know how to do well, then we amplify those capabilities with new ones. So we start thinking about technology, and we developed Chubb Studio. Yeah, that is our backbone. Basically, is what make working with those platforms easy for the developers of our partners. We have a cloud-enabled platform that right now move like 1 billion API calls yearly, just to give you a size of what we are doing. We operate at a global scale. It's the same platform from US, Latin America, EMEA and Asia Pacific, what give us economies of scale and all the possibilities and capabilities that give us. That's one component. Other component is that we really like to understand what are the insurance pain points or strategic problems that our partners want to solve, and insurance can be something that really resonate with their strategies and really reducing the protection risk that those customer has, and how can we enable that. In these 8 years, I think we have more than 200 partners worldwide.
Wow.
An addressable market through those partners around 400 million people that they see Chubb Insurance behind the scenes. But it has been a roller coaster of a lot of failures, right? Of as Rafael Nadal, the other Spaniard, famous tennis player, a lot of learnings, right?
Yeah.
And those learnings give us, at a global scale, as a company that we are, a lot of insights. And when we are talking with other innovators, as I would like to call our partners, really, they don't need to reinvent the wheel when they would like to be serious about insurance. So we have the people, we have the tech, we have the expertise. I think we have many of the assets, but we are still learning. We are humble. We know that we know what we have, and we know that it is every day we are humble, and we listen our partners to make and reinvent insurance and improve every day to make insurance proposition better and better in our partners' platforms and ecosystems.
I'm amazed at the number of API calls that go through the Chubb Studio platform. That's actually really fascinating. Can we get one or two examples, or maybe just one example of a company in Asia with whom you've partnered, even if you talk about them in general terms, and how that's worked?
Yeah, we have plenty, right? We have from e-commerce. We're playing with fintech, right? I would like to have two. I think there's two just for the reference in Asia. One is Grab,
right?
Quite well known. It's the super app presence in 6 markets, if I'm not mistaken.
Something like that.
Millions of not only the passengers, also the drivers and the entire ecosystems. They have a financial arm, and we have been the preferred partners with them. We are selling, I think, if hundreds of thousands of policies through services like the Ride Cover, quite famous and popular, right? But it's beyond that. We have travel and other service. Another fintech that I would like to highlight in Asia is, for example, GCash in Philippines. Unbelievable story, right? They are from nothing. I think they have access to more than 70 million Filipinos, right?
In a country with 100 million people, that's pretty amazing.
Unbelievable, right? So we are very proud to and also humble to working with them. We are the only player that partnered with them on the embedded space. And I just was in Philippines last week and it was a great company, great energy, and I'm very proud and humble to partner with them in helping this journey.
And we were super happy to have actually both of them on the show, Grab and GCash, at different times. So pretty incredible stories. George, I want to come to you for a second, because while there was this massive opportunity through digital transformation and working with online platforms, like you said, like Grab, like GCash, other e-commerce companies and other fintechs, there seems to be another massive opportunity that a lot of companies have missed up until now. Right? And that is to create offline solutions as well. Maybe you can define for us what phygital means first, and then we can talk about some of these solutions.
No, I think that's a really good point, and I think this is where the journey of the insurtech and the digital insurance is taking us. So in the beginning, I think everybody was excited about the disruption and kind of something that's completely new and new space, I call it. What they call it phygital, omnichannel. I think some call it bionic. So there's a whole spectrum of terms that are being used around that. But I think it's now the big realization is that there needs to be a combination of online and offline elements to really make it very, very powerful.
Right.
And this digital partnerships, I think, is a prime example of it. For example, what I understand from Grab, and I've kind of seen it from slightly different angle, being at Zhongang. So Zhongang was also an investor in Grab insurance. So I kind of saw it from a also complementary angle, is that there was this tremendous success on the completely digital front.
Right.
But then there was this desire to say, how do we extend it into more? Because the digital stuff is really quite small, embedded, integrated, very seamless. But it also means that it's micro size, and it's kind of limits the real true potential for types of protection products that can be done through that.
But also, if you think about it, if you're getting out of a Grab or getting out of some digitally enhanced driving partner or ride-sharing partner, you're going somewhere. And essentially, you're going to some physical location.
Absolutely.
So what happens there?
No, that's exactly the spot-on observation. And I think the digital universe right now, if we look at it, is probably limited to maybe we'll call it 10% of the economy, 15% of the economy.
Right.
And it's growing, and I think it is going to be a very substantial part of it. But what about the 85%, 90%?
That's left over. That's still there, right?
And that, rightly it's so up to this point. I think all the experimentation and everything was very much focused on the digital space because there was so much potential innovation that can be invented from the ground up. But now that the space is maturing, now I think the focus is shifting to say, how do we take the learnings from this purely digital and blend it together with the much bigger opportunity, the 9 times opportunity that exists in the physical world. So I think it's this is kind of where the phygital or whatever you want to call it opportunity exists, and I think this is where we will see the tremendous amount of innovation going forward.
So I want to match the sort of traditional distribution methodology for insurance with this new digital and the stuff you've been talking about, omni-channel, bionic, however you want to describe it. Maybe you can give an example of some conversations you've had recently around bank assurance, a very traditional way to distribute insurance, but then how that benefits from phygital.
Absolutely. And I think the bank assurance is a prime example of it, because you kind of have this combination of forces again that is happening where it used to be all 100% offline,
right,
where people used to sit in the branches and used to get referrals from a teller, and all of a sudden that world is kind of being turned upside down.
It's flipping upside down, right?
Exactly. And then on the other end of the spectrum, you have the fintechs, which is coming in with purely digital propositions, and they're also kind of realizing that the ends of the spectrum are there, but each one of them is kind of limited in terms of the future potential for it. So it's really about combining the learnings from one to another. And what we realized in a digital, like in a bionic or in the phygital world, is basically combining the best of the both worlds in a way that you take the experience of having the trust person in the picture might not need to be sitting in the branch and filling out the actual documents, which was the kind of the legacy way of doing it. But it is really combining the data from digital, the experience, the simplicity and automation, together with the elements of trust that the physical interaction brings together with it in an offline way as well.
Go ahead.
And I think maybe the other point to kind of note is that the offline in the traditional way is kind of us sitting. This is, I guess, considered to be offline. I think the offline in the future, it might not be in the same way. I think that just means that there is a person in the picture.
Right.
Whether it's through Zoom, whether this is through online chat, but it's that kind of an element of combining a person or interaction together with a purely like a digital transaction that's going through.
Do you want to comment on these phygital experiences as well?
No, I think George says spot on. Right, we live in this blended reality.
This hybrid reality, right?
We live in a hybrid reality, and there are several factors that help to that, and this to no extent, right? But I think there has been some catalyst about that. So first of all, I think there was a journey to digitize and embedded chat. Right. We have sold more than 500 million policies, right? Yes, digitally. Just to give you a size of
Say that again?
More than 500 million policies digitally, right? So if you look back, right, from the last 3 years, and so that was the beginning of do we crack the code? Before that, it was to validate the concept that was possible. Yeah, it's possible, but George well said that it's usually a small tickets. Very simple products, right? Something that, especially in Latin America and Southeast Asia, that means it's to be very easy to understand.
But it proves the idea that people are very comfortable dealing digitally.
They are very comfortable,
right?
Digitally.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, digitally, and then it's great user experience, right? You understand what you're going to get in one click. You purchase that,
right?
That's great, and then obviously parametric experience. Then you don't even file to the claim, so that's great. We did that. But I think George is completely on point. Then how can we move to the next level?
Right.
And still, in Asia, 1 every 3 customers that are purchasing insurance for the first time now is digitally, according to the report that we just did, right?
1 out of 3, right?
That's right.
Right.
But there are two. That means that there are 2/3 that is offline.
That still aren't doing it that way.
And that offline, I think, is about empowering humans, right? And think about AI and what Microsoft is doing with copilots. I think that's kind of the one of the angles of moving forward. And we are investing heavily in that space, right? In order to really enable Chat Studio as a platform that will help our agents and brokers of the bank assurance space to really be much more efficient. To really empower those individuals with technology that at the end make the user experience better for the end user, and the other way around, right? So we you touched on that, George. So after selling those millions of policies with our partners, there is due to analytics and data, and we have the data. That's how we're living together with our partners. Can we segment and understand if there are gaps in the protection of those customers have, and there is an angle when you are looking for much more complex products. It's hard that you are going to purchase that 100% online, right? Human at the right time at the right moment. If you talk with someone, you solve some doubts, and it's much more powerful. And at the end, it's better for the end user, right? So we are more and more. We are focused on this blended reality, phygital reality, right? We are investing on that. We have cases across all regions, and that's one of the strategic angles that we are going to invest.
I want you to talk about why it's so important on the sales side for this hybrid experience and how it makes the salespeople and just the distribution side of it more efficient.
I think that's an interesting point. So it is about introducing efficiencies, increasing professionalism. I think we're kind of looking at it maybe in a bit of a narrow way. In the way that I think about it is much broader. Like we used to talk about digital world, we talk about the offline world separately. Right. And I think right now what we're going to see is that it is going to be completely blended together, and we don't even need to have a term digital or some special term with it. It's just going to be the reality. It's the same way as you go to Japan and you ask for Japanese food, they'll just say it's food,
right? Right. So instead of having these two intersecting circles, you're just going to have this merging of those two circles, right?
Totally.
Yeah.
I completely agree. I think that's going to be the superpowers that we need to enable, right? And I think and that's going to be if you think about, bank assurance, retail,
right?
Whatever you think, right? Airlines, whatever you think, it's a blend reality. You are jumping in and out from a mobile app to the reality, back and forward. Think about companies like Amazon or like whatever, right? It's on live, and it's one experience, right? It's the experience what is important. Is everything that is focused on the customer and how can we do this thing right? And it doesn't matter if it's on and offline. We have cases in Latin America with other large fintechs, right? That our best NPS, everything is offline. It's people, right? Yeah. Someone happened to you, you have an accident, or someone you love who died. Geez, in that time, maybe you don't want to talk to someone with empathy. Say, sorry for your loss.
Right.
What can I do for you?
Right.
There's chat to help you, right? So we really think about this blended reality and bringing the best of the two worlds. So we are committed in helping partners that are with the same mindset to build this journey together. That I think is just the beginning, honestly.
I agree. And if you think about your normal life experience, before a phone call was just me calling you, and hard to share that experience with somebody offline with you unless they got on another line, like in another room. But now you have your phone, and this is a very good example, I think, of a phygital experience. You want your kids to be on the phone with you to talk to grandma. Yeah. Right? So you're talking in person with your family in person, and grandma's in Spain.
Yeah.
Right? It's the same thing, I think, in business. Those two things overlap now.
Absolutely.
Is that fair?
Yeah.
Okay. Let's talk about another potential opportunity in physical retail. And maybe you want to start running through what that looks like and what that feels like as well, and how it's different from just embedded into e-commerce alone, but that phygital experience for offline retail.
Yep. So I think it's a area of tremendous opportunity, and what we'll see is that combining in this experiences together with elements of automation, elements of digital, really seamlessly create this opportunity. So what we see, for example, what's happening is somebody looks at the video on TikTok. They recognize that there's a very interesting insight that's happening there. They might see a QR code. They might scan it. They might start to have that journey on their mobile. They might go to the store. They might experience the product there, and then might complete it right afterwards. So blending this kind of experiences, I think, becomes very, very seamless. And some of it, like what Gabriel was saying earlier, is that it is not something that is really designed as a playbook, right? There's no solution there that we can copy from another place.
No.
This is really the true innovation that's going to happen in the next 5 years. So there is going to be a lot of trial. There's going to be a lot of failing. There's going to be a lot of learning that's coming out of it. But the speed is really tremendous. And I think because the opportunity is so huge, there is going to be a lot of resources invested in it. And having that foundation right now that, for example, Chubb have been built over a couple of years in the past, having the team and capabilities and the products that can be flexibly embedded. I think this is really, really cool enablers that can really accelerate all this innovation. So there is going to be probably players that will, in the retail space, on the financial space, they're going to sit by their side and say, okay, let us wait and see until the solution becomes very apparent. But I think that's going to be kind of the train is going to already leaving the train station.
It's already left the station. Do you want to talk about this as well? This massive opportunity in offline retail. And I'm also really curious about this. You build this platform, right, Chubb Studio. And the original idea, as you say, is to say, how can we be digitally connected to all of these platforms? And yet, once you have the platform, you can then take a step back and think, wait a second, we can also plug offline into this and give them all the benefits of that, even if their business itself isn't online. Talk to me about how that works.
Yes, absolutely, that was the journey. And first of all, George, thank you. You're really kind about Chubb. I appreciate that, right? No, that's exactly our journey, Michael. When we started again the journey 8 years ago, our mission and our vision was to build a digital business, and in order to do that, was building a platform that will be top in terms of capabilities to be able to digest and partner with these unbelievable companies that are dominating the economy, right? And we need to have something that is secure, scale, uptime, you name it, all those capabilities. But then what happened is that having conversation with partners beyond our ecosystem, and we are brothers and sisters of our colleagues around Chubb, right? The bank was coming or a retailer was coming, said, geez, I have this capability of doing XYZ. It's an extra, it's not much effort to create that for agents in a point of sale, right, or when don't have those capabilities and bring to the other side. But also happen is the other way around.
Oh, tell me.
The other way around is that, okay, we build those fantastic end-to-end embedded capabilities, but geez, in the other side of the house, we have great call center capabilities.
Right.
It's unbelievable in countries like Thailand, like South Korea, just to name a few, right? And in Europe and Latin America is the same, right? And those are capabilities that with the right analytics and the right experience, the right products and the right partners, we can complement what we have been doing, at least on my area of just purely embedded digital, and expand that and provide better products, better services, and and better solutions to our partners. So it's kind of, you say, Michael, it's just to, or you, George, right? Trying to bring everything together. There's no division, I think, in the near future between digital and physical. I think we live in this hybrid. Right. I don't know, we need to find a good term at the end. Maybe it's not us, right? Someone needs to define it.
Well, I always used to say when the virtual reality glasses came out, at some point it's not going to be like Japanese food. It's not going to be virtual reality. It's just going to be
new reality.
It's just going to be reality. Go ahead. Okay, so the other thing I want to ask about, you want to say
maybe,
something?
I'll just add one more point.
Please.
So when, again, we think about this retail space and the examples of where that kind of a future is happening already, I think India is one of the very interesting examples because they've taken a very unique approach to developing the market. And I think we have, again, a little bit of an insight what's coming around the corner. So if you look at the players like Digit, if you look at the players like Zopper is another good example there, they've started probably, again, kind of with the hypothesis it's all going to be fully digital. But I think very, very quickly they realized that there needs to be very heavy offline elements.
Right.
So what you saw is that they have for example, for car distribution platforms or car distribution businesses, they have agents who are there together with all the digital tools at the point of sale of the car, able to quickly pick up and make it a seamless experience for the customer. So you don't need to refill up all the forms and kind of resubmit everything. It just becomes part of the overall experience. And I think from the Zopper guys, the time that I spent with them in India as well, they were saying something very similar. So they're focusing on the health propositions. And again, this kind of an offline element was very important. They started with the embedded warranty space, and I kind of realized that plateaus fairly, at some point very in the journey, in the growth. And then they really invested very, very heavily offline as well to say, how do we have this distribution, especially in the rural places in India where people have digital assets, but really maybe this is the first time that they're interacting with insurance. If it's a simple embedded product, yes, people are okay to do it together with the product. But when you're talking about, high-end protection, life insurance, or you're talking about, more complicated, even general insurance products, people need to have that extra level of trust that I think comes with it. And that's, I think, where the retail is a very interesting place, because you have access to a lot of customers. Amazon definitely does a lot of retail digitally, but there's still a tremendous amount of retail that's happening in the physical world as well.
Right. I mean, look, the canary in the coal mine is that even companies that started completely digital, and even Amazon's a great example of this, said, we're going to open physical stores. Because as long as humans remain physical, there has to be a physical aspect to it, please.
Totally, George. And I would like to highlight the claims and services component. Right?
Please.
I think that's very important to not be orthodox in terms of this is a digital or physical.
Right.
I think the great and the best experience that we are developing with our partners are those blended reality, depending of the product, depending of the moment of the journey, right? To really having someone that step up. I think we already have experience beyond insurance, right? That we think could be better. And if you think something that went wrong in your life, it recently maybe having a human in certain point of time makes the difference. So that's our commitment when we develop products with our partners, to really make sure that we provide the best experience on the claims and the service period, right?
I want to cover one more topic, and then I'll let you both go. And you brought this up. I want to get this number right. 500 million API calls.
We have sold more than 500 million policies
digitally, right? So the fact that you've done that means you've also gathered data around all of those sales, right? What is the edge that the data analysis gives you in developing new products, developing new distribution channels, and understanding better how phygital works?
So we have a lot of data, but at the end, I think what is most important, Michael, is what our partners understand their customers. And that's the key. We are the insurance enabled for those partners, right? So if they really care about their customers, they really understand what are the pain points that they have, then we can sit down and with the data and experience that we have, we can develop those experiences that can delight the customers, not only in the selling part, also on the service and on the claims, right? So for us, it's very important to find partners that share that vision and that mission. And if they know truly their customers and understand where the pain points, then at CHAP, I think we have assets and expertise globally that can help them across this journey. And we are maybe don't have it right at the beginning, believe me. So that's a journey. It requires a 99% transpiration. But I think that if someone is in that journey, they fully understand that is how the things work right now nowadays, right? So I think that's I will reply to your answer with that thought.
I think when it comes to data, and I think it's not just CHAP, but I think the whole insurance industry is still in the relatively early days of taking advantage of that data. I think the data that's coming in right now is very different from what the insurers have traditionally been looking at. So it's the metadata, it's all the auxiliary kind of growing universe of data. I see that insurers probably not yet utilizing it to the full extent. I think that capability is starting to be introduced, but it's not yet to a point where it's guiding product development, for example, or guiding pricing to a large degree. I think there's already kind of glimpses of the possible, but I don't think this is to a point where it has really propagated down to a point where it's really kind of part of the DNA of the insurance. And then I had this really funny conversation with one of the insurance CEOs, and he said, yeah, we have a lot of data. And I said, oh, okay, tell me what kind of data you have. Phone numbers, we have addresses. So I think even kind of to that point, the semantics of data is what we haven't defined. And I think as Chubb, with the API calls, a billion API calls, billions of policies are probably sold in next years, you will get a lot more data, and then having that data kind of feedback and really understanding why did this person buy this policy, why this person didn't buy their policy, why did they claim at that point. I think this is something that's going to really change some of the DNA of the insurance, and I think that's going to feed back and that beyond the digital part of it as well.
Absolutely.
Okay, you've both been amazing. Gabriel Lazar, the head of digital business for Chubb's International Markets, and George Kesselman, the founder and president of InsurTech Asia Association. That was fabulous. Thank you both very much.
Thank you, George. Thank you, Michael. Pleasure.
Thank you. It's been fun.
Hi, my name is Michael Waits. Thank you for joining us for this very special edition of Insurance for the New Possible. We are broadcasting live from the Chubb Insurance booth at the Singapore Fintech Festival, the largest fintech festival in the world and a knowledge platform for the global fintech community. We could not be more excited to be here. Before we speak with our next guest, just a few quick programming notes. At 3 p.m., we will speak with Andy Tan, the Chief Commercial Officer at Atome, about transitioning through credit, Atome's approach to responsible borrowing. At 4 p.m., we will speak with Ian Ovenden, Head of Middle Market and Small Commercial at Chubb Asia Pacific, about envisioning the future, bridging the gaps in commercial insurance. Tomorrow, we'll be back for another full slate of really great conversations. Don't forget to follow Insurance for the New Possible on your favorite podcast platform and on YouTube to stay up to date on all of our amazing and informative content. Now let's welcome Sarita Singh, Regional Head and Managing Director of Southeast Asia, India, and Greater China from Stripe, with whom we will discuss the key to building a phygital experience. I'm not sure who's having more fun, by the way. We're on and we're live. We're back at the Singapore Fintech Festival. I'm not sure who's having more fun, the crew or us. Anyway, it's great to have you here, Sarita. I really, really appreciate it. Where are you from originally? Just for me.
Born and raised in Australia.
Where in Australia?
In Melbourne.
Melbourne, nice. I've never been there. I've been to Australia for only a couple of days, actually. And I'll tell you why I think that's weird in a second. But how long have you been living outside of Australia now?
Just over 20 years.
Just over 20 years. When you left, did you think you were going to be gone for this long?
Oh, no. I was like, Mum and Dad, I'll be back in a couple of years. Don't worry. And then somewhere along the way, I've picked up a mortgage and a husband and children and dogs.
And I don't know where any of them came from. But I want to share this with you for a really important reason. When I went to Morgan Stanley in Tokyo in 1990, I didn't expect to be there for 22 years. Wow. And I didn't expect to never live in the United States again. I've not lived in the US for 33 years. But I do think it's really important to live a life in the way that you have, because I think it gives us a really different perspective, particularly when it comes to dealing with customers and also doing innovation. Because once you start looking at the world in a way that's different, then you start looking at everything in a way that's different. And I think that that guides you into, a different thought process through everything that you do. Is that fair?
I think that's definitely a fair statement. It also gives you a perspective on how things can come together, because as different as we are,
right,
there are actually many more similarities.
But that's the point, though, right? You may not know that, and when you first start, you get to Chicago and you think, these people are insane. And then you realize, actually, you know what? And when you drop it down to the bottom of the funnel, they're trying to eat, they're trying to protect their families, and we're actually not that different.
Yeah.
That's what I meant, yeah?
And I think when you've had exposure to so many different places and cultures and lived in a variety of cities around the world,
right,
you spend more time looking for the similarities than you do for the differences.
Exactly, that's the point though, right? So when you first go, you're looking like, that's different, they don't eat that way, why are they using chopsticks? And when you've done what you've done and what I've done, you start saying, that's exactly what we do in a different way. And I just want to get back to the innovation thing too, because I think that's also the key to innovating in different regions and different locales, because you can say they're doing the same thing, but they're approaching it from a different way, which means when we serve it to them, we have to do the same thing. I don't want to spend a lot of time talking about payments per se, but talk to me initially about how payments are an enabler.
Ultimately, payments is an enabler for businesses to do what they need to do best.
Right.
If Stripe is doing our job well, the financial infrastructure that we have means that we are enabling businesses to focus on what they need to do. We abstract away that complexity.
I love the word abstract. Sorry, go ahead.
So what we do is provide that digital financial infrastructure so the businesses can do what they do best,
right,
so that they can serve their customers in ways that are meaningful. But ultimately, what are we trying to do? We're trying to help businesses that we serve to find new customers, to improve their customer experience, find new channels to market, and ultimately new revenue streams. So the point is to not only abstract the complexity away, but for the purpose of growing their business.
Okay, this is what I want to talk about. And if businesses should be solving problems, right, and fixing pain points, and I want to look at it through the lens we discussed at the beginning, right? Every company needs to have stuff paid for, right? And they all need to sell things. but maybe the way they're approaching sales and the way they're approaching payments is different, right? So maybe you can share some customer stories with me about how that actually is different and what that leads to.
Oh, that's really interesting.
But you see what I mean?
Yeah, I do see what you mean. What I believe is that the customer experience is really a result of your payments experience. You can have, as a merchant, the best products and services in the world. But if there is too much friction in the process of engaging with you, even the best products and services in the world will not get me coming back to you.
Yeah, it's not worth me waiting 15 minutes for a pizza that I can get in 7 minutes. I use pizza as an example a lot of the time because everybody kind of knows it.
Yeah.
But you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Sorry, I interrupted you. Go ahead.
No, not at all. So we know that if the process of a checkout, for example, on an e-com website takes too long, only 10% of customers are converting. So if you think about what the implications of that are, businesses are spending all this time and resource on optimizing their apps or optimizing their websites so that they can capture revenue and clients, etc. But if your checkout experience is really poor, you're going to see a massive drop-off. So understanding that your payments experience is in fact the same thing as your customer experience is really key for businesses so that they can grow.
So this is a really important point for me. The payment experience is your customer experience.
Yes.
And let me give you an example and you tell me where I'm wrong. I go into a store, I want to buy something. I try it on or I eat it or whatever it is, and I've loved every second of it, right? And then I go to pay for it. And it's just terribly hard. I'm not going back.
Never.
Right? As a customer, I always say, like, why is it so hard for me to give you my money?
Correct.
Why are you in my way?
Yeah.
Sorry.
We say that? We say that regularly in our
Do you?
day-to-day lives.
Do you?
And so I find that even myself, if I'm experiencing that kind of a situation, the first thing I'll do the next day is call up and say, I'd like to give you some feedback as a customer of yours, because I really want to make it better, not just for people like me, but for all customers who are contributing to that particular organization.
So I hadn't thought about this before we sat down. I want to share another thing with you. I used to go running in Tokyo when I was working in the stock market, and every company has a stock code. So I forget, like Sony 6758, Toyota 7203, I can still remember some of them. And when we used to run through, we couldn't separate the company from the code. So what do I want to ask you about? You're in the business of making that payment process frictionless and seamless. It should be simple. It should just be as easy as me just like sliding something over. Done. No hassle, no nothing, right? But in your day-to-day life, you're constantly buying things. How hard is it for you to separate, like, I can fix that in this case? Or they must be using this because that's amazing. Do you know what I mean?
Yes. You can't unknow what you know.
Yeah, exactly. And that's the point I'm trying to make.
So I find that I am assessing all of my interactions with businesses.
Right.
And who I actually interact with is very much more dependent now on what that transaction experience is, what that payments experience is.
Right.
So it isn't just the quality of the product or the quality of the follow-up later. If you just make it hard for me and it's frictionful, I'm unlikely to do business with you again. And I think as consumers, we are getting more and more demanding, and especially in Southeast Asia.
Tell me.
I'm seeing that consumers are getting much, much more savvy. Right? Technology is at the heart of everything that we do.
It is.
And so our expectations are continuing to rise.
Right.
So the onus of the responsibility is on businesses to drive a level of not only frictionless experience, but a personalized experience.
Talk to me. What do you mean by a personalized experience?
How you want to interact with the businesses might be very different to me. So let's go back to your pizza example.
Please.
Right? You might want to just go into an app, right? And the pizza company has an app. You order your pizza, you're off.
Right.
But I might want to interact on a website.
Yeah.
Right? So now we're starting to think about the complexity that organizations are facing.
Absolutely.
They have to offer multiple channels to find different kinds of customers and interact in the way that we want to interact with technology. So that's the first challenge.
Go for it.
The second thing is how you pay for something might be very different to how I pay for things. So you strike me as a wallet kind of a guy. Right?
I don't own a wallet, but go ahead. But thank you very much for that.
A digital wallet.
Go ahead.
So maybe Apple Pay or Link by Stripe or any of these one-click type of...
Super easy for me
so
to pay.
There's wallets, there's one-click payment options. You strike me as that kind of a guy.
I just want to get it easy. Done. I get paid for it. I've already enjoyed the thing. I don't want to have any other hassles.
Brilliant. I'm a pay now kind of a girl.
Really?
Yes.
Go ahead.
So I like to use Pay Now. And so now if you think about it, if you're the owner of that pizza shop,
Yep.
not only do you have to offer multiple channels to interact to order the pizza, now you're going to have to offer multiple payment methods as well.
Right.
And so that starts to become very complicated.
It does.
And you want your interactions to be the same, whether you are going through an app, going through ordering on a messaging platform, whether you are ordering through a website.
Right.
You want your experience to more or less be the same.
It's same, exactly. So this is what I was going to bring up. Please go ahead, because I want to follow up. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
so this is what we call unified commerce. How do we take a customer experience, and irrespective of the channels that you're using,
Right.
you will have a very similar experience of how that merchant works with you. And part of this is not just about serving customers like you. Part of it is also about brand. Merchants need to think about their brand experience.
Yeah, exactly.
So your experience across all of these different channels with the various payment methods is really important to how an organization shows up.
So you're talking whether it's omni-channel distribution or omni-channel payments.
Correct.
You're trying to control the same experience, right?
Exactly.
I want to dig even deeper into this.
Please.
We spent a lot of time today already talking about this combination of an offline experience, so a physical experience, and a digital experience. And there's been a lot of talk over the last 5 years about digital transformation. Companies need to do this in a digital form, and we spent a lot of time saying it's not just a PDF. We don't have to go there. But if you want the experience to be the same, sometimes I need to run over to the store and pick it up. Sometimes I need to order it online.
Correct.
This idea of a phygital experience
Yes.
is actually really important to me,
Yes.
but also I want it to feel the same. So if I'm dealing with brand A online, boom, 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 it's easy. And if I go to their store, I don't want to feel like, why aren't you the same as this? What do you think about that?
I think that is exactly the way that consumers, especially demanding consumers like we are here in Southeast Asia,
Right.
that is exactly the experience that we are aiming for. And when I think about some incredible brands that we work for, Castlery is a great example where your online experience with them is mirrored with their in-store experience. They're very particular about their customer experience and their brand and the consistency of that.
Okay.
And what's fantastic is that I can do my research for a sofa, for example, online, and then when I go into store, they will be able to track me through this phygital approach, this unified commerce, because they know that I'm searching and I've done transactions with them online before,
right? Yes.
And then I can come into store. Look, because I'm not going to buy a sofa online. I'm going to buy a lamp and maybe some cushions and things online.
Sure.
But by the time I need that sofa, I need to go into store.
But you also want them to know when you get there,
Correct.
I'm already important.
Correct.
I've already given you all of these sales.
Yes.
Yeah?
And they know that because the minute I start interacting with them in store,
Right.
with the terminal devices that they have,
Does something pop up?
yes, so they
Go
know
ahead.
that I've searched, they know what I've actually looked for and how I've purchased from them in the past, and they can make recommendations about the sofa that I want.
That is amazing.
It's a beautiful experience, and I think they are a great example of where a business is marrying their financial experience with their in-store and their online experience.
I'm really curious about this, and I'm sure you can't really generalize, but do you think, and I'm just going to use a company, I don't know if you work with them, but a company like Warby Parker, right, that started online and then built a flagship store downtown in Soho.
Yes.
Do you think it's easier for them to control the sameness of their experience if they start online and then go to offline, or vice versa?
Well, that's a really good question.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. I think it's challenging either way, whether you are offline to online, online to offline. The challenge with unified commerce is just that, the unification.
Yeah, it's hard.
And so I think your starting point doesn't really matter, but being very deliberate and thoughtful about what that experience is. And ultimately, it comes back to understanding the customer journey,
Right.
And being able to match your interventions and activities along that customer journey.
You mentioned Southeast Asia earlier, so I just want to dig a little bit deeper there. What are some of the unique challenges of operating here? I mean, it's so complex anyway to begin with, online to offline, all these sort of comprehensive and unified commerce. What are some of the things that are unique to Southeast Asia?
So here's an interesting stat for you.
Tell me.
More than 60% of Southeast Asia's cross-border business,
Cross-border business.
right, is done within ASEAN.
Really?
Yes. I mean, that's
So like
ultimately...
Thailand to Vietnam, Vietnam to Singapore,
Correct.
Singapore to Malaysia, whatever it is.
Correct.
Okay.
So if you think about it, that's why ASEAN was set up as a political and trading bloc.
Yes.
And so a very large proportion of cross-border business is done within ASEAN.
Interesting.
And whilst that is changing,
Right.
we don't see that changing dramatically
Okay.
with any material view
Right.
in the next few years. So that's a great situation for ASEAN.
Right.
But it lends itself
For a lot
to
of different reasons, but
yes,
yeah.
but it lends itself to some challenges. The first is just there's so much fragmentation in this part of
Fragmentation.
the world. Right? And fragmentation, especially in the payments and financial infrastructure world, because payments and financial infrastructure at the end of the day are highly regulated.
Yes.
And so your experience in Singapore will be different to your experience in Indonesia, will be different to your experience in Malaysia. So fragmentation is a real challenge. And so if you think about the translation of that,
Yeah.
if you're a business like Carousel,
Yeah.
and you've got a brand and you're trying to drive an incredible customer experience,
Right.
and you've got to function across all of these different countries, how can you go about localizing and personalizing your experience whilst maintaining your brand and managing the complexity and cost for your organization? This is very, very complicated to do.
But such a cool problem to solve.
Such a cool problem
No?
to solve. Absolutely. And so this fragmentation lends itself to ways that companies can reduce that complexity. And so we work with a lot of companies around their go-to-market plans and how they intend on serving the segments in the respective locations that they want to be.
What happens when Pay Now gets integrated with Prompt Pay in Thailand, which then gets integrated into UPI in India? What changes?
Everything changes.
Tell me why, though.
Well, we see these things happening in this part of the world that are moving much, much faster than many other places.
Right.
And so this proliferation of real-time payments, I mean, you just mentioned a few.
Right.
Yes, they are connecting to one another, and we know that they're...
But that's new, though. Sorry, go ahead.
It's new.
Super new.
It is very, very new.
Right.
And it's something that we need to think about how we can participate in,
Yeah.
but how we can help to advise and provide insights and inputs into customer behaviors. Because if you think about it, the integration itself
Yeah.
between all of these payment methods in itself is not the end goal.
No.
What we're trying to solve for is a journey for users, people that
Right.
are going to be using these services
Right.
in order to do cross-border business.
Which is why I brought it up, right? Because when I leave Thailand and I've just scanned a QR code to pay for something, when I come to Singapore, if those two things aren't integrated with each other, if there's no methodical way for me to do that easily, I wonder why, right? And again, that changes the level of experience. I want to switch gears a little bit,
Please,
and talk about just like some of the uniqueness of the commerce in Southeast Asia as
Yes.
well. So, what are some of those unique things?
So we're seeing three key trends happening.
Okay.
The first is the move away from traditional e-commerce to more marketplaces.
Okay.
Right. So think about the big marketplaces that we interact with here. You know, it
Right.
could be Shopee or a Lazada, etc.
Right.
And the business model that underpins a marketplace is very different to an e-com. So
Yeah.
because it's about suppliers and an ecosystem that is developing around a
Right,
marketplace.
it's very different than like a one-on-one sales.
Very, very different.
Right?
So that's one thing that we see definitely moving, marketplaces. And,
Okay.
and we spend a lot of time with marketplaces all across the world, helping them with their business models and helping them scale globally.
Yeah,
right?
because it's impossible for them to understand. Again, this gets back to this abstraction word you used. We want to abstract that piece out for you so you can worry about selling and supplying
Yes.
and don't have to worry about transacting.
Exactly.
Right?
And then the next trend we're seeing is really around subscriptions. So this is
Okay.
a relatively recent behavior that we're seeing.
Is that
with
hard
buyers.
to do from a payment perspective?
Nobody needs to worry about how hard it is to do.
I'm just curious, but go ahead, sorry.
Yes, from a technology point of view,
It's challenging.
It is challenging.
Sorry, go ahead.
But for businesses who want to adopt
Yeah,
a
it
subscription-based
should be
model,
simple for them to do.
It is simple. It is
Yeah.
really simple. And this is exactly what we do with
Right.
organizations. Because if you think about it, what is a subscription-based model? It is about driving predictability of cash flow.
Absolutely.
And that is what businesses really care
Absolutely.
about.
I subscribe to a bunch of different things, and every month they just tell me, you've paid for that. But one time what happened to me was I had this thing that I was paying for that was critical to me, and it fell down. And I'm like, this is not my fault. I don't want to think about this at all.
Exactly.
I just wanted it to work.
You want it to work.
Yeah.
You also want to pay as you go somewhat.
Sometimes, yeah.
Right? You may not want to pay hundreds of dollars all at once.
Nope.
But you're happy to pay $20 a month.
No problem.
Right?
Same.
So there's that user behavior or that consumer behavior that merchants need to think about how they can service. So subscriptions, definitely. The other thing about subscriptions is not only is about predictability of revenue, it's also about loyalty.
Right.
Because if you are signing up and then paying every month, you are unlikely to go ahead and cancel every 3 months.
And just go somewhere else to get a similar or the same product.
Correct. And especially if it's at a price point where you're like, it doesn't really justify my time and effort to do anything about it. I'm fine to continue on with it.
Right. I mean, big online companies like Netflix do this all the time.
Exactly.
Talk to me about social commerce. Why is it out here?
Yes.
Why is it so different? Why did it start?
Yes. So think about our own behavior, right? So on one side, many of us use, the big e-com players where there's a linear approach. You see a product, you click on it, you add it to your cart, you follow a linear process, you check out, and then your goods arrive, right? That's a very standard e-com.
Well understood process.
But the way that we like to buy, our buyer behavior in Southeast Asia, across most of Southeast Asia, is this market concept, right? We like to go in, we like to ask questions, we want to potentially even negotiate and haggle.
I was going to say bargain, right.
We don't need a linear, clean process all the time.
No, I don't want it most of the time. But anyway, go ahead.
And so we want to be able to have a relationship, not with a cart, but with somebody that we know is at the other end.
Right, in the same way, if I go shopping with you, you're also verifying the fact that I like this thing.
Correct.
Right? So I'm like, should I get this? Definitely.
Yes.
You may have introduced it to me.
So social commerce, one is about that recommendation element of it. The other is about risk mitigation, right? So
right.
There's still a relatively low level of trust for e-com in this part of the world.
Right.
And so what social commerce allows us to do is actually have a conversation with a human or maybe with a chatbot, but essentially there's still someone behind it. And we feel that raises the trust level in order for us to do a type of commerce. And so we've been partnering with WhatsApp, for example, to pilot social commerce here in Singapore.
How does that work?
So, for example, you might be a restaurant that does ordering.
Right.
So how do you order? You will have some kind of menu or cataloging system from a restaurant that is built on WhatsApp. And so you will order through WhatsApp. You might ask a couple of questions like, hey, is your hummus super garlicky, moderately garlicky, or not garlicky at all? Or do you add coriander to your hummus? You want to ask a bunch of questions to the restaurant owner.
I feel like you've been out to dinner with me, but go ahead. I'm kidding. Go
Strike
ahead.
me as a coriander guy. I don't know if we can be friends, but anyway. So we want to think about that relationship that we have with that restaurant. And if that restaurant is able to answer my questions, I can qualify my needs and personalize it much more. But what has traditionally happened is once I wanted to buy that coriander hummus, I would have to go off the platform, make some kind of payment, then come back onto the platform.
Which is a really bad experience.
Correct.
Really bad experience.
There's a couple of things. One, it's super frictionful.
But also, like, why am I here? I didn't want to go there. I wanted to stay here.
Correct.
Sorry.
So you are highly likely to abandon that purchase. The other thing is, rightly so, we're much more concerned about scams and fraud.
I was just going to say, trust is the first thing that comes to mind. When I get sent somewhere else, I'm thinking, should I really input that thing they're asking me to input there? That code on that CVC code? I'm not doing that. Whatever it is, right? Sorry.
Exactly.
Yeah, I don't trust it.
Higher trust in social commerce as well. And so you want to be able to do that entire end-to-end transaction for that hummus on the platform.
Yeah, without leaving. I don't care what happens on the back end, actually, at all. And this gets back to this idea we were talking about at the beginning. I don't want to talk about payments.
Exactly.
I want to talk about doing business.
Exactly right. And that restaurant owner doesn't really care about the underlying financial infrastructure.
Zero.
They just need it to work.
Right.
And that is what we do, and in this particular case, with WhatsApp.
That is the perfect way to end. I really want to thank you for doing this. I hope you enjoyed this as much as I did. I could have gone on for much longer.
It has been a pleasure. Thank you so much, Michael.
Thank you. And the Chief Commercial Officer at Atome about transitioning through credit, Atome's approach to responsible borrowing. At 4 p.m., we will speak with Ian Ovenden, Head of Middle Market and Small Commercial at Chubb Asia Pacific, about envisioning the future, bridging the gaps in commercial insurance. Tomorrow we'll be back for another full slate of really great conversations. Don't forget to follow Insurance for the New Possible on your favorite podcast platform and on YouTube to stay up to date on all of our amazing and informative content. See you back here soon for our next conversation.
Well, if I think about a claims experience, I think I need to bear in mind the emotions that a client and a customer is going through, right? And what it comes to mind is anxiety. I don't know what's going to happen. There's this amount of steps I need to go through. I don't know which are they. So in order to tackle that, we need to bring in transparent communication. They need to be able to understand what's going on, get frequent claim status, and then through that, managing their anxiety. They're going through a tough process, right? Claims in general, they go through because they had an issue, they had a problem with their card, maybe even someone passed in their family. So definitely that's one of the pieces, transparent communication. And then after that, of course, and a very, very efficient settlement process. Well, I think resiliency, which basically I define as learning to see failure as an opportunity to grow. Trying to find and to drive business transformation within a large organization requires to see challenge not as an issue, but as a new opportunity to create solutions. I think without resiliency, Chubb had never dared to create insurance for the new possible.
It's time for insurance because it's so simple, just a click and make it together with the purchasers and get it straight through, and the whole ecosystem is so simple. The habits of how we put things first, put an end in the game, and seek understand to be understood, then to be understood, that create an impactful to our personal growth in terms of career. The books that I read is The 7 Habits of Highly Effective People by Stephen Conway.
I believe not to underestimate the value of dumb questions. Sometimes because they are really dumb, but it forces people to think differently and to question things that they also thought they knew the answer. So I believe that asking the right questions, and sometimes questions that seem dumb, can actually open up a lot of innovation opportunities. Definitely copywriting. So I still believe it's the highest paid skill in the world, because if you're a copywriter, you can sell to anyone, you can understand emotions and customers. So copywriting is by far the most impactful skill to have.
And when we looked at the benefit space, okay, and particularly Latin America originally, right, we said, okay, let's go to employee benefits. Let's go to large corporations. 99.9% have some sort of life and health insurance and benefits. When we go to the SMEs, 3%, 2%, 1%.
They couldn't afford to do it on their own.
They couldn't afford to have them on their own. Technology, software, distribution models, right? Legacy distribution models. And we said, let's reach those underserved consumers, those underserved SMEs with a disruptive, different proposition and help them live their best life.
At Chubb, even though we're a traditional company, we are very execution oriented. We love thinking how to do things different. We're always in action, always moving forward. So yeah, partnering with Eduardo and Barrifly's team was a great challenge, a breath of fresh air.
Culturally, right? We have a company that's 230 plus years, old, if you want to call it that way, and another one that's 4 or 5 at the moment. But for us, being culturally aligned, right, with our insurance partner was, at the top of the list, and later learned the same way. And that click was instant, and I think is the secret sauce behind what we do.
Why I'm in the insurance industry is because I do believe that the industry really has such an important social purpose. It's an industry which is there when the customers most need us, in a moment of crisis, in a moment of an accident.
Right.
When I think about it, and the way that we engineer things now in Chubb, and the way we look at it going forward, and how all the digital disruption is a fact. It's not if it's going to happen.
It's not a maybe.
It is where we are today.
Right.
You know, our decision to put purpose and social and environmental impact at everything we do is the secret behind our success and our growth. Because what happens when you are doing something for other reasons, right, than just the financial ones, you attract a different type of talent, of company. You wake up in the morning energized, right,
with
in a different
purpose.
way, with purpose,
Right.
and you have significantly more resilience that you would have without, that purpose.
So you got to do something that you love.
Yeah.
And if you do it, you're going to do it much better. If you do it with the people with whom you share those common values, and you generate again, you really expand that ecosystem as you go through your career. And in this case, obviously, I'm talking about the partnership of Betterfly with Chubb. That's resonating. That is generating something which, for me, is very, very different to what we're seeing, especially in the Latin American insurance industry.
We actually announced in the New York Stock Exchange, right, the financial center of the world, that we became the first company globally, not only to give charitable donations to foundations, but our own equity, shareholders' equity, we started to distribute it to foundations. Why did we do that in such a public and visible way? Because we want other companies to copy what we're doing.
We don't want customers that are just going to buy a product not to use and then leave a few months later or a year later. At the end of the day, for us, especially in Chubb, is how do we build a relationship?
Initially, we said 2 or 3 things that were out of the box, right? And all my friends today, publicly traded insurtech companies, I had these discussions. I don't want to name names. I told them, look, guys, there's no way, to make a disruption if you're going to compete in underwriting and product and distribution, everything together. The way to disrupt this industry is to partner up with incumbents.
We used to look at Europe. We used to look at US.
Okay.
We used to look up for Silicon Valley. We used to look up for those places and saying, wow, those guys are amazing. Let's bring some of that tech
here, right?
Yeah, let's bring it here. Let's bring some of those business models to our region, and we'll make it big. And that has been the case, I'll say, from the 2000s, from the 90s on to 10 years ago, right? When what happened was that we realized that our problems were not the same problems that they had in US and Europe. We had a lower penetration, financial penetration. It's way lower here than in any other region in the world.
The digital transformation is very deep in the case of Latin America. For example, when you see a model like Rappi in Colombia, like Mercado Libre from Argentina, Brazil, Mexico, I think that e-commerce platforms are very well developed. Super app are very well developed. So in that case, I think that there is a new possibility that is to go and to sell insurance to underserved people.
All those things combined now makes this region as exciting as Europe or as US or even as Asia for venture funding, because now they see good thesis, good founders, good opportunities here. So I think that now we are better equipped to compete with other regions in the sense of talent, technology, funding, opportunities, and so on. What I would like to see this year and probably next is new ideas, new solutions, right? I'm kind of always seeing some of the same things over and over about distribution when there are so many fundamental problems that we could solve together as an industry, from the way we price products, from the way we provide the claims experience, from the way we complement it with other products that are not necessarily insurance to add more value to the end customer, from the way we gather the data from. There's so many problems that we can solve. And I'm always seeing like 90% of the insurtechs I see is about distribution, making the customer experience at the acquisition point very easier. I would like to see more on the back end to really challenge everyone in the industry, even ourselves, to come up with new solutions.
When we are talking about InsurTech 2.0, in the case of Latin America, I think we are thinking about InsurTech that are trying to solve a problem and not to sell a solution. To solve the problem is the first part. The second one is to make a dimension of sustainability. And in that case, I think that inclusion, underserved people, a new way to sell.
With every new technology comes the fear of disruption, leaving people out of jobs. And for us in our team, luckily we have a culture of constant learning and stuff that we embrace every new technology, and we'll try to see, first off, are the customers going to be here? Are they going to use it? Because we have to be where the customers are going to be.
Right. Are they going to accept it?
Yeah, they're going to embrace it. Are they going to accept it? Or is this going to be a niche thing? Or if it's niche, it's okay, but maybe it's for a different segment of different team or different department or different solution. So that's one of the first questions we ask. Are the customers going to be here? Then if they are, how do they interact with that new technology? And then how we can embed ourselves into that in a way that adds value to the end customer, to the intermediary, to the partner. I think it all comes down to what is the problem you're trying to solve.
Exactly.
And have the long-term view.
Right.
If you have a long-term view, technologies will go up and down, will get better and better. It will take longer or shorter to solve. But if you're very, very focused on a very big problem, I call it it's a $1 billion problem, not a $1 billion idea, right? You have to have a $1 billion problem. It's big enough. And the good thing about Latin America, they were full of problems.
So I think technology can play a very important part on making insurance an accessible product. Since people still in the region needs to have more transparent and simple ways to acquire policies and manage the policies.
We approach some partnership together because sometimes we don't have a solution for all the needs of our partner. So because we have a common culture and we have a similar way of looking the business, we have approached some new customer and we have new partnership together in the retail segment, but also in the SME segment.
The value we were giving to our users, it started to evolve from time to time, but at the core it's the same, and it's making a product that sometimes is by design very complex, like an insurance policy, make it simple, transparent, and accessible. And that's, I think, in a way, the concept we're trying to achieve is insurance should work like everything else.
Right.
It doesn't have to be complicated. It could be simple, and that's, I think, the main challenge in Latin America, trying to lower these barriers.
If we, as a job, we still working only with the traditional partners, we won't help the penetrations. There are some traditional partners that they are building new propositions to go through the non-banking sector or different people. So the way we help to increase the penetration is working with people that are accessing customers that typically are not in a traditional channels, right? With the banking, and then trying to adapt our strategy to their strategy to approach these customers, right? We don't do business by ourselves.
Right.
We go to the market together with the partner, and we try to understand the partner strategy, and we try to adapt as quick as possible.
First, we try to adapt our solution to the customer needs, not the other way around, which is very typical in the insurance industry. So we do hybrid, taking the human advice part of the customer journey. And on the other side, we found out that we have lots of fintechs. I talked about this explosion of startups a few years ago. So the people is using these kind of solutions, but when you compare the penetration of other other financial services such as banks and fintechs in general, you have up to 40% of usage. When you see insurance, is maybe 1 to 2%.
I think we pay much lower attention of how the technology can change the current value chain, the insurance value chain, right? So I still think something we focus here in CHAP, not only building distribution channel, but also using technology and digital technology for the process we have been doing from the beginning, 200 years ago. So I think it's still a lot of work to do.
The big realization is that there needs to be a combination of online and offline elements to really make it very, very powerful.
Right.
And I think the digital universe right now, if we look at it, is probably limited to maybe we'll call it 10% of the economy, 15% of the economy.
Right.
And it's growing, and I think it is going to be a very substantial part of it. But what about the 85%, 90%?
That's left over. That's still there, right?
And that, rightly it's so up to this point. I think all the experimentation and everything was very much focused on the digital space because there was so much potential innovation that can be invented from the ground up. But now that the space is maturing, now I think the focus is shifting to say, how do we take the learnings from this purely digital and blend it together with the much bigger opportunity, the 9 times opportunity that exists in the physical world. So I think this is kind of where the phygital or whatever you want to call it opportunity exists, and I think this is where we will see the tremendous amount of innovation going forward.
We really like to understand what are the insurance pain points or strategic problems that our partners want to solve, and insurance can be something that really resonate with their strategies and really reducing the protection risk that those customer has, and how can we enable that. And when we are talking with other innovators, as I would like to call our partners, really they don't need to reinvent the wheel when they would like to be serious about insurance. So we have the people, we have the tech, we have the expertise.
The bank insurance is a prime example of it because you kind of have this combination of forces again that is happening where it used to be all 100% offline,
right,
where people used to sit in the branches and used to get referrals from a teller, and all of a sudden that world is kind of being turned upside down.
It's flipping upside down, right?
Exactly. And then on the other end of the spectrum, you have the fintechs, which is coming in with purely digital propositions. And they're also kind of realizing that the ends of the spectrum are there, but each one of them is kind of limited in terms of the future potential for it. So it's really about combining the learnings from one to another. And what we realize in a digital, like in a bionic or in the phygital world, is basically combining the best of the both worlds.
So after selling those millions of policies with our partners, there is due to analytics and data, and we have the data. That's how we're living together with our partners. Can we segment and understand if there are gaps in the protection that those customers have? And there is an angle when you are looking for much more complex products. It's hard that you are going to purchase that 100% online, right?
Right.
So we really think about this blended reality and bringing the best of the two worlds. So we are committed in helping partners that are with the same mindset to build this journey together that I think is just the beginning, honestly.
Well, if I think about a claims experience, I think I need to bear in mind the emotions that a client and a customer is going through, right? And what it comes to mind is anxiety. I don't know what's going to happen. There's this amount of steps I need to go through. I don't know which are they. So in order to tackle that, we need to bring in transparent communication. They need to be able to understand what's going on, get frequent claim status, and then through that, managing their anxiety. They're going through a tough process, right? Claims in general, they go through because they had an issue, they had a problem with their card, maybe even someone passed in their family. So definitely that's one of the pieces, transparent communication. And then after that, of course, and a very, very efficient settlement process. Well, I think resiliency, which basically I define as learning to see failure as an opportunity to grow. Trying to find and to drive business transformation within a large organization requires to see challenge not as an issue, but as a new opportunity to create solutions. I think without resiliency, Chubb had never dared to create insurance for the new possible.
It's time for insurance because it's so simple, just a click and make it together with the purchasers and get it straight through, and the whole ecosystem is so simple. The habits of how we put things first, put an end in the game, and seek understand to be understood, then to be understood, that create an impactful to our personal growth in terms of career. The books that I read is The 7 Habits of Highly Effective People by Stephen Conway.
I believe not to underestimate the value of dumb questions. Sometimes because they are really dumb, but it forces people to think differently and to question things that they also thought they knew the answer. So I believe that asking the right questions, and sometimes questions that seem dumb, can actually open up a lot of innovation opportunities. Definitely copywriting. So I still believe it's the highest paid skill in the world, because if you're a copywriter, you can sell to anyone, you can understand emotions and customers. So copywriting is by far the most impactful skill to have.
When you look about what has happened over the last 5 years, there's been a sea change in opinions, if not quite yet fully developed, as Sean was saying. So it's a really exciting time. And I think for most people who have been in insurance for a long time, this is possibly the best time we've seen in our careers, right? And it's actually a chance to get back to fundamentals, right? How can we actually use digital to re-engage with customers is, I think, a strong motivation factor for many people.
You are going to have a hybrid model. I think it depends upon the product and the context and people's comfort level with the product.
Yeah.
Right. And often when people are making a financial transaction, it's almost they want affirmation from somebody to saying, yes, you're right. You're making
this is the right choice.
This is the right choice for you.
Comes as part of embedded insurance, and what comes after embedded insurance is ecosystems and platforms, right? And these are the key drivers.
I love insurance. I mean, insurance is so cool, right? It's the oil, right, that makes the engine go for the economy, right? Where we have to be in all these ecosystems anyway, otherwise things don't work.
But I think you can also have very, very small ecosystems. So you could have, for example, a health and wellness group that might look at, say, mothers who are going through childbirth, and it might be a maternity community, and that in itself is an ecosystem that might need insurance at some point in time as well. So this world of ecosystems and how they're actually going to cooperate with each other is all starting to come into place, because the technology is there to enable this and make it easier for people to connect than it's ever been, whether it's personally or for business.
It's no longer just a simple transactional product, or you've now created this experience, right?
So if you can help people to avoid risks and manage risks better, you're into a winning customer proposition, which is better than paying the claim.
And we've seen it in a number of partners in a number of markets. To do it successfully, where it takes off, it's not the product. The time and effort you spend on the customer experience in that app to get it right is what's critical.
But actually content delivered to customers to help them to educate those customers so that they can make an informed decision, I think is really, really important.
The awareness is not there. So we have to develop content to provide that awareness that, yes, there are these risks, but there's also a solution for it.
Looking at the right claims capabilities with partners is just as important, if not more important, than the pricing itself. Actually, what we found is that pricing is only a third degree consideration for a lot of our driver partners. They care about convenience and claims.
The progress of using AI to handle claims is speeding up, right? We like many other companies, we're looking at how do we automate claims settlement. I think data is something that we are working on, putting unstructured, structured data together. So I'll say that's a great progress, which will help.
One of the things that actually, together with Chubb, arrived on the hitting formula is not just the product itself, but the experience actually for our drivers in signing up is fantastic. It literally takes about 3 clicks.
Yeah.
3 clicks, they're subscribed. Done.
I hear a lot of stories. I go to hear customers, stories over customer centers. And is those contextual moments that help us craft better experiences?
So I think a few of the examples that we do is actually, as I mentioned, we embed a lot of these ride-hailing insurance, personal accident insurance onto our mobility. We also, of course, has package insurance and then travel insurance. But I think the one that excites me the most, to be perfectly honest, going by my previous theme, is actually a form of embedded insurance that we provide to our drivers.
By having partnership with leading industry verticals, we're able to have seamless access to customers. We can use big data that help us craft better products and services and address the pain point of customers.
Financial literacy means actually understanding what insurance is and how important it is to their lives and their families' lives. And that to me is the heart of financial literacy.
The emergence of ecosystem platforms, Grab is a great example, as well as the devices, smart devices, as Michael, you so rightly put, is really the convergence of a very opportune time for us to really step up on this access game or this challenge.
I guess my passion is really about people and consumers.
Great.
Yeah, I like being able to break down consumer behavior, understand how they think, and then find very small nuggets of insights as to how we should address, work with them. And what gets me really excited is when we discover, or I discover, what consumers themselves don't know that they want or that it works for.
So I think one of the biggest thing that we are trying to do now is to equip consumers with that know-how. So we go back to some basics, teach them beyond savings, what is really the first step after. And I think we have to come back to the whole part about protection and insurance.
And then the next question is, how do we react? How quickly do we react? I think very often that reaction time is determined by the tools that we work with and the knowledge that we already have, right? It's usually too short a time for us to acquire that, which is why I think an important part of this journey is being able to forward think, being able to anticipate.
Once we have this consolidation, what do we do becomes very important. And hence, actually, when we were working with the industry, we were very clear that open banking here is not just about sharing data for the sake of being open, but we wanted to address an issue where people, the mass market and the mass affluent, never had access to wealth management services and advisory services properly.
So helping people understand that you're not looking for a burst, you're looking at a steady way to grow your wealth, your income, and over time. How to take advantage of that.
Right.
So that's the first key concept. With technology right now, we have the choice, we have more options available to us. And if we're able to then break this product down into different points during which we have that conversation with that customer, and then hopefully that helps the customer gain a lot more interest and, more importantly, confidence to try and understand the products he or she's buying, be it investment or insurance. I think
it is the whole designing of the customer journey and observing them. I think Serene brought this up, right? Like when we observe them, how they behave when they took their first trade, what did they actually buy in their first trade, how much was it?
Right.
What kind of risk they were prepared to take, and all of that stuff.
Right.
And then from there on, we deduce their financial profile and then get them to reconfirm again.
And in products like insurance, and there are many more complex products out in the market, the only way to make it simple for the customer is if the answer is always consistent and the answer is always fast, quick.
But I think in terms of where the innovation will be, I would say we are still best in the financial services, where I think it turns very grey and we need to do a lot more collaborative. It's between industries that are very close to us.
I think the first thing is agree as partners. What are we going to do, right? Most partners don't agree and they try and experiment. So I think the first thing is to agree on a very clear objective. And secondly is to not try to go to too big bites of the data. Simple, practical data, things that you can do as well, because data availability is always going to be a problem. And the third thing is just get it done. Just do it. Just do something, whatever it takes. And the partnership will always get better and better. When I read, I get a lot of ideas. So sometimes a chapter can be 10 pages, but every half a page I take on my phone, because whenever I read, my mind just my mind reads and it zones out into an area. where I get creative, I get unconstrained. So when my team gets a lot of text from me, they're like, Alan is reading.
The way that I think about it is if one issue can be solved, it could be an issue of the risk transfer. So right now, it's all done in the very traditional way, I would say. So people, I was at the reinsurance conference where people sit down over coffee, negotiating risk agreements, risk treaties for the 1 year in advance, which kind of limits that risk transfer and puts it in a very traditional way that the product innovation actually is a lot more difficult. So if I were to kind of have a magical wand, and I would say one issue that can be solved is that risk transfer issue. So when I think about the innovation in insurance and digitalization in insurance, I think a lot of the times we start with this thought of technology as being a real key driver for it. And the last 10 years that I've been in it, across Asia, across different projects, across different domains, it really dawned on me that the most common denominator there was not a technology, it was people.
I think one unaddressed problem, especially in developing countries, is that we don't focus on living benefits. So we need to provide more living benefits for the underinsured and uninsured. So I believe that insurance needs to be enjoyed and not endured. I'm not going to go far from home. In the Philippines, we have less than 2% insurance penetration. So I found inspiration from pretty much anywhere, from the streets, from the islands. So there needs to be a more inclusive coverage for all Filipinos.
Hi, my name is Michael Waits. Thank you for joining us for this very special edition of Insurance for the New Possible. We are broadcasting live from the Chubb Insurance booth at the Singapore Fintech Festival, the largest fintech festival in the world and a knowledge platform for the global fintech community. We could not be more excited to be here. Before we speak with our next guest, just a few quick programming notes. At 4 p.m., we will speak with Ian Ovenden, Head of Middle Market and Small Commercial at Chubb Asia Pacific, about envisioning the future, bridging the gaps in commercial insurance. Tomorrow we'll be back for another full slate of really great conversations. Don't forget to follow Insurance for the New Possible on your favorite podcast platform and on YouTube to stay up to date on all of our amazing and informative content. Now let's welcome Andy Tan, the Chief Commercial Officer at Atome, with whom we will discuss transitioning through credit, Atome's approach to responsible borrowing. We are back live at the Singapore Fintech Festival, and we are with Andy Tan, as we already mentioned. Andy, do you come here often? Do you come here every time?
Every year, I think.
Do you really?
Yeah.
So are you originally Singaporean?
I am Singaporean, yes.
You'll like this. I told you before we started recording, I've been in Singapore for 3 months this year, but I've never been to this festival.
Oh, okay.
And let me tell you something else you don't know. When was my first time in Singapore, do you think? First time.
First time. 5 years ago?
How about December 1990?
Oh, wow. December 1990?
Yeah, probably before you were born.
No.
I asked you where you're from and if you come here a lot because I think it's filled with energy, right?
Yep.
But I also think it's really international. If you
Yes.
walk around, companies from China, companies from Indonesia, companies from the United States, companies from Europe, 60,000 people from all over the world. You're Singaporean, but you were educated overseas. How do you think that changed the way you looked at just like the world in general? And then how do you think it drops down to the bottom of the funnel in the way you think, I now know different things than I might have known if I hadn't done that, and it helps me build better products for people in my region?
Right. I think generally, Singapore has always been a node in Asia.
It has.
It's always been a gateway.
Yep.
Right. And a lot of international companies do come here.
Have for a long time.
Yeah,
Go
for a long time, right? But I think it's really truly because of the fintech revolution that combine Singapore's status as a financial hub together with our drive towards innovation and technology that's really brought everybody from the world here, right?
Yeah.
And that kind of energy can't be really replicated anywhere in the world, right? We are safe, we're well regulated. Everybody who comes here know exactly what they're going to get.
Exactly.
A great experience. And you're going to meet new people. The network is great and stuff like that.
There's no way to trade off that stability and getting what you expect to get with the output of just amazing experiences,
Indeed,
right?
indeed.
And particularly in the finance space.
Indeed.
I want to ask you about this. Talk to me about this philosophy you have about building a business that generally serves its customers genuinely, as opposed to just pushing them products.
Sure. I think the traditional financial sector tends to just focus a lot on products, right?
Yeah.
As a fintech, we hope, or as a business, we do hope to be sustainable partners with our customers in general.
You have to be,
right?
otherwise you're not in business.
Indeed, right? So we believe fully that we start with the customer, right? And we build a lifetime journey with them, right?
Okay.
We are there with them, right? We can't serve every single part of their financial journey,
Right.
but we sure hope to be the first to touch them.
So when you're building this customer base and you want to be part of their financial journey, at some level as a business, you want to make sure that financial journey is as long as possible. Right? Because you did use the word sustainable, and not in the ESG case, although
Indeed.
that's fair too. But in this idea of we want to be with them for the whole time. But if that's the case, how do you tailor services to meet the needs of a younger, maybe even underbanked or underserved population and generation?
Sure. Look, at the heart of our business is risk-taking, right?
Yeah.
Underwriting risk at the end of the day. Much like insurance, right?
Yep.
But we underwrite credit risk.
Okay.
And in bite-sized pieces, right? What I would say is, in general, when you think about it that way, right? The insurance, we build on products, right?
Yep.
To add on and augment what we don't have.
Go ahead.
That's sort of how we think about it.
Okay.
Building ecosystem partners. We do what we do best, right? Which is providing credit scoring, underwriting the underbanked individuals at the early start of their financial journey. And then where we can't, right? We definitely don't have the heft of huge financial institutions, right? That's where we partner with them and build out a product suite
tailored for them.
It gives you the ultimate flexibility.
Indeed.
Again, if you're on a long journey with a particular cohort,
yep.
How do you convince them? Because I remember how I learned about this, right? How do you convince them that having a credit history at all is actually important, and actually having a good credit history is even more important?
Right.
How do you do that?
I think my experience in America really served to sort of provide a foil to the experience in Asia.
Tell me.
In America, right, I think everybody is very, very keen on ensuring that their credit scores are good, right? If not, you don't get access to housing, mortgages, you don't get access to car financing, etc., right? So credit scores, I would imagine, is very instilled in the American psyche.
I remember hearing about it when I was a little kid. Like, my mother brought me to a bank, I remember, for the first time when I was 5 years old.
Indeed. While the Asian experience has been slightly different, in my opinion, my personal opinion, right? We are a more savings-led society.
Right.
So we love to put money in the bank, right? And we don't borrow that much. The first time, generally, any Asians come to close touch with credit is when they buy their first house, right? Or buy their first car, or make a big purchase. They never build small little credit history.
But there's nothing in between then.
There's nothing in between. That's where we are. Right? So we're trying to introduce this concept that, look, you need to be exposed a little bit by a little bit, which is where our sort of value proposition come. Right? Build up a credit history before you transit into a larger relationship with a large financial institution.
How do you look at a country like Indonesia and think 270 million people, concentrated in some big cities, but I mean 18,000 islands. A lot of people to whom you need to communicate that are far away. How do you think about not just financial literacy, right? Getting them to where they actually understand this, but also the financial education side of it. How hard do you work on that?
We work very hard on that, right? Financial literacy is important to us, right? And we do this through responsible introduction of credit into the lives of these individuals, right? We ensure that we underwrite the right user. We ensure that we help them at the right moment of their journey, right? And we ensure that, if they are not right for our customer base, we reject them. Right? That's the story.
Let's talk specifically about BNPL, buy now, pay later. And you can even talk about other bite-sized credit products, right? Because this is what you're talking about. How it helps people build not just a credit history, but sort of a responsible reaction to credit. And I'll give you the reverse example of this. If you use your United States example, just the sheer amount of credit card debt, right? And the way that works, 18% like interest or whatever it is these days. How do you build this responsible reaction to credit and then go from bite size to bigger size?
So I think that you brought up a very, very good point,
Thank
right?
you.
Credit card debt in the US as a counterfoil, right? When you think about it, credit cards operate in let me pre-approve you, or I'll give you a credit line, revolver. We don't care what you spend it on, right? First, you could, as a student, university student.
I know, I got my first credit card that way, right?
Discovery sends you a card, right, for $800, right? And actually, that is an unsecured revolving credit.
It made me nervous, actually.
It
made me really, I'm like, I could use it, but should I?
Indeed. But, you can start planning, actually, right? What you want to use this $800 for. Right? The difference between that and our experience is we only approve you at the transaction level purchase, right? So it's not like we pre-approve you for $2,000, for example, right? You don't know your credit limit in general, right? So when you approach us or you use BNPL, right? You actually need to go through the journey of going to a shopping center. I like to use this example, right? You walk into the shopping center, you go to a store, right, where you want to purchase a piece of clothing, for example, and then at that moment of checkout, then the BNPL experience comes to you. So you don't go walking into the store planning to buy that Prada bag, right, with your credit card.
Yeah,
for
let's
example.
hope not.
Yeah? But you go into a store, you walk in, you pick up a piece of clothing that actually, technically, right, you could have afford using cash, using your debit card, because you don't plan to purchase it. You go to the counter, and then at that juncture, you activate your choice. It's your option to use whether or not you want to go into an installment card.
But how do you know as a firm, like what kind of data have you gathered already to say when I get to the checkout, so you don't know how much cash I have in my pocket?
Yeah.
Maybe.
Yeah.
So how do you know that BNPL experience is going to be okay, not just for me, but for you or the lenders that are underwriting that?
So clearly we have the usual algorithms, we are smartly powered. When the company first started, we were risk-led enterprise, right? We sold customer onboarding, KYC, credit scoring as the start. So we led the market with risk. And then we build up our financial products. So we know how to manage risk very, very well. Right. And to your point on how we score these customers, right? Other than the traditional data sets, we use alternate data sets.
Alternate data sets. But what does that really mean, though?
That just means we match merchants, we score the merchants as well, right? So we know, for example, that some electronics are higher risk category, big purchases are high risk categories, right? So if we were to control that part of the credit risk, right? We can then control the user risk and we match it together and you get a better set of customers.
So do you have enough information to know that electronic shop A, whatever it is, frequently has people not able to make payments on their phones, and then you use that as an alternative data set, so you know that if somebody walks in for the first time to buy an expensive or even a semi-expensive item, that it's much riskier than a shop where almost nobody makes a return and everybody pays?
Potentially, yes.
Okay, that's actually really interesting. How do you? I want to ask you a very Asia-specific question that I actually hadn't considered before you sat down. Saving face in Asia is actually really important. Right? In other words, particularly in public. I don't want to be embarrassed. How do you serve the BNPL product to somebody who's expecting to be able to use it, who may not have the cash with them? Do you know what I mean? Like, what's the concern level there of going, sorry, you can't use it here?
I think it's a balance in everything, right? It's a very good question. It is a balance ultimately, right? We need to control risk. We need to also be able to reject people, right?
You need to be comfortable with that at some level.
You need to be comfortable with that at some level, because that's the difference, fundamental key difference between us and a credit card, right? At the end of the day, credit card, you have $800 or $5,000, you can go and get that product back, right? Which you could not afford.
But it's really important to think about it this way. Which you can't afford, but you're like, I know my limit's $2,000. It's $1,700 and I've only spent $100. So even if I buy this, I still have $200 limit. I'll figure out how to pay for it later.
Exactly.
But in a way, this is how you create the discipline, though, right? Because you're saying, you may want that, but actually, we're not going to allow it. Not for us. We would make more money if we let you do that.
Exactly.
But you'll be in trouble if we let you do that. Interesting.
So that's sort of how we think about responsible financial inclusion, right? We help you think about paying, right? When you start paying an installment, you actually create a sense that, hey, I got to pay this debt, right?
Yeah. How do you message that, though, to your customers?
In terms of the installment?
Not just the installment, this idea of like, we really want it. We're doing this to help you out. To make your life more convenient and to make it better, not to get you into a bad credit situation. So if we say no, we're not saying no to be frivolous. We're saying no to actually help you out.
It's a tough messaging to give,
It
right?
is.
But I think we do that pretty well, right? We start small with 3 BNPL. That's very bite-sized. We try to, if you're a first-time user with us, right? We test you out, right? And actually, the point of contact between you and us, or the merchant, for example, it's not frequent. Like, you cannot use it at all grocery stores, for example.
Or every day.
Exactly, right? So actually, you start training the data sets. You start training yourself, and then you get there.
I would love to understand, you don't have to answer, but I would just love to understand, as a person who's so interested in this, what the data trends are. Do you know what I mean? So what it looks like when someone has never used a product like this before, that they actually use it, they pay it off, they try to use it again, maybe they get shut down, but they're not bothered by it, and then they get better at it, and then you see them move on in their credit history. Sorry, go ahead.
So I wanted to respond to that immediately, right? Obviously, we are in Southeast Asia. People forget that Asia is not one contiguous continent, right?
Absolutely.
It's plenty of jurisdiction. User behavior differs between Indonesia to Singapore to Malaysia.
One of my favorite conversations.
Exactly.
Go ahead.
So I think to your point, right? You build credit history differently in different countries. That's the first point I would make, right? And I think typically, if you have demonstrated that you are able and good as a first-time user, the repeat, we want to encourage you to be responsible, right? You've paid down. We've seen you demonstrate your pay down capabilities. So now it's time for us to reward you, right? And that reward could be, hey, actually, would you like to think about something else, right? As part of your journey, right?
Right.
Would you like to use BNPL in a different context, for example?
Yeah.
Yeah?
It's also a stepping stone to bigger investments.
Indeed.
How does that work?
Well, next step is obviously providing products that or solutions to meet the user's need at that point in time, right? We want to train them, or we want to give an opportunity for our users to learn that, look, you shouldn't only spend, right? Perhaps you should insure, right? Protect yourself, right?
Yep.
Because look, our user base generally, young, just about to start work, kind
Right.
of adults, right? They
Yep.
haven't started thinking about financial planning.
Right.
We are the first step. We
Right.
want to get them at that juncture. Yeah?
Yeah. Can I ask you this too? I'll get to protection in a bit, but I want to make sure I ask you this. 270 million people in Indonesia, we already mentioned. 670 million, let's call it 700 million people in all of Southeast Asia. I understand not only Vietnam is different than Singapore, but there are places in Vietnam that are different than other places in Vietnam.
Exactly.
The customer behavior is not always going to be the same.
Exactly.
But one thing that is similar or true is that at some level, if everybody learns to save just a little bit every month, right? That over time, through compounding and other financial products, that should naturally grow into much more, into a higher investment value for them.
Sure.
Is there a way for you, as you build out this platform, to encourage people to give little small bits of money? If you have 5 million people on the platform, it's $5 million a month, $1 a month, right? At the end of the year, it's $60 million. At the end of 12 years, it's $720 million.
Of course.
To be able to build on top of what you're building, maybe in a regulated basis, a mutual fund business, a wealth management business that then says, not only will we work with other companies, I get it, and that's great, but now we can actually help people build real financial freedom later on in life.
Yeah. I think that's absolutely what we are trying to achieve in terms of our overall goals and mission, right? Financial inclusion isn't just about lending, right? It is about building protection, investments, savings, and all sorts of financial instruments that can help somebody in their journey.
Okay. Look, I'd love to have a much longer conversation with you about this. You've got to come back on one of the shows.
Sure.
And it was great to talk to you. I hope you enjoyed yourself as much as I did. That was
did.
awesome.
Thank you very much.
Thank
for your
you.
time.
Head of Middle Market and Small Commercial at Chubb Asia Pacific, about envisioning the future, bridging the gaps in commercial insurance. Tomorrow we'll be back for another full slate of really great conversations. Don't forget to follow Insurance for the New Possible on your favorite podcast platform and on YouTube to stay up to date on all of our amazing and informative content. See you back here soon for our next conversation.
Well, if I think about a claims experience, I think I need to bear in mind the emotions that a client and a customer is going through, right? And what it comes to mind is anxiety. I don't know what's going to happen. There's this amount of steps I need to go through. I don't know which are they. So in order to tackle that, we need to bring in transparent communication. They need to be able to understand what's going on, get frequent claim status, and then through that, managing their anxiety. They're going through a tough process, right? Claims in general, they go through because they had an issue, they had a problem with their card, maybe even someone passed in their family. So definitely that's one of the pieces, transparent communication. And then after that, of course, and a very, very efficient settlement process. Well, I think resiliency, which basically I define as learning to see failure as an opportunity to grow. Trying to find and to drive business transformation within a large organization requires to see challenge not as an issue, but as a new opportunity to create solutions. I think without resiliency, Chubb had never dared to create insurance for the new possible.
It's time for insurance because it's so simple, just a click and make it together with the purchasers and get it straight through, and the whole ecosystem is so simple. The habits of how we put things first, put an end in the game, and seek understand to be understood, then to be understood, that create an impactful to our personal growth in terms of career. The books that I read is The 7 Habits of Highly Effective People by Stephen Conway.
I believe not to underestimate the value of dumb questions. Sometimes because they are really dumb, but it forces people to think differently and to question things that they also thought they knew the answer. So I believe that asking the right questions, and sometimes questions that seem dumb, can actually open up a lot of innovation opportunities. Definitely copywriting. So I still believe it's the highest paid skill in the world, because if you're a copywriter, you can sell to anyone, you can understand emotions and customers. So copywriting is by far the most impactful skill to have.
And when we looked at the benefit space, okay, and particularly Latin America originally, right, we said, okay, let's go to employee benefits. Let's go to large corporations. 99.9% have some sort of life and health insurance and benefits. When we go to the SMEs, 3%, 2%, 1%.
They couldn't afford to do it on their own.
They couldn't afford to have them on their own. Technology, software, distribution models, right? Legacy distribution models. And we said, let's reach those underserved consumers, those underserved SMEs with a disruptive, different proposition and help them live their best life.
At Chubb, even though we're a traditional company, we are very execution oriented. We love thinking how to do things different. We're always in action, always moving forward. So yeah, partnering with Eduardo and Butterfly's team was a great challenge, a breath of fresh air.
Culturally, right? We have a company that's 230 plus years, old, if you want to call it that way, and another one that's 4 or 5 at the moment. But for us, being culturally aligned, right, with our insurance partner was, at the top of the list, and later learned the same way. And that click was instant, and I think is the secret sauce behind what we do.
Why I'm in the insurance industry is because I do believe that the industry really has such an important social purpose. It's an industry which is there when the customers most need us, in a moment of crisis, in a moment of an accident. Right. When I think about it, and the way that we engineer things now in Chubb, and the way we look at it going forward, and how all the digital disruption is a fact. It's not if it's going to happen.
It's not a maybe.
It is where we are today.
Right. Our decision to put purpose and social and environmental impact at everything we do is the secret behind our success and our growth. Because what happens when you are doing something for other reasons, right, than just the financial ones, you attract a different type of talent of company. You wake up in the morning energized, right, in a different way, with purpose, and you have significantly more resilience that you would have without that purpose.
So you got to do something that you love.
Yeah.
And if you do it, you're going to do it much better. If you do it with the people with whom you share those common values, and you generate again. You really expand that ecosystem as you go through your career. And in this case, obviously, I'm talking about the partnership of Butterfly with Chubb. That's resonating. That is generating something which, for me, is very, very different to what we're seeing, especially in the Latin American insurance industry.
We actually announced in the New York Stock Exchange, right, the financial center of the world, that we became the first company globally, not only to give charitable donations to foundations, but our own equity, shareholders' equity. We started to distribute it to foundations. Why did we do that in such a public and visible way? Because we want other companies to copy what we're doing.
We don't want customers that are just going to buy a product not to use and then leave a few months later or a year later. At the end of the day, for us, especially in Chubb, is how do we build a relationship?
Initially, we said 2 or 3 things that were out of the box, right? And all my friends today, publicly traded insurtech companies, I had these discussions. I don't want to name names. I told them, look, guys, there's no way, to make a disruption if you're going to compete in underwriting and product and distribution, everything together. The way to disrupt this industry is to partner up with incumbents.
We used to look at Europe. We used to look at US.
Okay.
We used to look up for Silicon Valley. We used to look up for those places and saying, wow, those guys are amazing. Let's bring some of that tech
Here, right?
Yeah, let's
Right.
bring it here. Let's bring some of those business models to our region, and we'll make it big. And that has been the case, I'll say, from the 2000s, from the 90s on to 10 years ago, right? When what happened was that we realized that our problems were not the same problems that they had in US and Europe. We had a lower penetration, financial penetration. It's way lower here than in any other region in the world.
The digital transformation is very deep in the case of Latin America. For example, when you see a model like Rappi in Colombia, like Mercado Libre from Argentina, Brazil, Mexico, I think that e-commerce platforms are very well developed. Super app are very well developed. So in that case, I think that there is a new possibility that is to go and to sell insurance to underserved people.
All those things combined now makes this region as exciting as Europe or as US or even as Asia for venture funding, because now they see good thesis, good founders, good opportunities here. So I think that now we are better equipped to compete with other regions in the sense of talent, technology, funding, opportunities, and so on. What I would like to see this year and probably next is new ideas, new solutions, right? I'm kind of always seeing some of the same things over and over about distribution when there are so many fundamental problems that we could solve together as an industry, from the way we price products, from the way we provide the claims experience, from the way we complement it with other products that are not necessarily insurance to add more value to the end customer, from the way we gather the data from. There's so many problems that we can solve. And I'm always seeing like 90% of the insurtechs I see is about distribution, making the customer experience at the acquisition point very easy. I would like to see more on the back end to really challenge everyone in the industry, even ourselves, to come up with new solutions.
When we are talking about InsurTech 2.0, in the case of Latin America, I think we are thinking about InsurTech that are trying to solve a problem and not to sell a solution. To solve the problem is the first part. The second one is to make a dimension of sustainability. And in that case, I think that inclusion, underserved people, are a new way to sell.
With every new technology comes the fear of disruption, leaving people out of jobs. And for us in our team, luckily we have a culture of constant learning and stuff that we embrace every new technology, and we'll try to see, first off, are the customers going to be here? Are they going to use it? Because we have to be where the customers are going to be.
Are they going to accept it?
Yeah, they're going to embrace it. Are they going to accept it? Or is this going to be a niche thing? Or if it's niche, it's okay, but maybe it's for a different segment of different team or different department or different solution. So that's one of the first questions we ask. Are the customers going to be here? Then if they are, how do they interact with that new technology? And then how we can embed ourselves into that in a way that adds value to the end customer, to the intermediary, to the partner. I think it all comes down to what is the problem you're trying to solve.
Exactly.
And have the long-term view.
Right.
If you have a long-term view, technologies will go up and down, will get better and better. It will take longer or shorter to solve. But if you're very, very focused on a very big problem, I call it like it's a $1 billion problem, not a $1 billion idea, right? You have to have a $1 billion problem. It's big enough. And the good thing about Latin America, they were full of problems.
So I think technology can play a very important part on making insurance an accessible product. Since people still in the region needs to have more transparent and simple ways to acquire policies and manage the policies.
We approach some partnership together because sometimes we don't have a solution for all the needs of our partner. So because we have a common culture and we have a similar way of looking the business, we have approached some new customer and we have new partnership together in the retail segment, but also in the SME segment.
The value we were giving to our users, it started to evolve from time to time, but at the core it's the same. and is making a product that sometimes is by design very complex, like an insurance policy, make it simple, transparent, and accessible. And that's, I think, in a way, the concept we're trying to achieve is insurance should work like everything else.
Right.
It doesn't have to be complicated. It could be simple, and that's, I think, the main challenge in Latin America, trying to lower these barriers.
If we, as a CHAP, we still working only with the traditional, like...
Insurance for the New Possible is back live at the Singapore Fintech Festival 2023. We are with Rajat Sharma, the Chief Revenue Officer at Insurmo. This is not the first time we've sat down at a microphone together. How are you doing, by the way?
And will not be the last time as well.
It won't be the last time, for sure, for sure. What do you think about the energy here? I mean, you can feel it. It does feel like there are thousands, tens of thousands of people here, doesn't it?
It does. And you're rubbing shoulders off every second.
Yeah, it's wild, right?
So many friends, so many customers, so many partners. So it's amazing. Yeah,
it's super amazing.
Yeah.
I want to talk about basically the hottest topic right now, not just in insurance, but in finance.
Yeah.
So maybe we start there.
Yeah.
How do you look at embedded finance and embedded insurance from an Insurmo perspective?
I think that goes hand in hand, and that's the whole proposition. I think we believe that everything in the future is embedded, right? And that's where the future is. And even the banking business, the bank assurance business that was happening for the last 100 years, we feel all of that stuff will be embedded in the next 10 years or so. So that's where everything for us is embedded.
So can you give me a couple examples maybe where people haven't thought about either that should be embedded, that might be embedded, but in fact, maybe it already is, or you definitely know it's going to be?
Look, very simple. So when people talk about bank assurance, people think traditional, that they think that they'll walk into a branch and they talk to somebody and they'll be selling them insurance.
Right, that's what I think about when I hear that word, right?
Yeah, so but the fact is, all of that stuff today is embedded, which means, when you get a card issued, and when you are getting a loan processed, when you're buying a vehicle, you don't need a separate call from somebody else selling you insurance, right? Everything has to be embedded as part of the card purchase, as part of the whole equipment itself. So that itself has to be within the journey itself.
Right.
Simple example on e-commerce, right? When you are on e-commerce platforms, you're buying stuff.
Yep.
You buy stuff and you come out. And the fact is, e-commerce applications know so much about you. The fact is, they can sell you applications which are tailored to your needs. And that could be into your buying process. So that itself is such a massive, massive opportunity that people can explore.
How do you make sure that in that process of having the embedded insurance there, that the customer experience is still good enough so that when the customer is done getting a loan for their car, doing the e-commerce experience, they actually end up saying, hey, you know what, I still bought protection as well, and I actually enjoyed it.
Yes. Again, I think customer experience all depends on, how easily you make it for them to access something.
Right.
And then secondly, when it comes to claim, how smoothly you can handle a claim for them.
So it's two-sided though, right?
Two-sided, obviously.
Yeah.
So while selling has to be easier and easier for both the sides, the claims is probably the most important aspect here.
You think so?
I feel, yeah, absolutely. And I'll give you an example. So we work with a company called Cred in India.
Okay.
Cred is known to be one of the fastest grown unicorns in the world. Anecdote is, within 18 months of their launch, they got $1 billion valuation. They recently launched a motor insurance embedded product on their app.
Right.
And people believe that motor insurance cannot be sold by internet companies.
By
any internet company like an app.
Oh, they definitely can, but go ahead.
But the fact is, they ended up selling around 40,000 motor policies on app itself, which is being used by companies, right? So that itself talks about how these traditional products could be sold digitally and embedded.
Is this something unique to the Indian experience? Or is there kind of a leapfrogging process taking place? Because insurance penetration in India is still relatively low, right?
Very low, yeah.
Right, so it's low, but it almost has to be, right? Because of just the way it's been brought up in India. But what's changing now that's making that possible, do you think?
Look, there are a few things. I think post-COVID, almost 700 million population came on the internet. Yeah.
In India?
In India. So India today has probably the second largest internet population in the world.
700 million people came on? So
yes.
are you suggesting to me that before COVID, half of the Indian population, actually more than half, was not online?
No.
Really?
Yes. So COVID actually, one, that made it happen. Second, the government created a lot of digital infrastructure in the country.
Yeah, they did, didn't they?
So ONDCs, the whole Bharat Pay, the Ayush Pay, all that stuff.
UPI.
UPI, etc. happened, and the whole digital infrastructure made it possible for, companies to innovate.
Yep.
So that's where I think that adoption happened very, very massively.
Right.
So people were going online, people were purchasing online, e-commerce started happening, the whole UPI, obviously, as you said, bring things up. So that obviously was one of the impetus. status. And obviously there's a model that China is there, right? So there is a case in point for a large population to be digital. So that itself, because of which I think we see a lot of these plays happening in digital going in India.
I feel like the fact that 700 million people have come online means that you and I should just stop this conversation right now and go get something done.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's just so many people, right?
Absolutely.
Talk to me more about regional growth inside of Asia, and maybe if there are any differences you think about how that growth is going to take place, because Japan's a very different market than, let's say, Indonesia, which is also different than Vietnam. How does it look differently to you, and how does it affect the growth prospects?
Every market is different. Okay, I'll start with markets like US, Latin America.
Fair enough.
So there are niche capabilities in every market. For example, for us in US, we are working with ISO as an ecosystem.
Yeah, fair enough.
Likewise, Brazil, Mexico, Latin America, the whole the South Africa market is like Asian markets for us. Emerging. At the same time, the nature of buying patterns of the customer is same. The whole consumer pattern, the whole penetration is very low. So for us, it's like a copy-paste model. Asia itself, all the markets are different. Now, when I talk of Japan, people think of, again, traditional. But the fact is, in Japan, we work with telcos. Okay, we work with cards companies. We work with utility companies. We work on pet insurance. We work with Amazon.
So NTT, SoftBank, NTT Docomo, so Amazon, big companies like that,
These are the kind of names we work in Japan. And the same kind of stuff. For example, in Philippines, we work with ride-hailing companies. We work with gig economy like Picaroo. We work with players like Pay Maya and all these players, which is very much digital. And at the same time, we connect them with the whole ecosystem on the insurance side.
Right. So for a company like Insurma, right, that does this connectivity, that creates this connectivity for other companies to offer insurance products. What is the difference between working with a company like Amazon, which is an e-commerce player, and in some cases a 3PL player as well, but a very unique animal, and a telco?
I think the fact is, look, great part about insurance is that it could be embedded in any and every ecosystem in the world.
Right, but you've got to convince them to use your APIs, right, to connect to you. So how does that's what I mean. It's like, how is that non-trivially different? Because Amazon's going to have all of their own technology, NTT's going to have all of their own tech. So that integration process is going to be very difficult across the board,
The whole difficult part about insurance is insurance process itself. Insurance is not an easy product, right?
On the back end,
On the back end, right? So
policy
there's a lot of
administration and
complexity
stuff
around
like
the
that.
product itself.
Yeah.
And that's where, people need tools. So we are not saying that we are going to build everything for Amazon or the world. So they know their tech the best.
Right.
They know to build the customer experience the best. All we are giving them are small tools, small components in form of microservices and APIs, so that we just give them tools and they can create whatever they want to.
If you're accessing new customers, right, because the only reason why you'd work with Amazon is not just to offer their products embedded insurance, but because it's likely that they're dealing with a cohort that has not been dealt with before.
Yes.
If that's the case, do you think that dealing with new customers on new platforms also helps create new and innovative products that haven't been already created?
Absolutely. So that's what we've been doing. So we don't know, what is next coming to us.
Yeah, in a way you don't, right?
Yeah, we don't know. So every day there's new stuff coming to us. For example, when a company like a food delivery app comes to us and they say, look, we want not just riders insurance, we even want food delivery delay insurance.
Right.
These are new products that comes to us and we keep learning and we innovating. So we have a library. We keep adding products to library so that then we bring that innovation back to other players in the market.
I think company culture, and we've been speaking about this all day, is actually really important. Let me give you some context for this. When I was a little kid, right, we had to do chores in my house.
What is that?
Chores.
Yeah, yes.
We had to do chores, right?
Yes,
so like at the end of dinner, someone would have to clear the table, somebody would have to do the dishes and like load them into the dishwasher or wash them by hand. I didn't mind doing the dishes. This is a cultural thing, right? Now you'll see where this is coming back from an innovation perspective. I didn't mind doing the dishes if it was going to take me an hour or 2 hours. I didn't care. But what really bothered me was at the end when I was sure I was done, one more dish. Or another pot or pan. I'll be like, Mom, come on. Why not everything together?
Yes.
But when you're building a company like yours, you're never finished.
You never.
So how do you maintain that innovation culture and don't have people who feel like I felt when I was a kid going, another thing we have to build? How do you build that innovation culture into it?
And I think that goes with the whole community, the whole concept of innovation, right? If you are talking innovation, you want new things coming up, and you need people who get motivated by doing new things again and again.
Yeah, exactly.
So these are two DNA set of people, right? One set of DNAs, they like repeating the stuff, mundane stuff, and they're very good at it.
Right.
So we have brought in people with DNAs from these internet companies, from these super apps, who will never get tired of doing new stuff, and they'll keep coming to us that, look, now we want to try this. that kind of stuff.
Do you find that the people that come from the internet companies, from the e-commerce companies, are best placed to actually then go back and deal with their e-commerce cohorts because they know what the problems or the pain points or the solutions are that they need?
Absolutely.
Do you know what I mean?
Plus,
So like the e-commerce lady that joins Insurmo goes, I'll take care of Lazada or whatever it is.
Yeah.
Is that the way it works?
That is way. The other way also it works very well because then they work as catalysts working with the insurance carriers who are very traditional, who think very traditionally. So if you bring an e-commerce player, a guy, talking to a carrier, that gets them thinking, so that behaves like a catalyst. And not just for them, it even happens for our own company itself.
Sure, because that person who wasn't inside the insurance business before is sitting there going, you've never thought about this, but we've always wanted this. How do we build it and then serve it back? Is that's happening as well?
Absolutely, that's happening. So that's where, when we work with carriers, so for example, we work with Una. Una had been launched in India, in Singapore, in Philippines and Indonesia. So they thought that, we can only give them traditional products. But when they saw, we bringing them ride-hailing companies, we bringing them food delivery companies, payment wallets, so, that got them thinking. And that because the, kind of people we put in the mix here, they kind of co-create, co-innovate with them.
Are you seeing this as like a virtuous circle?
It is.
You bring them in, the DNA is different, you get new products, and they're like, wait a second, we can do new products? And then internally you get people innovating more, and externally people coming in and saying, can you innovate for us? Are you seeing this happen as well?
Absolutely. So that's why the product innovation itself is a co-creation. So we are sitting with the carrier jointly, we're sitting with the channels directly, 3 in a room, and we are innovating jointly.
If you think about where embedded finance at scale, embedded insurance as well was when you kind of spun Insurmo out, how would you characterize its development up until now? And then where do you think it's going?
I think where we are going is in the form of standardizing the insurance as much as possible.
Really?
Yeah. So we can't do 100% standardization. So what we are doing is, so it's 30% or 40%. There's a lot of standard components in insurance. For example, a motor insurance product is a motor insurance product, whether that's sold in America or Ecuador or India or wherever.
Right.
The fact is, the only thing that changes is some regulatory aspects, some process around that. That's a 20% variance. But the fact is, you can still streamline and standardize stuff, which is like templates of these products.
For sure.
So we are trying to do simple stuff, and we are trying to become invisible as much as possible in the whole game.
Right. I'm trying to do the same thing.
Yeah.
Just become invisible.
Yes.
Can we talk about motor insurance as well?
Yeah.
We're not anywhere close to full autonomous driving, but we'll get there at some point. And actually, there are some places in California where there are autonomous taxis driving around today.
Yes.
And there are just going to be more and more of them.
Yes.
Singapore itself is already running and has been running for a few years now.
Yes.
Experiments to do this.
Yes.
How does it change the kind of products that get built for motor insurance? And who's actually buying that insurance? Do you know what I mean?
Yes. So it's very interesting. So we met up with a few guys from Volvo. So who are doing the Volvo's smart, ecosystem within them, and they've started companies in telematics space.
Yeah.
So when we sit with them, we see, how innovative products that they are bringing in the market, and they're thinking everything from a future 10-year perspective, which is EV, which is autonomous, and they're not just looking at just a ride insurance or a trip insurance. They're looking at beyond that, which means it could be PA, it could be travel, it could be even health, it could be goods. So there's a lot of innovation, which means you're packaging products now, which means we're packaging services, petrol pumps, fines. Everything gets packaged and it becomes like a pseudo insurance model, right? So people are thinking on those lines, and these type of products are making those thinking possible.
So these conversations are so interesting for me because my brain just starts going in circles trying to figure out what the next thing is. If we think that an e-commerce marketplace is a platform, right? If we think that a ride-hailing company is a platform, right? So companies like Grab, companies like Uber, companies, in India as well. If we think about how vehicles are changing, autonomous vehicles, whether it's trucks, drones, anything like that, do you see them becoming platforms as well, and new and differentiated platforms where your car actually becomes a sales point for other things?
Yeah.
Do you understand what I mean?
Absolutely.
Where like your EV, which is also autonomous, then gets to say, I'll go, instead of doing 1 hour delivery, your car does 1 hour pickup for you.
Yes.
So I can then drive my own delivery whenever I want, and then there's an entire insurance product to build around that as well.
Absolutely. So if you look at many ride-hailing companies, for example, Ola in India, Ola has already launched their EV vehicles, right?
Yeah, for sure.
Because they have understood the riding patterns of the consumer so much that they have now taken the whole knowledge into the EV side of the business, and they are creating autonomous vehicles on similar lines.
Right.
So that the whole pickup rate, the whole activation rate, the efficiency of these vehicles are at a 99% level.
Right, that's the thing though, right?
That's the thing, yeah.
Yeah, that's the thing. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, exactly. So that's the whole point of bringing the efficiency to the 100% level.
Okay.
And that's where people are thinking, and we are aligning to them so that the insurance products, the insurance innovation is tagged along with that innovation.
There's so much stuff going on in the innovation space in insurance. I want to thank you for sitting down and doing this with me. I feel like we could go on and on with this. We should do more of this.
Yeah.
I really appreciate your time today.
Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you so much for staying here.
Thank you so much for having me.
Hi, my name is Michael Waits. Thank you for joining us for this very special edition of Insurance for the New Possible. We are broadcasting live from the Chubb Insurance booth at the Singapore Fintech Festival, the largest fintech festival in the world and a knowledge platform for the global fintech community. We could not be more excited to be here. Tomorrow we'll be back for another full slate of really great conversations. Don't forget to follow Insurance for the New Possible on your favorite podcast platform and on YouTube to stay up to date on all of our amazing and informative content. Now let's welcome Ian Ovenden, Head of Middle Market and Small Commercial at Chubb Asia Pacific, with whom we will discuss envisioning the future, bridging the gaps in commercial insurance. We are back live at the Singapore Fintech Festival. Ian, I cannot thank you enough for sitting down and doing this with us. How are you doing, by the way?
Very well, no problem. Thank you for having me.
Do you come to the Singapore Fintech Festival every year, or is this your first time?
This is my first time this year.
Is it at expectation, meeting expectations?
It's
what do you
much
think?
bigger than I anticipated, actually.
It's weird, right?
Much bigger than I anticipated, yeah. But largely when I've been here in Singapore, it was during the horrible COVID years. So it's nice to be out doing something social and interactive.
I remember the first time I went back to an event like this after COVID, and it felt surreal.
Yeah, I bet.
It really did, because I'm like around 1,000, 1,500 people thinking, I haven't been around anybody but me for like 2 years. It's very strange. I hope they're all okay, is what I was thinking. Let's talk a little bit about commercial insurance. I feel like this idea of digital transformation has been cropping up in the insurance industry for the past 5 years, at least, right? Let's talk about this digitalization in the context of commercial insurance from your perspective.
Yeah, I think firstly, there's three things, but firstly for us, it's the rise of the opportunity. We're seeing a significant increase or access through businesses or consumer, especially in the micro space, which were traditionally very underserved, and underinsured. So firstly, it's the opportunity. The secondly is the mindset change, right? We know about digital insurance in personal and consumer life. It's been there for, when I was back in the UK 12 years ago. Right. So it's not new, but I think for commercial, it is new. How do we take annualized, traditionally complex products or misunderstood to be complex products that were hard to sell and make them a little bit more digestible for that market, for that underserved market? And I think the third thing is that digestible. How do we make them digestible? There's an opportunity here for us to break down coverage using technology to enable the sales process.
So I want to talk about a couple of things, not in any particular order. You talked about this mindset change. Yeah. And you said personal lines, even health insurance, has been going through this for a while now. Yeah. Right? Why has it been slower or later for commercial insurance? And you did mention some of the complexity, but maybe the perceived complexity. Just tell me about why that's the case.
Yeah, I think it's sometimes it's perceived complexity, but I also think the need hasn't been there, and when I mean the opportunity. Right. So commonly we're intermediated business through commercial insurance. Yep. People provide expertise during that process and their perceived expertise of the product. Right. But that underserved and that underinsured segment, the micro segment of which there are millions of in this part of the world, is really the driving force of why digital now, because they need insurance like the rest of us to enable to give them comfort to grow their own businesses.
So there are a few things to unpack here. Let's just talk about Southeast Asia in particular. You talk about underserved. I'm presuming you mean small and medium-sized businesses, maybe even slightly larger than that, right?
Well, I think even starting from the micro elements, starting from 5 and under employees, less than a few 100,000 revenue. I think. We've had recent examples with Grab. They're looking at kind of 50 to 100,000 in revenue organizations and providing them general insurance products. So I think we're starting smaller than that with the ability to modularize the product in such a way that we can grow through the food chain.
Got it. So what had to change? Right, you've been in this business for a while. What had to change? It's not just technology. It's not just a mindset. What had to change to make that not just necessary, but ubiquitous and possible?
I think access was a real key thing.
Right.
And access through these super apps and e-commerce and other service facility providers. Access needed to change.
Right.
Traditional methods of through the broker or through agents, you've only got the reach is only so far. So you needed access. You needed more volume. The second thing, we needed the technology capability, and that's kind of been there, but nobody's really thought seriously enough about investing to make it worthwhile. And I think that access has now made it more feasible for the investment to make it worthwhile.
So now that you have access, and this is where things actually get really interesting to me, this is the innovation part of this, right? Let's say you're just dealing with institutions that have 100,000, 50,000, even 25 or 10,000 people in it. Those products are very well established, and you've had access to them for a while in an intermediated way. But now that technology gives you access to more businesses, even at the micro size, their needs and their product desires may be completely different.
They will be.
So now they're coming back to you and saying, now that we understand we need protection, but you have it like this, but we need it like this.
Yeah.
What part of that process to you is exciting and really fulfilling, actually?
It's also difficult.
Yeah. So what's the challenge then to start with?
Taking some of these very traditional annualized products that people know very well,
right,
and breaking them down to the coverage level, and creating something that's valuable to the individual for their needs at that time, and offering it to them at the right time.
Yeah,
in their
contextually,
existing journey. Yes,
Yep.
it's contextual. So we see today, particularly and we've used super apps as an example, and I'll continue to use that trend, but they live in these apps for their own business development, to provide to then provide income, to send their kids to school. So they live inside these applications. So how do we make a product that's digestible, in path, that's appropriate for them, needs scaling back from that traditional large and complex perspective. But the coverage element, broadly the same. We're just breaking it down into a more bite-sized element.
So we spent a lot of time today talking about embedded insurance. We talk about embedded insurance and beyond, right? But at this level, even at the micro level, if you want to make it easy for people to consume, if you want to make it, let's say, bite-sized, right? Or digestible, as you said, it has to be in a way that doesn't get in the way of them doing the other things that they're doing.
Yeah.
How do you do that at that scale?
So I'll give you a really good example, something that I'm really excited about.
Tell me.
There's been a rise of home service apps. And something that
This is actually really interesting. Sorry, go ahead.
Something I use all the time, primarily because my OCD level does not match my skill level when it comes to DIY. So not necessarily cleaning, but DIY.
Welcome to the party.
Yeah. So one of the things I found really interesting is commonly we invite contractors. We use these apps now to invite contractors into our home.
Right.
Now, there is a great opportunity for that contractor by accident to cause some level of accident, damage, or injury while they're in your home.
Yeah.
Now, do you check whether they have the right insurances, or if you don't necessarily, right? You trust the app, necessarily the provider. So there's a real micro element to the required insurance during that very short period of time when they're on your premises.
Right.
So I think there's a really good example of kind of a micro opportunity for a short period of time.
So this is UBI, usage-based insurance, but in a completely different way than most people are thinking about it. Because when most people think about UBI, they talk about, I only drive my car on Thursdays, I never use it for the rest of the week, why am I paying for insurance on Saturday kind of thing.
Yeah.
But I want to flip this around as well. You're worried and concerned at some level about your belongings. Just somebody's providing you some service, fixing the air conditioner, maybe drops the wrench, it hits a vase.
I was going to use the Ming vase in your house as an example. Actually.
The one in my house. You had cameras installed in my house. Maybe you took it the last time you were there.
Yeah.
But also as important is that contractor is coming into your house with which they're not familiar with the terrain inside your house.
Exactly.
Excuse me, they're putting up a ladder. They could also get injured.
Correct.
So they need that insurance as well, but just during the time when they're there.
Just during the time they're there,
right.
Yeah. So there's other opportunities around the globe, depending on the regulatory environment, because employers' compensation can be a bit difficult depending which territory you're in. But certainly, also, a good example of where they need specific cover at a specific point of time.
How can you use the super apps as a way to educate the people that are then using those apps to provide service to you, right? Whether it's the do-it-yourself stuff, it's not really DIY, but you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Putting a home helper into your apartment, putting somebody who cleans your air conditioners, all that stuff. How do you educate them about protection? Because the idea is they're underserved, so they may be underknowledged as well.
Underknowledged, yeah. And one thing I'm really excited about at the moment, I've been playing with, don't worry, I've been playing with a lot lately is ChatGPT. Or our version is that we have ChatGPT.
An internal version of this,
an internal version. So we've been talking about, okay, can we use these language AIs to help make insurance recommendations, to educate, to learn? And you can. So I've been playing around with this quite a lot, and it's very, very interesting. It gives very basic level,
right?
But when you're trying to reach millions of customers in a very short space of time, actually quite useful.
So we had Sunita Khan on the show earlier.
Yeah.
She's the global lead for AI at Microsoft.
Okay.
And I use ChatGPT and other sort of generative AI products every single day, all day. I couldn't do my job without it.
Yeah.
But one of the things that she said to me, and you're probably already doing this, is that before you start asking the AI for something, you tell it who you are.
Yes.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Right? So I loved learning this. You say, I'm an electrician in somebody's home for the first time. And then you say, how can I communicate with them that they should actually have insurance for coverage just during the time that they're there?
Yeah.
And then serve that to them in Bahasa.
Yes, possible. Although the language AIs in Bahasa might be
I understand that, but you know what I mean. Like that's where it's going, right?
Yeah,
And
absolutely.
That's super exciting.
Yeah, very exciting for us.
Right,
So
because,
that's
sorry,
why
because I was
we're
going to say, because even if you want to do it yourself, you kind of can't, and you don't have their mindset. But that's a great way to do it. That's why I think AI can be super powerful in that perspective.
Super powerful, and we can embed that. We know who the customer is or the contractor is in the journey already, so we can already pre-fill some of the questions that AI should be spitting out the answers to.
Yeah.
So we can make it very intuitive and very seamless.
Right.
So it's pretty exciting.
So I feel like we're still on the top 3 things that you talked about. No, because I feel like it's a really deep and long conversation.
It is.
This idea of the opportunity and using platforms to get access to people. I think about sellers that sit on Amazon, sellers that sit on Lazada, sellers that sit on Shopee, and all of these other marketplaces. Those are micro businesses as well.
Yeah.
And they may be doing $50,000 to $100,000 of revenue too.
Yeah.
But now you have access to them through the marketplaces and through the platforms.
Yeah.
That opportunity is massive.
Huge. Yeah.
Right? And can I just say one more thing and then you can expound as well? Globally, most people think that all business gets done by big corporations, but actually most of it gets done by SMEs and below. The larger percentage, and in Asia it's probably 60 to 70%. And now having access to them creates a gigantic opportunity for you, yes?
Yeah, I mean, in this part of the world, I mean, you use 60%, 70% as a proxy, but kind of you're talking 99% of entities, volume of entities are in that small and micro space and maybe into lower middle market, which really we should be able to simplify our products, make them digestible, build them in path. It feels like a no-brainer for us. So, and we're getting after that, certainly.
I mean, you'd always want to address, as a business person, right? You'd always want to address the unaddressed market, particularly one that you've never even tried to address. I don't mean you, but that one's never tried to address. Yeah. Because the only way to go is up.
Is up, yeah.
Up. I want to ask you this. You talked before about the fact that other lines of business had been doing this type of insurance for years.
Yeah.
Is there stuff that you can learn from those businesses and reference to then adapt properly to the commercial business and even the micro commercial business?
Yeah, look, we're very excited about testing it. We're very excited about testing it. And I think the learning that we took from when Consumer Lines did, they did a lot of testing and a lot of failing.
Right.
And a lot of tech companies do the same. They test ideas. And so, look, I'm excited to get on that journey. We can learn from some of the failings that they've had. So hopefully we can take some shortcuts. There's no silver bullet, but there'll definitely be some elements of shortcuts we can go in the testing phase.
Can we talk a little bit about company culture? Because the idea that you've introduced this concept of we're going to do a lot of testing, a lot of those tests are going to fail, but we're going to come out and learn that is interesting from a company culture standpoint. Did you feel like that's okay inside of a company that's already so large and so robust?
I mean, there's a willingness to do this.
Yeah.
Everybody understands and gets it, right? I'm not the only one here.
No, for sure.
Sitting here thinking this is the opportunity, and I think with having consumer have gone far more ahead and far more mature. They've seen the process. Everybody understands it. So I think everybody's very excited about what we can deliver in the commercial space.
And talk to me specifically about expanding into Southeast Asia, Indonesia, Vietnam, Thailand, places like that.
Yeah.
What you think is necessary, what maybe you think is different going into each one of those places, and maybe what's the same as well.
So language is something that we need to think about. And actually our first opportunity that we're working with as Grab is in Thailand.
Okay.
A very digitally enabled territory.
Yep.
Access to technology everywhere. But language is something that we certainly need to think about. And the customer journey. The other thing that's influencing this is regulatory. So we have some regulatory challenges that we have to deal with as we go. We'll be slightly different as we go around the region, but part and parcel of working in a regulated environment.
Yeah.
So really language, customer experience, Most of the apps have similar kind of style. You know, there's a super app in Indonesia, there's a super app in Thailand, there's a super app in Singapore. Now, they would hate for me to say they're the same, but they're not. But,
they're not.
But we certainly would be able to learn and make some standardizations to enable us to scale and develop quickly, like get stuff out quickly to them.
I always like to say that the differentiation is in the nuance, right? And as long as you get those nuances right, your chances of success are much higher.
Yeah. Well, we're lucky we're not going first. We've got a big consumer team that've already done it. So,
right.
So we've got a bit of insight into what's worked for them. And don't forget, most of these micro customers underserved, they're consumers as well.
Yeah, they are.
So they operate like very similar to consumers. So
So when we say underserved, actually, I want to point this out. When we say underserved, they're underserved maybe in protection and insurance, but they're not underserved from a consumer experience standpoint.
Correct.
And that means when you show them what you've learned from their existing consumer experiences and build that into their experience for protection and insurance.
Absolutely, yeah.
It's closer to succeeding than it is to failing, right?
That's the plan.
We hope.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't want to rely on hope, but that's the plan.
I always say I don't operate in the realm of hope. I operate in the realm of facts.
Yeah.
But you can still do hoping.
You can do hope.
It doesn't. It's not that effective. Okay. Ian, I really want to thank you for coming in and doing
Pleasure.
this. I
Thank you
really
so
appreciate it. I hope you enjoyed this as much as I did.
I did thoroughly. Thank you, Michael.
Thank you. Thank you so much for joining us today. We hope you enjoyed it as much as we did. Tomorrow, we will be back for another full slate of great conversations. We'll be starting at 10:30 a.m. Singapore time. See you then.